Welcome to BookyRookie. Discover the classics like never before with BookyRookie. Dive into the world's greatest books through easy-to-understand summaries, top-quality translations, and immersive audio. Stream with BookyRookie, learn, and give back. www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Love it, have thoughts, or want to read the book? Check us out at www.bookyrookie.com. You're about to listen to Chapter 1. It's widely accepted that a wealthy bachelor is likely seeking a wife. The thoughts of such a man may be unknown, but neighbors are convinced he's an ideal match for their daughters. One day, Mrs. Bennet excitedly tells her husband about Netherfield Park being rented. Mr. Bennet hadn't heard the news. His wife, eager to share, tells him that a Mr. Bingley from the north has taken the place. He visited on Monday, loved it, and plans to move in by Michaelmas, with servants arriving next week. Mr. Bennet asks about the man's name and marital status. Mrs. Bennet confirms he's single, wealthy, and an excellent catch for their daughters. She scolds her husband for not realizing the opportunity for their girls to marry well. Mr. Bennet teases that Mr. Bingley might prefer her over their daughters. Mrs. Bennet dismisses the flattery, noting she's no longer focused on her own beauty with 5 daughters to marry off. Mr. Bennet jokes about their daughters' lack of remarkable qualities, but admits Lizzie has a bit more intelligence. Despite his reluctance, Mrs. Bennet insists he visit Mr. Bingley to improve their daughters' chances. She's determined, noting even the Lucases plan to visit for the same reason. Mr. Bennet agrees, but playfully says he'll promote Lizzie, despite his wife's preference for Jane and Lydia's good humor. Mrs. Bennet argues Lizzie is no better than her sisters, but Mr. Bennet maintains Lizzie's sharpness sets her apart. Mrs. Bennet accused her husband of enjoying the irritation he caused her, showing no sympathy for her distressed nerves. Mr. Bennet, however, playfully claimed an old acquaintance with her nerves, having acknowledged them for at least 20 years. She lamented her suffering, which he dismissed with the hope she'd recover and witness many wealthy young men enter their neighborhood. She retorted that such prospects were futile unless he agreed to meet them. He assured her that should such a number arrive, he would indeed make their acquaintance. Mr. Bennet was an enigma, his personality a blend of sharp wit, sarcasm, restraint, and unpredictability, a combination that 23 years of marriage had not helped his wife decipher. Mrs. Bennet, on the other hand, was simpler to understand, with limited intelligence, knowledge, and a volatile temper. Her dissatisfaction often manifested as nervous complaints, and her life's mission was to see her daughters well married, finding comfort in social visits and gossip. She expressed hope that Mr. Bingley would find their society agreeable. You're about to listen to Chapter 2. Mr. Bennet was one of the first to pay a visit to Mr. Bingley. Despite his repeated assurances to his wife that he wouldn't go, he had always planned to. His wife remained unaware of his visit until the evening after it occurred. The revelation came when he noticed his second daughter working on a hat and mentioned he hoped Mr. Bingley would appreciate it. Mrs. Bennet expressed her frustration, pointing out they wouldn't know his preferences since they weren't going to visit him. Elizabeth reminded her that they would see Mr. Bingley at the upcoming social gatherings and that Mrs. Long had offered to introduce him. Mrs. Bennet, however, distrusted Mrs. Long's intentions, calling her selfish and hypocritical. Mr. Bennet agreed with his wife's low opinion of Mrs. Long and expressed relief that she wasn't relying on her. Mrs. Bennet didn't reply, but turned her irritation toward her daughter, Kitty, scolding her for her persistent coughing which was grating on her nerves. Mr. Bennet wryly commented on Kitty's poorly timed coughs, to which she responded in annoyance. The conversation then shifted to the details of the next ball, which was to be held in 2 weeks. Mrs. Bennet realized that Mrs. Long would not be able to make the introduction as she would return only the day before the event and wouldn't know Mr. Bingley herself. Mr. Bennet playfully suggested that Elizabeth could introduce Mr. Bingley to Mrs. Long instead. Elizabeth found the idea absurd, given her own lack of acquaintance with Mr. Bingley. Her father praised her caution, but pointed out the risk of someone else making the introduction. He offered to take on the responsibility himself, which left his daughters surprised and Mrs. Bennet dismissing the idea as nonsense. Mr. Bennet questioned her dismissal, prompting a response from Mary, who struggled to articulate her thoughts. Returning to the topic of Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Bennet declared she was tired of hearing about him. Mr. Bennet expressed mock regret, wishing she had mentioned this earlier to prevent him from making the visit. The ladies were astonished, especially Mrs. Bennet, who, after her initial excitement, claimed she had expected this all along. She praised her husband for the visit, finding humor in the fact that he had not spoken of it until that moment. Mr. Bennet gave Kitty permission to cough as much as she liked before he left the room, clearly worn out by his wife's excessive enthusiasm. Once the door closed behind him, Mrs. Bennet praised her husband's excellent parenting to her daughters. She expressed doubts about how they could ever repay their parents for their kindness. She highlighted the inconvenience of making new friends at their age, but reassured them she and Mr. Bennet would do anything for their daughters' sakes. She hinted to Lydia, the youngest yet tallest of her daughters, that Mr. Bingley might choose her as a dance partner at the upcoming ball. Lydia confidently brushed off any concerns about her youth, asserting her height as an advantage. The family spent the remainder of the evening guessing when Mr. Bingley would return Mr. Bennet's visit and planning the right time to invite him over for dinner. You're about to listen to Chapter 3. Despite Mrs. Bennet and her 5 daughters' persistent inquiries, Mr. Bennet gave no clear picture of Mr. Bingley. They tried various tactics, from direct questions to clever guesses and vague hints, but Mr. Bennet dodged them all. In the end, they had to rely on second-hand news from their neighbor, Lady Lucas. Her account was glowing. Sir William had found Mr. Bingley quite charming. He was young, strikingly handsome, and very pleasant. Best of all, he planned to attend the upcoming ball with a big group. The prospect thrilled them, as a love for dancing often led to romance, and they had high hopes for Mr. Bingley's affections. Mrs. Bennet dreamed of seeing one daughter well settled in Netherfield and the rest just as happily married. Soon, Mr. Bingley paid a visit to Mr. Bennet, but only stayed for 10 minutes in the library. He had hoped to see the Bennet daughters, whose beauty he'd heard praised, but only met their father. The daughters, however, managed to glimpse him from above and noticed his blue coat and black horse. A dinner invitation was promptly sent to Mr. Bingley. Mrs. Bennet had already planned an impressive menu when she received a reply postponing the event. Mr. Bingley had to be in town the next day. Mrs. Bennet was puzzled and worried he might never settle down at Netherfield. Lady Lucas suggested he might have gone to gather a large group for the ball. Later, rumors said Mr. Bingley would bring 12 ladies and 7 gentlemen to the ball. The Bennet girls were dismayed by the number of ladies, but felt better learning he brought only 6 people from London, his 5 sisters and a cousin. At the ball, the party was just 5, Mr. Bingley, his 2 sisters, his eldest sister's husband, and another man. Mr. Bingley was handsome and well-mannered, with a friendly face and natural manners. His sisters were stylish and impressive. Mr. Hurst, the brother-in-law, had the look of a gentleman. But Mr. Darcy, the friend, captured the room's attention with his height, good looks, noble presence, and the quickly spread word of his large income. The men saw him as a fine man, the women found him more attractive than Mr. Bingley, and he was admired for half the evening. But then his pride and aloofness turned people off. Despite his wealth, his unfriendly demeanor made him less appealing than his friend. Mr. Bingley quickly got to know the key figures in the room. His energy was infectious. He danced every dance, felt peeved when the ball ended too soon, and even talked about hosting his own at Netherfield. His charm was undeniable. He stood in stark contrast to his friend Mr. Darcy, who only danced twice, once each with Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. He refused to meet any other women and simply walked around, occasionally chatting with his own group. People had no doubts about Mr. Darcy. He seemed to be the most arrogant and unpleasant man around, and many hoped he wouldn't return. Mrs. Bennet especially couldn't stand him, feeling even more upset because he had snubbed one of her daughters. Elizabeth Bennet found herself sitting out during 2 dances due to a lack of gentlemen. During this time, she overheard Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley talking. Mr. Bingley was trying to persuade Mr. Darcy to dance, pointing out how odd it looked for him to be on his own. Mr. Darcy refused, saying he hated dancing unless he knew his partner well, and found the idea of dancing with anyone else at the event unbearable. Mr. Bingley teased him for being too picky and praised the many lovely girls present, especially the beautiful eldest Miss Bennet. Mr. Darcy acknowledged her beauty but mentioned another sister sitting behind him who he thought was just passable in looks. He said he wasn't interested in giving attention to ladies overlooked by other men. Mr. Bingley took his friend's advice and went back to his partner, while Mr. Darcy walked away, leaving Elizabeth with a less than warm impression of him. Still, she shared the story with her friends, her playful nature finding humor in the situation. The whole Bennet family enjoyed a lovely evening. Mrs. Bennet was thrilled to see her eldest, Jane, receiving a lot of attention from the Netherfield group. Mr. Bingley had taken her for a spin on the dance floor not once but twice, and his sisters had also shown her favor. Jane's happiness was evident, and though she was more subdued than her mother, the pleasure was just as deep. Elizabeth could feel the joy radiating from Jane. Mary had the pleasure of hearing her name pass Miss Bingley's lips as the most skilled girl around. Catherine and Lydia were equally delighted, never missing a dance, which was their greatest joy at such events. Returning to Longbourn, their spirits were high. They were the talk of their village and felt it. They found Mr. Bennet still awake, lost in his book and oblivious to the time. He was curious about the evening's events, which had been the subject of much anticipation. He had secretly hoped his wife's expectations for the newcomer would fall flat, but he was about to discover the reality was quite the opposite. Mrs. Bennet couldn't contain her excitement, telling Mr. Bennet about the wonderful ball and how Jane was the star of the evening. Everyone had complimented Jane's looks, and Mr. Bingley had found her so lovely that he danced with her twice. Mrs. Bennet was slightly annoyed that Mr. Bingley had first danced with Miss Lucas, but was soon overjoyed to see him so taken with Jane. The night continued with Mr. Bingley dancing with various ladies, but he always returned to Jane. Mr. Bennet, growing impatient with the talk of dancing, wished Mr. Bingley had tired himself out sooner. Mrs. Bennet, undeterred, praised Mr. Bingley's handsome looks and the elegance of his sister's attire. But Mr. Bennet had no interest in hearing about their finery and cut her off. Switching topics, Mrs. Bennet recounted with great displeasure and a touch of exaggeration the rude behavior of Mr. Darcy. She assured Mr. Bennet that Elizabeth wasn't missing out by not attracting Mr. Darcy's interest, describing him as a most disagreeable and arrogant man, too full of himself to be bearable. She expressed a fervent dislike for him, wishing Mr. Bennet had been there to put Mr. Darcy in his place. You're about to listen to Chapter 4. With Jane and Elizabeth by themselves, Jane opened up about her admiration for Mr. Bingley. She had been reserved before, but now she praised him for being the ideal young man, sensible, good-humored, and lively, with impeccable manners and ease. Elizabeth agreed, adding that his good looks completed his character. Jane was flattered that he asked her to dance again, something she hadn't anticipated. Elizabeth, however, had expected it, noting the difference between them when it came to compliments. She playfully teased Jane about her surprise, pointing out that it was natural for Mr. Bingley to notice Jane's beauty, which stood out in the room. Elizabeth gave her sister the nod to like him, mentioning that Jane had liked less interesting people before. Jane's tendency to see the good in everyone was a topic of their conversation. Elizabeth marveled at her sister's genuine candor and her way of seeing the best in people without mentioning their faults. They then discussed Mr. Bingley's sisters. Jane admitted that they didn't make a great first impression, but she found them pleasant upon getting to know them better. She thought Miss Bingley would be a delightful neighbor. Elizabeth, however, remained skeptical. She had observed the sisters at the assembly and found them to be proud and conceited, despite being capable of being good-humored and agreeable when they wished. They were attractive, well-educated, and from a respectable family in the north of England, but their behavior didn't impress Elizabeth. She noted their tendency to spend excessively and their high regard for themselves. Mr. Bingley's wealth was also a topic of their discussion. He had inherited nearly £100,000 from his father, who had planned to buy an estate but passed away before doing so. Mr. Bingley had similar intentions, but with a comfortable home and the freedom of a manor, it was uncertain if he would ever make the purchase. His sisters eagerly wished for him to own an estate. However, although he was merely a tenant, Miss Bingley had no objections to hosting his table. Similarly, Mrs. Hurst, who had married for style rather than wealth, was quite happy to treat his home as hers when convenient. Mr. Bingley, not yet 2 years into adulthood, was enticed by a chance recommendation to view Netherfield House. He inspected it for 30 minutes, liked its location and main rooms, agreed with the owner's commendations, and promptly decided to take it. Despite their contrasting personalities, Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy shared a solid friendship. Bingley's easygoing and open nature endeared him to Darcy, who was never discontent with his own more reserved disposition. Bingley trusted Darcy's affection and valued his judgment highly. Darcy was the more perceptive of the two. Bingley was not lacking in intelligence, but Darcy was notably sharp-witted. Darcy, though well-mannered, was also proud, private, and choosy, which made him less approachable than Bingley. Bingley, on the other hand, was always well-received. Darcy often ended up offending others. Their views on the Meryton Assembly were quite telling of their characters. Bingley had nothing but praise for the event, having met delightful people and charming girls. He felt at ease quickly and found no shortage of kindness and attention. He was particularly struck by Miss Bennet's beauty, likening her to an angel. Darcy, in contrast, was unimpressed by the gathering, finding little beauty or elegance and feeling indifferent towards the attendees. He did concede that Miss Bennet was pretty, but he thought she smiled excessively. Mrs. Hurst and her sister agreed with Bingley's assessment, although they still held their own admiration for Miss Bennet, finding her sweet and someone they wouldn't mind getting to know better. With their approval, Mr. Bingley felt justified in his favorable opinion of her. You're about to listen to Chapter 5. Near Longbourn, the Bennet family shared a close bond with the Lucases. Sir William Lucas, once a merchant in Meryton, had earned enough to be comfortable and was knighted after addressing the king as mayor. The honor made him leave his trade and move his family to Lucas Lodge, about a mile from Meryton. There, free from business, he enjoyed his status and was kind to everyone, his new rank making him even more attentive rather than proud. Lady Lucas was a pleasant woman, just the right kind of smart to be a good neighbor to Mrs. Bennet. They had many children, with the eldest daughter being 27 and a close friend to Elizabeth Bennet. After a local ball, it was only natural for the young Lucases and Bennets to gather and chat. The morning following the event, the Lucas girls visited Longbourn to exchange news and impressions. Mrs. Bennet complimented Charlotte Lucas on catching Mr. Bingley's attention early in the evening. Charlotte noted that Mr. Bingley seemed to prefer his second dance partner, Jane Bennet. Mrs. Bennet excitedly shared rumors of Mr. Bingley's preference for Jane, based on an overheard conversation where he praised Jane as the prettiest at the ball. Charlotte then mentioned how Mr. Darcy, Mr. Bingley's friend, wasn't as engaging, especially in his opinion of Elizabeth, which was less flattering. Mrs. Bennet dismissed the slight, criticizing Mr. Darcy's standoffish behavior at the ball, particularly towards Mrs. Long, who he ignored because she did not have a carriage. Jane Bennet tried to defend Mr. Darcy, saying she saw him speaking to Mrs. Long, but Mrs. Bennet insisted he was only responding out of necessity and seemed annoyed. Jane countered that Mr. Darcy was known to be more conversational with close friends. Mrs. Bennet, however, was convinced of Mr. Darcy's arrogance. Miss Lucas expressed a wish that Mr. Darcy had danced with Elizabeth, showing her own interest in the social connections that could have been made. Her mother advised Lizzie not to consider dancing with that man again, to which Lizzie confidently assured her mother she would never dance with him. Miss Lucas remarked that his pride didn't bother her as much as it might, given his favorable circumstances, which she believed gave him some justification for his high self-esteem. Elizabeth agreed, noting that his pride would be forgivable if it hadn't wounded her own. Mary, known for her thoughtful comments, pointed out that pride is a common trait among people. She explained that pride and vanity, while often confused, are distinct. Pride is about our self-image, while vanity concerns how we want others to see us. A young Lucas boy, imagining himself as wealthy as Mr. Darcy, fantasized about having a pack of foxhounds and enjoying a bottle of wine daily. Mrs. Bennet quickly cautioned him that such behavior would lead to excess, playfully threatening to take his bottle away if she saw it, which led to a light-hearted back-and-forth that lasted until their visit concluded. You're about to listen to Chapter 6. The women of Longbourn didn't wait long to call on the Netherfield ladies. Their visit was soon reciprocated. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley took a liking to Miss Bennet's charming ways. Although they found the mother unbearable and the younger sisters not worth their time, they were keen to know the two eldest better. Jane was delighted by this, but Elizabeth couldn't warm up to them. She noticed their arrogance towards everyone, barely sparing Jane. However, she appreciated their kindness to Jane, suspecting it stemmed from their brother's fondness for her. It was clear he admired Jane, and Jane was starting to fall for him, too. Elizabeth was glad that Jane's affection was not obvious to all, thanks to her even temper and cheerful demeanor, which kept her true feelings hidden. Elizabeth shared her observations with her friend, Miss Lucas. Charlotte thought that while it's nice to keep the public guessing, being too reserved could be a disadvantage. She warned that a woman might miss her chance with a man if she's too secretive with her feelings. She believed that a little encouragement was necessary for love to grow. Bingley clearly liked Jane, but might not progress further without a nudge from her. Elizabeth countered that Jane was encouraging him as much as she was capable of. If Elizabeth could see Jane's feelings, surely Bingley wasn't blind to them. Charlotte pointed out that Bingley didn't know Jane as well as Elizabeth did. Elizabeth argued that a man would realize if a woman liked him, especially if she made it obvious. Charlotte suggested that Jane should make the most of their time together, as they often met in large groups where intimate conversation was scarce. Once Jane secured his interest, there would be plenty of time for love. Elizabeth agreed that such a strategy was fine for those focused on marriage. However, Jane wasn't playing any games. She was still figuring out her feelings and his character, having only known him for 2 weeks and shared a handful of dances and dinners with him. Charlotte held the belief that Jane's chances of happiness with Mr. Bingley were just as likely if she married him the next day as if she spent a year studying his character. She argued that happiness in marriage was a matter of luck and that knowing the other person's faults in advance didn't necessarily lead to a happier life together. Elizabeth found Charlotte's view amusing but flawed, knowing that Charlotte wouldn't follow her own advice. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was unaware of Mr. Darcy's growing interest in her. Initially, he had barely acknowledged her looks and had been critical of her at their first meeting. However, upon declaring to his friends that she lacked outstanding features, he couldn't help but notice the intelligence in her eyes and the pleasing lightness of her figure. Despite his previous reservations about her manners, he found himself charmed by her easy playfulness. At a gathering at Sir William Lucas's home, Elizabeth caught Mr. Darcy listening in on her conversation with Colonel Forster. She playfully challenged him on his eavesdropping, which he responded to with a comment on her spirited nature when discussing balls. Elizabeth teased him about his critical view, while Charlotte hinted at her own turn to be the subject of teasing as she prepared to play the piano, an activity that often led to dancing and merriment. Elizabeth found herself being playfully chided by her friend for always encouraging her to perform music in front of others. She jokingly remarked that if she had been vain about her musical abilities, her friend's insistence would have been a great asset. Despite preferring not to showcase her talents to those accustomed to superior performers, Elizabeth gave in to persistence with a hint of resignation, noting that sometimes one must acquiesce to the inevitable. She also humorously referenced a well-known saying about saving one's breath, implying she'd rather use hers to enhance her singing. Her musical rendition was quite charming, though not extraordinary. Before she could respond to requests for an encore, her sister Mary eagerly took her place at the instrument. Mary, the plainest of the siblings, had diligently cultivated her skills, driven by a desire to be recognized. However, her performances, marred by a lack of innate talent and a somewhat pretentious demeanor, failed to captivate the audience as Elizabeth's had. Despite her less polished skills, Elizabeth's natural grace had been more appreciated. Mary concluded her performance with some lively tunes, pleasing her younger sisters and some guests who were quick to begin dancing. Mr. Darcy, a silent observer, felt a sense of irritation at the evening's turn toward continuous dancing, which stifled any meaningful conversation. Lost in his thoughts, he hardly noticed Sir William Lucas nearby until Sir William engaged him in a chat about the joys of dancing and the refinement it brings to society. Mr. Darcy, with his usual reserve, responded with a hint of sarcasm about the universal nature of dance. Sir William, undeterred by Mr. Darcy's demeanor, praised their friend's dancing and hinted at Mr. Darcy's own proficiency, which Mr. Darcy acknowledged with minimal enthusiasm. When Elizabeth approached, Sir William, seizing the opportunity for what he thought was a courteous gesture, attempted to pair her with Mr. Darcy for a dance. Elizabeth, taken aback, quickly declined, clarifying that she had no intention of seeking a dance partner, much to the surprise of Mr. Darcy, who had been prepared to accept Sir William's proposition. Mr. Darcy, with solemn decorum, sought Elizabeth's consent for a dance, but his efforts were in vain. Elizabeth stood firm in her decision, and not even Sir William's persuasive attempts could sway her resolve. Sir William tried to appeal to her by praising her exceptional dancing skills and suggested that even Mr. Darcy, who generally found little enjoyment in such diversions, would be willing to make an exception for a short time to please the company. Elizabeth responded with a smile, acknowledging Mr. Darcy's courteous behavior. Sir William continued, suggesting that given the temptation of such a dance partner, Mr. Darcy's willingness to join was understandable. Who, after all, could refuse to dance with someone so captivating? Elizabeth gave a playful look and turned away. Her refusal had not lessened her appeal to Mr. Darcy, who was contemplating her with a sense of satisfaction. It was at this moment that Miss Bingley approached him, claiming she could guess his thoughts. Mr. Darcy doubted she could. Miss Bingley expressed her disdain for the evening's company, calling them insipid and self-important, and she was curious to hear Mr. Darcy's critical opinions of them. Mr. Darcy assured her she was mistaken. He was pleasantly reflecting on the joy that a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman could provide. Miss Bingley, intrigued, pressed him to reveal which lady had inspired such thoughts. With boldness, Mr. Darcy named Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Miss Bingley was taken aback and questioned how long Elizabeth had been a favorite of his and when she should congratulate him on his impending nuptials. Mr. Darcy remarked that he had anticipated such a leap in her thoughts, from admiration to love, and from love to marriage in an instant. He knew she would be quick to wish him joy. Miss Bingley, half joking, said she would consider his interest in Elizabeth as a settled matter, teasing him about the prospect of having Mrs. Bennet as a charming mother-in-law, who would surely be a constant presence at Pemberley. Mr. Darcy listened with indifference as she entertained herself with these remarks. His composure assured her that all was well, and she continued to amuse herself with her witty conversation. You're about to listen to Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet owned an estate that brought in £2,000 annually. This was unfortunate for his daughters because the estate was legally bound to go to a male heir, leaving them with little inheritance. Their mother had a decent fortune of £4,000 from her attorney father in Meryton, but it wasn't enough to make up for what they'd lose. She had a sister who was married to Mr. Phillips. He took over their father's business after working as his clerk. They also had a brother who was doing well for himself in a reputable trade in London. The family lived in Longbourn, a village just a mile from Meryton. This was handy for the daughters who liked to visit their aunt and a nearby milliner's shop several times a week. Catherine and Lydia, the youngest, were especially keen on these visits. They often went to Meryton to fill their mornings and find gossip to talk about in the evenings. They were always able to get some news from their aunt, and they were particularly excited about a militia regiment staying in the area for the winter, with Meryton as their headquarters. Thanks to the regiment's arrival, the girls had a lot to talk about after visiting Mrs. Phillips. They quickly learned the officers' names and where they were staying. Mr. Phillips met all the officers, which thrilled his nieces. They were so taken with the officers that even Mr. Bingley's sizable wealth seemed unimpressive compared to a military uniform. Mr. Bennet, after hearing his daughters go on about the officers, told them he thought they were being quite silly. Catherine didn't know what to say, but Lydia didn't mind and kept talking about Captain Carter, whom she hoped to see before he left for London. Mrs. Bennet couldn't believe her husband would call their children silly. She argued that they were actually very clever. Mr. Bennet disagreed, saying he thought their youngest daughters were particularly foolish. Mrs. Bennet reminded him that young girls often have such fancies and recalled her own past fondness for a red coat. She mentioned that she wouldn't oppose a marriage if a wealthy young colonel showed interest in one of their daughters, hinting that she found Colonel Forster quite handsome in his uniform at a recent event. Lydia exclaimed to her mother that Colonel Forster and Captain Carter were not visiting Miss Watson as frequently as they had when they first arrived. She noted that they were now often seen at Clark's library. Before Mrs. Bennet could respond, a footman interrupted with a note for Miss Bennet from Netherfield, and he waited for a reply. Mrs. Bennet, unable to contain her excitement, urged Jane to reveal who the note was from and what it said. Jane disclosed that the note was from Miss Bingley, who implored her to dine with her and Louisa to avoid the risk of a quarrel after a day spent alone together. Miss Bingley mentioned that her brother and the other gentlemen were dining with the officers. Lydia was surprised that their aunt hadn't informed them about the officers' dinner plans. Mrs. Bennet lamented that dining out was unfortunate timing. Jane inquired if she could use the carriage, but Mrs. Bennet suggested she ride on horseback since it looked like rain, which would mean she'd have to stay overnight. Elizabeth thought it was a good idea, provided they didn't insist on sending Jane back home in bad weather. Mrs. Bennet reassured them that the gentlemen would have Mr. Bingley's chaise for their journey to Meryton, and the Hursts had no horses. Jane preferred the coach, but Mrs. Bennet pointed out that the horses were needed on the farm, echoing Mr. Bennet's sentiment. Elizabeth tried to convince her father to let Jane use the horses, and eventually, he admitted they were already in use. Consequently, Jane had to ride on horseback, and Mrs. Bennet sent her off with optimistic predictions of a bad day. Sure enough, it rained heavily soon after Jane's departure, causing concern among her sisters, but delighting her mother. The rain didn't let up all evening, ensuring Jane couldn't return. Mrs. Bennet proudly credited herself for the idea that kept Jane at Netherfield. The next morning, they received a note from Jane at Netherfield, explaining she felt unwell, likely from getting wet the day before, and that she was being cared for and would see Mr. Jones, the doctor. Mr. Bennet dryly noted that if Jane were to fall gravely ill, at least they'd know it was in pursuit of Mr. Bingley and at Mrs. Bennet's behest. Mrs. Bennet was not worried, confident that Jane was in good hands and expressing a wish to visit her if she could have the carriage. Elizabeth was overwhelmed with anxiety, but resolved to visit her despite the lack of a carriage. As she wasn't skilled in horseback riding, walking was her sole option. She announced her decision, to which her mother responded with dismay, questioning the sensibility of walking in such muddy conditions and worrying about Elizabeth's presentability upon arrival. Elizabeth, however, was focused on seeing Jane and nothing else. Her father playfully suggested if he should arrange for horses, but Elizabeth declined, eager for the walk, citing her strong motive and dismissing the 3-mile distance as trivial. She promised to return by dinner. Mary commented on Elizabeth's spirited generosity, but advised that emotions should be balanced with reason and efforts should match the necessity of the situation. Catherine and Lydia offered to accompany her as far as Meryton. Elizabeth welcomed their company, and the trio began their journey. Lydia, ever eager, hoped they might catch a glimpse of Captain Carter before his departure. Once in Meryton, the youngest sister split off to visit an officer's wife, leaving Elizabeth to continue alone. Determined, She crossed fields, hurdled stiles, and leaped over puddles, her energy unwavering until she arrived at her destination with tired ankles, muddy stockings, and a flushed face from the exertion. Upon entering the breakfast parlor, Elizabeth's appearance shocked everyone except Jane. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley could hardly believe she had undertaken such a walk alone in the early hours and in dirty weather, and Elizabeth sensed their contempt. However, she was greeted with civility, and their brother's demeanor showed more than mere politeness. It was a blend of good humor and kindness. Mr. Darcy was reserved, and Mr. Hurst was preoccupied with his meal, pondering nothing beyond it. Elizabeth's concern for Jane was met with less than promising news. Jane had a restless night and was feverish, confined to her room. Elizabeth hurried to Jane's side, who was relieved and delighted by her sister's visit, having longed for it. Jane was not up for much talk, and when left alone with Elizabeth, she could only express her gratitude for the exceptional kindness shown to her. After breakfast, the sisters' affection and concern for Jane became apparent to Elizabeth. The apothecary's visit confirmed a severe cold and the need for rest and medication. Jane's condition worsened, prompting her to follow his advice and return to bed. Elizabeth remained by her side, while the other ladies frequently checked in and the gentlemen were away, leaving them with little else to attend to. As the clock chimed 3, Elizabeth knew she had to leave, though she did so with great reluctance. Miss Bingley kindly offered her the use of a carriage, but Elizabeth initially declined. However, when Jane showed deep sadness over her sister's departure, Miss Bingley changed her offer of transportation into an invitation for Elizabeth to stay at Netherfield for the time being. Gratefully, Elizabeth agreed to remain, and a servant was quickly sent to Longbourn to inform her family of the change in plans and to fetch a fresh set of clothes for her. You're about to listen to Chapter 8. At 5 in the afternoon, the two women went to get ready, and Elizabeth was called to dinner at 6:30. She received many polite questions and noticed Mr. Bingley's concern stood out, but she couldn't give a good reply. Jane wasn't getting any better. The sisters expressed their sorrow repeatedly, commented on the misfortune of having a cold and their dislike of being sick, but soon forgot about Jane's illness. Their lack of concern when Jane wasn't present made Elizabeth's initial distaste for them return. Elizabeth found some comfort in their brother's company. His worry for Jane was clear, and he was kind to Elizabeth, which helped her feel less like an outsider. She hardly got any attention from the others. Miss Bingley was busy with Mr. Darcy, her sister almost as much, and Mr. Hurst, who sat next to Elizabeth, seemed only interested in eating, drinking, and playing cards. He had nothing to say to her after noticing her preference for simple food. After dinner, Elizabeth went straight back to Jane. Miss Bingley started criticizing her as soon as she left, calling her manners terrible, accusing her of pride and rudeness, and saying she lacked conversation skills, style, beauty, and taste. Mrs. Hurst agreed and mocked Elizabeth's appearance that morning, saying she looked wild. Miss Bingley recalled Elizabeth's disheveled hair and muddy petticoat, which was unsuccessfully hidden by her gown. Mr. Bingley, however, didn't notice Elizabeth's dirty petticoat and thought she looked well. Miss Bingley suggested to Mr. Darcy that he wouldn't want his sister to be seen in such a state, to which he agreed. Miss Bingley then criticized Elizabeth's walk through the mud, calling it a show of improper independence. Mr. Bingley, on the other hand, found Elizabeth's affection for her sister charming. Miss Bingley wondered if Elizabeth's adventure had affected Mr. Darcy's admiration for her eyes, but he said the exercise only made them brighter. Mrs. Hurst then spoke of her fondness for Jane and her wish for Jane to be well-matched, but doubted it due to her family and connections. They discussed the Bennets' uncles, one being an attorney and another living near Cheapside, which they laughed about. Mr. Bingley defended the Bennets, saying that having many uncles in Cheapside wouldn't make them any less pleasant. Darcy expressed his concern that the likelihood of the sisters marrying well was significantly diminished. Bingley remained silent, while his sisters heartily agreed, laughing at the expense of their friends' less refined relations. After dinner, with a renewed sense of affection, they visited her room and stayed with her until they were called for coffee. Elizabeth, seeing her sister still unwell, refused to leave her side until late evening when she finally fell asleep. Feeling it was the right thing to do, Elizabeth reluctantly went downstairs. Upon entering the drawing room, she noticed everyone playing cards. Invited to join, she declined, using her sister's illness as an excuse and chose to read instead. Mr. Hurst was surprised by her preference for reading over cards. Miss Bingley commented that Elizabeth had no interest in anything other than books, to which Elizabeth quickly replied that she was not an avid reader and enjoyed many other things. Bingley chimed in, suggesting she found pleasure in caring for her sister and hoped her health would improve soon. Grateful, Elizabeth moved towards a table with a few books. Bingley offered to fetch more from his collection, admitting he had more books than he'd ever read. Elizabeth assured him the selection in the room was sufficient. Miss Bingley remarked on the small size of their father's library and praised Darcy's extensive collection at Pemberley. Darcy acknowledged that the library was the result of many generations' efforts and that he frequently added to it. Miss Bingley suggested that when Charles built his home, he should consider Pemberley as a model. Bingley jokingly agreed to buy Pemberley if Darcy was willing to sell. The conversation was so engaging that Elizabeth found herself more interested in their exchange than her book. Eventually, she set the book aside and moved closer to the card table to watch the game. Miss Bingley inquired about Miss Darcy's growth, wondering if she would be as tall as her. Darcy believed she would surpass Elizabeth in height. Miss Bingley expressed her admiration for Miss Darcy's accomplishments, especially her pianoforte skills. Bingley marveled at the patience young ladies had to become so accomplished, to which Miss Bingley teased him for suggesting that all young ladies were accomplished. Elizabeth Bennet and her companions discussed the qualities that make a woman truly accomplished. They agreed that the term was often too generously applied. To be genuinely accomplished, a woman needed more than the ability to paint tables or net purses. She required a deep knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and modern languages. Her air, manner of walking, tone of voice, and expressions also had to reflect a certain elegance. Moreover, Darcy believed that extensive reading was essential for the improvement of a woman's mind. Elizabeth was skeptical that such women existed, and her comment implied that she doubted many women possessed such a combination of talents and intellect. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley insisted they knew several who fit the description, but their conversation was cut short when Mr. Hurst complained about their lack of attention to the ongoing activities. With the conversation over, Elizabeth left the room. Once alone, Miss Bingley criticized Elizabeth for trying to appeal to men by belittling her own gender, a tactic she viewed as ineffective and mean-spirited. Darcy agreed, finding all forms of cunning and manipulation to be contemptible. Later, the group learned that Elizabeth's sister's condition had worsened. Bingley suggested sending for Mr. Jones, the local physician, while his sisters preferred to seek a renowned doctor from town. Elizabeth disagreed with the latter, and they settled on calling Mr. Jones if there was no improvement by morning. The sisters lamented their misery, but found solace in performing duets after supper. Bingley, on the other hand, was genuinely concerned and ensured that his housekeeper would provide the best care for the ailing guest and her sister. You're about to listen to Chapter 9. Elizabeth spent the entire night in her sister's room and was relieved in the morning to report Jane's improved condition to Mr. Bingley through a maid. Later, she relayed the same to the two refined ladies attending his sisters. Despite Jane's better health, Elizabeth felt it necessary to have her mother assess Jane's condition, so she sent a note to Longbourn. The note was sent promptly, and Mrs. Bennet, along with her two youngest daughters, arrived at Netherfield shortly after breakfast. Mrs. Bennet would have been distressed had she found Jane's health in serious danger. However, seeing that Jane's illness wasn't severe, she preferred a slower recovery to keep her at Netherfield longer. She dismissed the idea of taking Jane home, and the apothecary agreed it wasn't wise. After spending time with Jane, they all joined Miss Bingley in the breakfast room. Bingley greeted them, hoping Mrs. Bennet hadn't found Jane's condition worse than expected. Mrs. Bennet assured him Jane was too sick to be moved, as Mr. Jones had advised against it. They needed to impose on Bingley's hospitality a bit longer. Bingley insisted that they shouldn't even consider moving Jane, confident his sister would agree. Miss Bingley promised that Jane would receive the best care while at Netherfield. Mrs. Bennet expressed her gratitude profusely, praising Jane's sweet nature and complimenting Bingley's home and its beautiful view. She hinted at the hope that they wouldn't leave Netherfield soon despite their short lease. Bingley joked that he might leave at a moment's notice, but felt settled for now. Elizabeth agreed, saying it was what she'd expect from him. Bingley playfully asked if she was beginning to understand him, and Elizabeth confirmed she did. Bingley took her quick understanding as a lack of complexity in his character, which Elizabeth countered by saying that complexity doesn't necessarily equate to worth. Her mother cautioned Elizabeth to mind her manners, not to speak as freely as she would at home. Bingley, intrigued, remarked he hadn't realized Elizabeth studied personalities, which she found amusing, especially the complex ones. Darcy chimed in, noting the limited variety of characters in the countryside. Elizabeth countered that people change enough to always offer something new to observe. Mrs. Bennet felt slighted by the way a gentleman referred to their country surroundings, insisting that there was just as much activity in the country as in the city. Everyone was taken aback by her assertion. Mr. Darcy, after giving Mrs. Bennet a momentary glance, turned away without a word. Mrs. Bennet, convinced she had triumphed over him, basked in her perceived victory. She argued that the country, with its pleasantness, held its own against the city, aside from the latter's shops and public places. Mr. Bingley, when asked, shared that he found contentment both in the country and the city, seeing the unique benefits of each. Mrs. Bennet, pointing to Mr. Darcy, criticized him for undervaluing the countryside. Elizabeth, blushing in embarrassment for her mother's mistake, clarified that Mr. Darcy had merely suggested that the country lacked the city's variety of people, a point she believed to be true. Mrs. Bennet boasted of the many families they associated with, while Mr. Bingley struggled to maintain his composure amidst the conversation. His sister, less restrained, looked at Mr. Darcy with a telling smile. Elizabeth, in an attempt to divert her mother's attention, inquired about a visit from their friend Charlotte Lucas. Mrs. Bennet confirmed Charlotte's visit with her father, praising Sir William's sociability and good manners, which she saw as the epitome of good breeding. She then lamented Charlotte's absence at dinner, suggesting she was needed for household tasks, unlike her own daughters who were raised differently. Though Mrs. Bennet didn't find Charlotte particularly attractive, she acknowledged her as a dear friend. Mr. Bingley found Charlotte to be quite pleasant, to which Mrs. Bennet agreed, but also pointed out her plainness, something even Lady Lucas had admitted. Mrs. Bennet didn't want to boast, but couldn't help mentioning Jane's beauty, which was widely recognized. She recounted an admirer who had written poetry for Jane, which Elizabeth wryly noted did not result in love. Elizabeth mused on the power of poetry to quell love, which Mr. Darcy countered by suggesting poetry could nourish a strong love. Elizabeth playfully disagreed, suggesting a well-crafted sonnet could extinguish a weak attraction entirely. Darcy responded with only a smile, and a tense silence fell over the group. Elizabeth was anxious, fearing her mother might embarrass herself yet again. She wanted to say something, but was at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Mrs. Bennet expressed her gratitude to Mr. Bingley for his kindness towards Jane and apologized for imposing Lizzie on him as well. Mr. Bingley replied with genuine politeness and encouraged his younger sister to do the same, which she did reluctantly. Mrs. Bennet seemed pleased with the exchange and soon called for her carriage. As they prepared to leave, Lydia, the youngest daughter, stepped forward. She and her sister had been whispering throughout the visit, and they had decided Lydia should remind Mr. Bingley of his earlier promise to host a ball at Netherfield. Lydia, a robust and cheerful 15-year-old, was her mother's favorite. Her confidence had grown thanks to the attention she received from the officers, who were drawn to her lively spirit and the good meals provided by her uncle. Lydia boldly brought up the topic of the ball with Mr. Bingley, pointing out that it would be disgraceful if he broke his promise. Mr. Bingley's response pleased her mother greatly. He assured them he was ready to fulfill his commitment and suggested they could set the date once Jane recovered. He playfully hinted that they wouldn't want to dance while she was unwell. Lydia agreed it was best to wait until Jane was better, hopeful that by then Captain Carter would return to Meryton. She playfully insisted that after Mr. Bingley's ball, she would make sure the officers hosted one as well. With that, Mrs. Bennet and her daughters left, and Elizabeth quickly went back to Jane, leaving the behavior of her family to be critiqued by the two ladies and Mr. Darcy. However, Mr. Darcy did not join in the criticism of Elizabeth, even as Miss Bingley made jokes about her fine eyes. You're about to listen to Chapter 10. The day unfolded similarly to the previous one. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley had spent the morning with the slowly recovering invalid. In the evening, Elizabeth joined them in the drawing room. The loo table was missing this time. Mr. Darcy was busy writing, with Mississippi Bingley close by, keeping an eye on his letter and constantly distracting him with messages to his sister. Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bingley were absorbed in a game of piquet under Mrs. Hurst's watchful eye. Elizabeth kept herself entertained with some needlework, paying attention to the exchanges between Darcy and his companion. Miss Bingley's endless praise of Darcy's handwriting, the neatness of his lines, and the length of his letter met with his indifferent reception, creating a peculiar exchange that resonated with Elizabeth's perception of them. Miss Bingley expressed her eagerness for Miss Darcy to receive Darcy's letter, to which he offered no response. She remarked on his quick writing, but he corrected her, saying he wrote quite slowly. She mentioned the distastefulness of writing business letters, and he replied it was fortunate that he, not she, had to write them. She requested he pass along her longing to see his sister, which he had already done once at her request. She offered to fix his pen, claiming she was skilled at it, but he declined, preferring to tend to his own pens. She questioned how he managed to write so evenly, but he remained silent. She wanted him to tell his sister about her delight in her harp improvement and her admiration for her table design, which she found far superior to Miss Grantley's. Darcy, finding no space to address her enthusiasm in his letter, asked to postpone her raptures. She brushed it off, mentioning she would see Miss Darcy in January, and inquired if all his letters to her were as charming and lengthy. He admitted they were long, but left the charm for others to judge. She asserted that anyone who could write a long letter with ease must be a good writer. Her brother, Mr. Bingley, interrupted, teasing Darcy for not writing with ease and for his preference for complex words. Darcy simply stated his writing style differed greatly from Bingley's. Miss Bingley teased her brother about his careless writing, saying he omits words and smudges the rest. Bingley humorously defended his rapid ideas, which sometimes resulted in letters that conveyed no meaning at all. Elizabeth commented on Bingley's humility, which he claimed was often mistaken for carelessness or false modesty. Darcy then reflected on the deceptive nature of humility, suggesting it could be a disregard for others' opinions or even a subtle form of bragging. He then playfully asked which category her recent display of humility fell into. Elizabeth reflected on the conversation she had witnessed earlier, where Mr. Darcy had pointed out to Bingley his pride in his writing flaws. Bingley took pride in these as he believed they were signs of his quick thinking and carelessness, which he found rather charming. Darcy had argued that people often prize the ability to do things swiftly without considering the quality of the outcome. Bingley had boasted that morning about leaving Netherfield quickly if he chose to, but Darcy suggested that Bingley's actions would likely change if a friend advised him to stay. Elizabeth then suggested that Bingley was not giving himself enough credit, and his humility showed him in a better light than he realized. Bingley was pleased, interpreting Elizabeth's words as praise for his good nature, though he thought Darcy might not agree. He believed Darcy would respect him more if he stuck to his decision despite a friend's advice. Darcy, however, didn't commit to an opinion, stating he couldn't speak for Bingley's actions in hypothetical situations. Elizabeth then questioned Darcy's view on friendship, suggesting that affection for the person asking could influence one's decision without needing a logical argument. Darcy responded by wanting to clarify the importance of the request and the closeness of the friends involved before judging the situation. Bingley was eager to learn every detail of the situation, emphasizing the importance of their physical attributes, as he believed these played a significant role in the matter. He humorously suggested that if Darcy weren't so tall and imposing compared to him, he wouldn't show him as much respect. Bingley joked about Darcy being particularly intimidating at certain times and places, especially at his own home on a Sunday evening when he had nothing to occupy him. Darcy offered a smile at Bingley's words, but Elizabeth sensed he might have been a bit upset by the remarks. She held back her laughter out of consideration. Miss Bingley, however, was not pleased and made it clear to her brother that she found his comments inappropriate. Darcy then playfully accused Bingley of trying to avoid an argument by suggesting they postpone their discussion until he had left the room. Bingley admitted that he preferred to avoid arguments, likening them to disputes. Elizabeth chimed in, saying it would be no trouble for her to refrain from the argument, and suggested Darcy might as well finish writing his letter. Taking her advice, Darcy completed his letter. Once Darcy was done, he requested the pleasure of some music. Miss Bingley quickly went to the pianoforte and invited Elizabeth to join her. However, Elizabeth declined the invitation, prompting Miss Bingley to start playing by herself while Mrs. Hurst sang along. As Elizabeth browsed through some music books, she noticed Darcy's gaze often fell on her. She was puzzled by his attention, wondering if it was because he found something particularly wrong with her in his eyes, though she was not bothered by it as she didn't care much for his opinion. Miss Bingley then switched to a lively Scottish tune. Darcy approached Elizabeth and asked if she felt inclined to dance a reel. Elizabeth didn't respond at first, which led him to repeat his question. She then admitted she had heard him the first time but needed a moment to decide on her response. Elizabeth playfully told him she knew he expected her to say yes so that he could mock her taste, but she enjoyed disrupting such schemes and invited him to despise her for not wanting to dance. Darcy responded that he wouldn't dare to despise her. Elizabeth was surprised by his courteous response, as she had anticipated offending him. She found it hard to be rude to anyone, and it seemed Darcy was particularly charmed by her. He believed that if it weren't for her lower social connections, he might actually be at risk of falling for her. Miss Bingley, noticing the exchange, felt a twinge of jealousy. Her concern for her friend Jane's well-being was somewhat overshadowed by her wish to get Elizabeth away from Darcy. She attempted to turn Darcy against Elizabeth by bringing up their supposed marriage and discussing how such a union would affect him. As they strolled through the shrubbery the following day, she expressed her hope that he would subtly guide his future mother-in-law on the benefits of silence. She also wished he could dissuade the younger girls from chasing after officers and gently curb his wife's slight tendency towards vanity and impudence. While they were discussing this, Mrs. Hurst and Elizabeth approached them from another path. Miss Bingley was flustered, worried they might have overheard their conversation. Mrs. Hurst playfully scolded them for sneaking out without notice. In a moment of awkwardness, Mrs. Hurst took Mr. Darcy's arm, leaving Elizabeth to walk alone. The path was narrow, only fitting 3. Mr. Darcy, noticing the slight, suggested they move to a wider avenue. But Elizabeth, with no interest in joining them, cheekily remarked that they looked perfect as a trio and should stay put. With a laugh, she darted away, eager to return home in a day or two, knowing Jane was recovering well enough to leave her room for a few hours that evening. Bingley, ever curious, was keen on understanding the nuances of their physical presence, believing it influenced their dynamics greatly. He teased Darcy about his height and the respect it commanded, especially on Sunday evenings at home when Darcy had nothing else to do. Darcy's smile was polite, but Elizabeth felt he might have been slightly irked by the jest. She contained her amusement out of respect. Miss Bingley, on the other hand, did not hide her disapproval of her brother's remarks. Darcy playfully accused Bingley of dodging a debate, suggesting they wait until he had left the room. Bingley confessed his dislike for arguments, comparing them to quarrels. Elizabeth chimed in, assuring it was no trouble for her to avoid the debate, advising Darcy to finish his correspondence. Heeding her suggestion, Darcy completed his letter. After wrapping up his letter, Darcy hinted at a desire for music. Miss Bingley promptly seated herself at the pianoforte, inviting Elizabeth to join. Elizabeth declined, leaving Miss Bingley to play solo while Mrs. Hurst sang. Elizabeth perused music books, noting Darcy's attention on her, which left her wondering if he saw something amiss with her, though she wasn't concerned about his opinion. Miss Bingley switched to a lively Scottish air, and Darcy asked Elizabeth if she was inclined to dance. She took a moment to answer, knowing he expected her to agree, only to tease her later. She decided to thwart his expectations by declining, inviting him to judge her for it. Darcy, however, expressed that he wouldn't dream of such a thing. Elizabeth was taken aback by his polite reaction, as it was contrary to her expectation of offending him. She found it difficult to be rude to anyone, and it seemed Darcy found her all the more appealing for it. He thought that if her social connections were better, he might be in danger of falling for her. Miss Bingley, witnessing their interaction, felt a pang of jealousy. Her concern for her friend Jane was somewhat eclipsed by her eagerness to distance Elizabeth from Darcy. She tried to sway Darcy's opinion of Elizabeth by discussing the implications of their potential marriage. You're about to listen to Chapter 11. After dinner, Elizabeth swiftly joined her sister Jane, ensuring she was warmly dressed, and accompanied her to the drawing room. There, her friends greeted them warmly, displaying a level of charm Elizabeth hadn't seen before. They spent the hour before the men arrived engaging in lively conversation, adeptly recounting events, sharing amusing stories, and playfully mocking their peers. Upon the gentlemen's arrival, Jane's attention shifted as Miss Bingley immediately focused on Mr. Darcy, eager to engage him in conversation. Mr. Darcy, polite as ever, offered his congratulations to Miss Bennet. Mr. Hurst, too, expressed his happiness, albeit more briefly. Mr. Bingley's greeting was the warmest, brimming with joy, and he carefully tended to the fire to ensure Jane's comfort. He even suggested she move to a warmer spot away from the door and spent much time conversing with her, much to Elizabeth's amusement from across the room. As the evening progressed and tea concluded, Mr. Hurst suggested playing cards, but his idea was dismissed. It was clear Mr. Darcy preferred not to, and Miss Bingley supported this decision, leaving no room for debate. With no card game in sight, Mr. Hurst resorted to napping on a sofa, while Mr. Darcy and Miss Bingley each picked up a book. Mrs. Hurst occupied herself with her jewelry, occasionally joining her brother's conversation with Jane. Miss Bingley, however, found herself more intrigued by Mr. Darcy's reading than her own. Despite her attempts to draw him into conversation, he remained focused on his book, offering only brief responses. Eventually, tired of her own book, she openly expressed her love for reading and her desire for a splendid library in her future home, but received no response. Scanning the room for something else to do, she overheard her brother discussing a potential ball with Jane. She quickly turned and questioned the wisdom of hosting a dance, suggesting not everyone might enjoy such an event. Her brother, Charles, insisted the ball was a certainty, waiting only for enough white soup to be prepared before sending out invitations. Miss Bingley then remarked she'd prefer balls that favored conversation over dancing, criticizing the tedium of traditional gatherings. She longed for a more rational approach to social events, one that valued dialogue over the dance floor. Caroline Bingley's assertion about the rationality of their actions was met with silence, and she soon found herself pacing the room. Her elegant figure moved with grace, yet Mr. Darcy, the focus of her efforts, remained engrossed in his studies. In a burst of determination, she approached Elizabeth Bennet, suggesting a stroll around the room for a change of posture. Elizabeth, caught off guard, nonetheless accepted the offer promptly. Caroline's true aim was achieved when Mr. Darcy finally glanced their way, his interest piqued by the change in activity, causing him to set aside his book. Caroline persisted in seeking an explanation for Mr. Darcy's earlier remark, despite his initial reluctance to join their walk. Mr. Darcy, once given the opportunity to speak, clarified his thoughts. He believed they walked together either to discuss confidential matters or to showcase their figures, and in either case, his presence would be intrusive. Caroline feigned outrage at his audacity and pondered aloud on how to reprimand him for such a comment. Elizabeth, quick-witted, suggested that they could tease and mock him as a form of playful retaliation. Caroline, claiming unfamiliarity with such tactics, doubted her ability to disturb Mr. Darcy's composure or provoke laughter without genuine cause. Elizabeth countered, asserting that Mr. Darcy's demeanor was not to be made fun of, expressing her fondness for laughter and the value she places on humorous acquaintances. Mr. Darcy then reflected on how even the wisest individuals can be made to look foolish by someone who prioritizes humor above all else. Elizabeth agreed, acknowledging that some people do partake in such behavior, although she hoped she wasn't one of them. She admitted to finding amusement in trivialities and inconsistencies, but not in what is wise and good. Mr. Darcy spoke of his lifelong effort to avoid the weaknesses that invite ridicule, such as vanity and pride. Elizabeth, concealing a smile, listened as he distinguished between the two, acknowledging that while vanity is indeed a weakness, pride, when accompanied by genuine superiority of mind, is often well regulated. Miss Bingley finished her assessment of Mr. Darcy and was curious about the outcome. She learned that he believed himself to be without fault, a sentiment he openly admitted. Darcy, however, corrected her, stating he never claimed to be without flaws. His faults, he confessed, did not lie in his understanding, but he could not vouch for his temper, which was inflexible and unforgiving. He struggled to overlook others' mistakes and wrongdoings against him, and his temper was easily provoked. Once he lost respect for someone, it was gone forever. Elizabeth pointed out that such unyielding resentment was indeed a flaw. She admitted that she couldn't mock him for it, as it was a well-chosen fault that kept him safe from her teasing. She believed that everyone has a natural defect that education can't fix. Darcy playfully suggested that Elizabeth's defect was deliberately misinterpreting others. Miss Bingley, feeling left out of the conversation, suggested they listen to some music. Without hesitation, her sister agreed, and the piano was soon playing. Darcy, after a moment of reflection, was relieved for the distraction. He sensed the risk of giving Elizabeth too much attention. You're about to listen to Chapter 12. Following an agreement with her sister, Elizabeth asked her mother the next morning to send the carriage for them that day. However, Mrs. Bennet had expected her daughters to stay at Netherfield until the upcoming Tuesday, completing Jane's week-long visit. Unwilling to welcome them earlier, her response wasn't favorable, especially to Elizabeth, who was eager to return home. Mrs. Bennet informed them the carriage wouldn't be available until Tuesday and hinted in a postscript that if Mr. Bingley and his sister wanted them to stay longer, she wouldn't mind. But Elizabeth was determined not to extend their stay and didn't think they'd be asked to. Worried about overstaying their welcome, she convinced Jane to ask for Mr. Bingley's carriage. Eventually, they decided to stick to their original plan to leave that morning and to make the request. The news of their departure brought out many expressions of concern. They were persuaded to delay their departure until the next day, affecting Jane. Miss Bingley regretted suggesting the delay, as her negative feelings for one sister outweighed her fondness for the other. The host, Mr. Bingley, was genuinely sad about their imminent departure and tried to convince Jane to stay, citing her health. But Jane stood her ground, knowing she was well enough. For Mr. Darcy, the news was a relief. Elizabeth's presence at Netherfield was becoming too engaging for him. He found Miss Bingley's behavior towards Elizabeth rude and herself more annoying than usual. He decided to hide any signs of admiration, knowing it could impact her expectations. His behavior on the last day would be crucial. He barely spoke to Elizabeth on Saturday, focusing on his book even when they were alone. On Sunday, after the morning service, they parted ways, much to the satisfaction of almost everyone. Miss Bingley's warmth towards Elizabeth grew, as did her affection for Jane. At their farewell, she assured Jane of her pleasure in future visits, and even shook Elizabeth's hand with warmth. Elizabeth left the group in high spirits. Their mother did not greet them warmly at home. Mrs. Bennet questioned their return and thought it troublesome, worrying Jane might get sick again. Their father, though not effusive, was genuinely happy to see them back. His presence was missed in the family. That evening, the family's conversation lacked its usual liveliness and sense without Jane and Elizabeth. Mary was engrossed in her usual pursuits of studying thoroughbase and dissecting human behavior. They marveled at her latest findings and endured her predictable moral musings. Meanwhile, Catherine and Lydia brought a different kind of news. The regiment had been bustling with activity and gossip since last Wednesday. Some officers had recently enjoyed a meal with their uncle. A private had faced disciplinary action. Rumors were even swirling that Colonel Forster might soon tie the knot. You're about to listen to Chapter 13. At breakfast one morning, Mr. Bennet playfully hinted to his wife the need for a sumptuous meal, teasingly suggesting the arrival of a new guest to their family gathering. Mrs. Bennet, puzzled, could only think of Charlotte Lucas as a potential visitor, confident that her usual fare would suffice. Mr. Bennet intrigued her further by revealing that the expected guest was a gentleman they had never met. Mrs. Bennet's imagination lit up, immediately jumping to the conclusion that it must be Mr. Bingley. She chided Jane for keeping such a secret. Concerned about the lack of fish for the dinner, she quickly instructed Lydia to summon the housekeeper. However, Mr. Bennet doused her excitement by clarifying that the guest was not Mr. Bingley but a complete stranger to him. This revelation sparked a whirlwind of surprise and curiosity from his wife and daughters, all bombarding him with questions. Mr. Bennet relished their interest before revealing that the mysterious guest was his cousin, Mr. Collins, who stood to inherit their home and could displace them upon Mr. Bennet's death. Mrs. Bennet couldn't stand the thought, lamenting the unfairness of the entail and criticizing Mr. Collins harshly. Jane and Elizabeth tried to reason with her about the legalities of the entail, but Mrs. Bennet was too upset to listen. She continued to express her bitterness over the prospect of their home passing to a man they didn't care for. Mr. Bennet acknowledged the injustice and suggested that Mr. Collins's letter might soften her view of him. But Mrs. Bennet refused to listen, finding Mr. Collins's correspondence both impertinent and hypocritical, wondering why he couldn't remain at odds with Mr. Bennet as his father had. Mr. Bennet hinted that Mr. Collins might have struggled with his conscience about the matter, as the letter would reveal. The ongoing discord between myself and your late esteemed husband has always caused me distress. Since his passing, I've yearned to mend the rift. Doubts held me back, as I worried it might disrespect his memory to be on friendly terms with someone he chose to disagree with. Yet, I've decided to address the issue. After my ordination this Easter, I had the good fortune of being under the patronage of the esteemed Lady Catherine de Bourgh, a widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh. Her kindness led to my appointment to the valuable rectory of this parish. I am committed to showing her the utmost gratitude and respect, and to dutifully perform the duties set by the Church of England. As a clergyman, I believe it's my duty to foster peace within families I can reach. Therefore, I hope my current gestures of goodwill will be seen as commendable. I trust that my position as the next in line for the Longbourn estate will not cause you to dismiss my peace offering. I regret any harm my situation may cause your daughters, and I'm ready to make amends, which we can discuss later. If you have no objections, I would like to visit you and your family on Monday, November 18th at 4 o'clock. I plan to stay until the following Saturday, which won't inconvenience Lady Catherine as long as another clergyman covers my Sunday duties. I send respectful regards to your wife and daughters and consider myself your friend. William Collins. Mr. Bennet, having read the letter, mused that they could expect the peacemaker at 4 o'clock. He found Mr. Collins to be a very polite young man and anticipated he might become a valuable acquaintance, especially with Lady Catherine's favor. He acknowledged Mr. Collins's consideration for his daughters and wouldn't discourage any attempts at amends. Jane found it hard to imagine how Mr. Collins intended to compensate them, but appreciated his intention. Elizabeth was struck by his extreme respect for Lady Catherine and his eagerness to perform his clerical duties. She wondered about his character, noting a pompous tone in his writing. She questioned his apology for being next in the entail, a situation he couldn't change. Mr. Bennet doubted Mr. Collins's sensibility, suspecting a mix of servility and self-importance that intrigued him. Mary, however, found the letter well composed, with the olive branch metaphor being a nice touch. Neither Catherine nor Lydia found the letter or its author particularly captivating. The idea of their cousin arriving in a scarlet coat seemed highly improbable, and it had been a while since they had enjoyed the company of any man not adorned in such attire. Their mother, on the other hand, had softened considerably towards Mr. Collins after his letter, and she prepared to meet him with a calmness that surprised both her husband and her daughters. When Mr. Collins arrived on time, the entire family greeted him with courteous warmth. Mr. Bennet was quiet, but the ladies were more than willing to engage in conversation. Mr. Collins, a young man of 25 with a tall and heavy build, carried himself with a solemn and dignified air, his behavior notably proper. He hadn't been seated long when he began praising Mrs. Bennet for her lovely daughters, remarking that their beauty exceeded their reputation. He expressed confidence that they would all marry well in time. His flattery didn't sit well with everyone, but Mrs. Bennet, never one to argue with praise, responded with eagerness. She hoped his words would come true, as otherwise, her daughters would be in a precarious position due to the odd arrangements of their circumstances. When Mr. Collins mentioned the entailment of their estate, Mrs. Bennet acknowledged it as a distressing matter for her daughters. She quickly clarified that she didn't blame him, as such things were beyond anyone's control. Mr. Collins, cautious not to seem too presumptuous, assured them he was prepared to hold them in high regard and hinted at discussing more once they were better acquainted. However, his speech was cut short by the call to dinner, prompting smiles between the girls. They weren't the only focus of Mr. Collins's admiration. He also lavished praise on the hall, the dining room, and all its furnishings. Mrs. Bennet might have been charmed by his compliments if not for the nagging thought that he saw it all as his future inheritance. During the meal, which he praised highly, he inquired which of the daughters was responsible for the fine cooking. Mrs. Bennet corrected him, a touch sharply, saying they had a capable cook and her daughters were not involved in kitchen work. Mr. Collins apologized profusely, and although Mrs. Bennet reassured him she wasn't offended, he continued to express his regret for an extended period. You're about to listen to Chapter 14. At dinner, Mr. Bennet was mostly silent, but once the servants left, he decided to engage his guest in conversation. He brought up a topic that he thought would allow Mr. Collins to shine, mentioning his good fortune in having Lady Catherine de Bourgh as his patroness. Her attention and consideration for Mr. Collins' comfort struck Mr. Bennet as quite extraordinary. Mr. Collins, in turn, was lavish in his praise of Lady Catherine. The topic seemed to lift him to a greater level of solemnity, and with a serious demeanor, he expressed that he had never seen such kindness and approachability in a noble person as he had experienced from her. She had favorably received his sermons and invited him twice to dine at Rosings. She even called on him the previous Saturday to join her quadrille in the evening. Despite others considering her proud, Mr. Collins only saw her affability and had always been treated by her with the same respect as any gentleman. She didn't object to his socializing or taking time to visit his family and even advised him to marry wisely. She had visited his modest home and suggested improvements, like adding shelves in the upstairs closets. Mrs. Bennet agreed that Lady Catherine sounded agreeable and wished more ladies of high status were like her. She inquired about Lady Catherine's proximity to Mr. Collins and learned that only a lane separated his home from Rosings Park. Upon discovering that Lady Catherine was a widow with a single daughter, Mrs. Bennet noted the daughter's fortunate position. Mr. Collins described Miss de Bourgh as exceptionally charming and beautiful, attributing her superior looks to her noble birth. Though her delicate health hindered her accomplishments, she was amiable and would sometimes pass by Mr. Collins' home in her small carriage. Mrs. Bennet wondered if Miss de Bourgh had been presented at court, to which Mr. Collins replied that her health had unfortunately kept her away from town, depriving the court of her presence. He had shared this sentiment with Lady Catherine, who seemed pleased. Mr. Collins took pride in offering such compliments, believing it his duty to pay such attentions. He often remarked to Lady Catherine that her daughter seemed destined for a duchess's role and that her presence would elevate any high rank rather than the other way around. These were the sort of pleasantries that delighted Lady Catherine, and Mr. Collins felt it was his particular obligation to provide them. Mr. Bennet complimented Mr. Collins on his skill in offering delicate flattery and inquired if his compliments were spontaneous or well-rehearsed. Mr. Collins admitted that while he often improvised, he also enjoyed crafting elegant phrases suited for common situations, aiming to make them appear effortless. As Mr. Collins continued to speak, Mr. Bennet found his cousin to be as ridiculous as he had anticipated, and he took great pleasure in listening to him, all while maintaining a perfectly composed expression. He occasionally glanced at Elizabeth, not needing anyone else to share in his amusement. By the time tea was served, Mr. Bennet had had enough and was eager to change the setting. Once tea concluded, he suggested Mr. Collins read to the ladies. Agreeing, Mr. Collins was presented with a novel from a circulating library, which he immediately declined, stating he never read such works. This caused a stir among the young ladies. After some thought, he selected Fordyce's Sermons, but Lydia's lack of interest swiftly interrupted his reading, as she spoke about family matters unrelated to the book. Her older sisters urged Lydia to be quiet, but Mr. Collins, feeling slighted, put the book down. He remarked on the young lady's disinterest in serious literature, expressing his bewilderment and deciding not to trouble his cousin any further. Mr. Collins then turned to Mr. Bennet and suggested a game of backgammon. Mr. Bennet agreed, noting it was wise of Mr. Collins to leave the young women to their simple diversions. The Bennet family apologized for the interruption and encouraged Mr. Collins to continue his reading, but he, assuring them he took no offense, settled down to play backgammon with Mr. Bennet instead. You're about to listen to Chapter 15. Mr. Collins lacked good sense, and neither education nor society had done much to make up for his natural shortcomings. Most of his life was spent under the watch of his uneducated and stingy father. Even though he attended a university, he just did the bare minimum, not bothering to make any meaningful connections. His upbringing under a controlling father had taught him to be quite humble, but now his vanity and pride were growing due to his secluded life and sudden good fortune. He had stumbled into favor with Lady Catherine de Bourgh, who helped him secure the Hunsford position. His admiration for her status and his own inflated self-regard created a strange blend of arrogance and deference. Now, with a decent home and a comfortable income, Mr. Collins was ready to marry. He sought to mend relations with the Longbourn family, eyeing one of the daughters as a potential bride, hoping they were as lovely and pleasant as people said. He saw this as a noble way to make up for inheriting their father's estate, believing his plan to be generous and thoughtful. Meeting the Bennet sisters didn't change his mind. He found Jane Bennet's beauty in line with his expectations, and she became his initial choice. However, a brief chat with Mrs. Bennet the next morning shifted his focus. She subtly suggested that Jane might soon be engaged, while her younger daughters were unspoken for. Mr. Collins quickly shifted his attention from Jane to Elizabeth, who was just as charming and close in age. Mrs. Bennet was pleased with this development, hoping for 2 married daughters soon. She even warmed up to Mr. Collins, whom she had disliked just a day before. Meanwhile, Lydia Bennet's plan to walk to Meryton was remembered, and all her sisters except Mary decided to join her. Mr. Bennet, eager to have his library to himself, encouraged Mr. Collins to accompany the girls. Mr. Collins had been pestering Mr. Bennet all morning, talking nonstop about his own home. Mr. Bennet, who treasured the peace of his library, was more than happy to send Mr. Collins off on the walk, especially since Mr. Collins was better suited to walking than reading. As they journeyed on, exchanging trivial grandiloquence with his cousins responding politely, they reached Meryton. The younger girls quickly lost interest in him, their gaze drifting up the street, searching for officers. Only the sight of a stylish bonnet or a brand-new muslin in a shop window could snap them back to the moment. However, a new distraction arose. A gentleman of refined appearance, unknown to them, strolled alongside an officer across the street. This officer was Mr. Denny, whose return Lydia had been curious about, and he acknowledged them with a nod. The stranger's distinguished demeanor intrigued everyone. Kitty and Lydia, eager to learn his identity, crossed the street under the guise of needing something from a shop. As luck would have it, they reached the pavement just as the two men turned back. Mr. Denny approached and was keen to introduce his friend, Mr. Wickham, who had just arrived from town and had happily joined their regiment. Mr. Wickham's charming presence was undeniable, with his handsome features, good build, and engaging manner. His easy, yet modest conversation complemented his appealing looks. While they were pleasantly chatting, the sound of horses caught their attention. Darcy and Bingley appeared, riding towards them. Upon seeing the ladies, they approached with greetings. Bingley, more talkative, mentioned he was on his way to see Miss Bennet. Darcy confirmed with a nod, but tried to avoid Elizabeth's gaze. However, when Darcy and Wickham's eyes met, the atmosphere shifted. Both men's expressions changed drastically. Wickham acknowledged Darcy with a tip of his hat, which Darcy barely acknowledged. The tension was palpable, and everyone was curious about the underlying story. Soon after, Bingley, seemingly oblivious to the exchange, bid farewell and left with Darcy. Mr. Denny and Mr. Wickham continued to walk with the ladies to Mr. Phillips's doorstep. Despite Lydia's insistence and Mrs. Phillips's vocal invitation from the window, the gentlemen took their leave. Mrs. Phillips was always happy to see her nieces, especially the two oldest who had been away for a while. She was eagerly sharing her surprise at their unexpected return. She had only learned of their arrival because she bumped into Mr. Jones's shop boy. He mentioned that there would be no more deliveries to Netherfield since the Miss Bennets had left. Just as she was chatting, Jane introduced Mr. Collins, and Mrs. Phillips greeted him warmly. He was equally polite and apologized for coming without knowing her beforehand. He hoped that being related to the young ladies who introduced him would make up for it. Mrs. Phillips was impressed by his manners. However, her focus on this new acquaintance was interrupted by questions about another stranger. All she could share was that Mr. Denny had brought him from London, and he was to be a lieutenant in the Shire Regiment. She had been watching him walk up and down the street for the last hour. If Mr. Wickham had shown up, Kitty and Lydia would have been glued to the window, but the officers outside now seemed dull in comparison. Some of the officers were coming to dine with the Phillipses the next day, and she planned to have her husband invite Mr. Wickham too, if the Longbourn family would visit in the evening. They all agreed, and Mrs. Phillips was excited about playing lottery tickets and having a hot supper afterward. They all left feeling cheerful. Mr. Collins kept apologizing as he left, but they assured him it was unnecessary. On their way home, Elizabeth told Jane about the odd behavior between the two men, but Jane couldn't explain it any better than Elizabeth could. Mr. Collins later told Mrs. Bennet how impressed he was with Mrs. Phillips's manners. He said she was almost as elegant as Lady Catherine and her daughter, noting her warm reception and invitation, despite not knowing him before. He thought it might be because of his connection to her nieces, but still, he had never been treated so well in his life. You're about to listen to Chapter 16. Since no one opposed the engagement of the young relatives with their aunt, and Mr. Collins's concerns about leaving Mr. and Mrs. Bennet for an evening were firmly dismissed, a coach took him and his 5 cousins to Meryton at the right time. As they walked into the drawing room, the girls were thrilled to learn that Mr. Wickham had taken up their uncle's invitation and was already there. With everyone seated, Mr. Collins had the chance to look around and admire the room. He was so impressed by its size and decor that he compared it to the small summer breakfast room at Rosings, though the comparison didn't initially please anyone. But when Mrs. Phillips grasped what Rosings was and who owned it, especially after hearing about one of Lady Catherine's drawing rooms and the expensive chimney-piece, she appreciated the compliment and didn't mind the comparison to a housekeeper's room. Mr. Collins enjoyed describing Lady Catherine's luxury and his own modest home's upgrades. Mrs. Phillips listened intently, her respect for him growing with each detail, planning to share it all with her neighbors. The girls, unable to engage with their cousin and with no entertainment, found the wait long as they looked at their mediocre china imitations on the mantel. Finally, the wait ended when the gentleman arrived, and Mr. Wickham entered the room, capturing Elizabeth's attention without any undue admiration. The officers from their county were respectable and gentlemanly, and the best were at the party. Yet, Mr. Wickham stood out from them just as much as they did from their broad-faced, port-wine-scented Uncle Phillips who came in after them. Mr. Wickham was the center of attention for many women, and Elizabeth was the one he chose to sit with. His ability to make even a chat about the rainy weather engaging showed Elizabeth that any topic could be interesting with the right person. Next to Mr. Wickham and the officers, Mr. Collins seemed less important. The young ladies paid him no mind, but Mrs. Phillips was a willing listener, keeping him supplied with coffee and muffin. When it was time for card games, Mr. Collins had the chance to return Mrs. Phillips's kindness by joining her at whist. He admitted to not knowing much about the game, but was eager to learn. Mrs. Phillips was grateful for his participation, even though she didn't hear his full explanation. Mr. Wickham chose not to engage in whist, and was warmly welcomed at another table flanked by Elizabeth and Lydia. Initially, Lydia seemed to monopolize his attention with her relentless chatter. However, her fascination with lottery tickets soon overtook her, and she became engrossed in the game, placing bets and expressing excitement over potential winnings, leaving her less focused on any individual. With Lydia distracted, Mr. Wickham found the opportunity to converse with Elizabeth, who was quite receptive, though she yearned to learn about his past with Mr. Darcy, a topic she felt hesitant to broach. To her surprise, Mr. Wickham brought it up himself, inquiring about the distance to Netherfield and, after Elizabeth's response, hesitantly asked about the duration of Mr. Darcy's stay. Elizabeth replied it had been about a month and, eager to keep the conversation going, mentioned Mr. Darcy's substantial Derbyshire property. Mr. Wickham confirmed it, noting the estate's worth at a clear $10,000 a year, and revealed his close ties to Mr. Darcy's family since childhood. Elizabeth couldn't hide her astonishment at his claim, especially considering their recent cold interaction. Mr. Wickham admitted his long-standing relationship with Mr. Darcy made it difficult for him to judge him impartially. He suggested Elizabeth's negative view of Mr. Darcy might surprise many, but acknowledged that within her family, she could speak freely. Elizabeth insisted her opinion of Mr. Darcy was consistent and widely shared throughout Hertfordshire, where his pride left a sour taste. Mr. Wickham expressed no regret that Mr. Darcy wasn't esteemed beyond his merits, noting that his wealth and demeanor often swayed public perception. Elizabeth considered Mr. Darcy to be ill-tempered, a sentiment Mr. Wickham seemed to understand without directly affirming. Later, he speculated on the likelihood of Mr. Darcy's extended stay in the area, to which Elizabeth had no definitive answer. She hoped Mr. Wickham's plans wouldn't be disrupted by Mr. Darcy's presence. Mr. Wickham declared that he wouldn't be the one to leave just because of Mr. Darcy. If Mr. Darcy wanted to avoid him, he would have to be the one to go. Their relationship was far from friendly, and meeting Mr. Darcy was always painful for him. Yet, he had no reason to steer clear of the man except for the ill treatment he felt he had endured and the deep disappointment that Mr. Darcy was not the man his father had been. Mr. Darcy's father, the late Mr. Darcy, was described as one of the finest men and the truest friend Mr. Wickham ever knew. Being in the younger Mr. Darcy's presence brought back painful memories and grief for Mr. Wickham. He felt the younger Mr. Darcy's behavior towards him was outrageous, but he believed he could forgive everything if it weren't for the dishonor he felt Mr. Darcy brought to his late father's memory. Elizabeth was deeply engaged by the conversation, her interest growing, but she refrained from asking more out of respect for the subject's sensitivity. Mr. Wickham then shifted the topic to lighter matters, such as the neighborhood and the society of Meryton, which he found delightful. He mentioned that the prospect of good and constant company was his main reason for joining the military in that area. He admitted that he was supposed to have been in the church, but life had taken a different turn, making a military career the more suitable choice now. He lamented a lost opportunity for a valuable church living that the late Mr. Darcy had intended for him, an opportunity that was taken away due to a technicality and given to someone else when Mr. Darcy's son decided to interpret the will differently. Elizabeth was astonished and questioned why he didn't seek legal action. Mr. Wickham explained that a technicality in the bequest left him without legal recourse. He felt Mr. Darcy doubted his entitlement or treated it as conditional, blaming him for losing the living due to alleged extravagance and imprudence. Mr. Wickham insisted he had done nothing to actually deserve losing the living. He admitted to being outspoken about Mr. Darcy, which might have led to their current animosity. He concluded by saying that he and Mr. Darcy were very different men and that Mr. Darcy harbored a dislike for him. Elizabeth was shocked by the injustice and felt Mr. Darcy should face public disgrace. But Mr. Wickham refused to be the one to expose him, as he couldn't forget the kindness of Mr. Darcy's father. Elizabeth admired his sentiments and found him even more attractive as he shared his feelings. She then pondered what could have motivated Mr. Darcy to act so harshly, but the conversation didn't continue on that subject. An intense and unwavering aversion toward me had taken root, one I couldn't help but link to envy. If Mr. Darcy's father had been less fond of me, perhaps his son would have tolerated me more. But the special bond his father and I shared seemed to agitate him from an early age. He wasn't the type to handle the competition we were in, nor the preference that was often shown to me. I had never been fond of Mr. Darcy, but I hadn't imagined him capable of such spiteful revenge, such unfairness, such cruelty. Reflecting on this, I recalled him boasting once about his unforgiving nature. It seemed his character was truly terrible. I hesitated to dwell on this topic, fearing I couldn't be impartial. Deep in thought, it struck me as outrageous how he treated someone who was not only the godson and friend of his father, but also his father's favorite. This young man, who seemed so pleasant, had probably been his childhood companion, sharing a close bond as he mentioned. They grew up in the same community, spending most of their youth together, living in the same house, enjoying the same pastimes, and receiving the same care. His father had started in the same profession as my uncle, Mr. Phillips, but sacrificed it all to assist Mr. Darcy's father with the Pemberley estate. He was a valued and trusted friend to Mr. Darcy's father, who often expressed his deep gratitude for his supervision. And before his own father's death, Mr. Darcy promised to provide for him, a promise I'm sure was as much about gratitude as it was about affection. It was shocking and despicable. I couldn't fathom how Mr. Darcy's pride hadn't compelled him to treat him fairly. It seemed to me the very definition of dishonesty. His actions were often driven by pride, which strangely had brought him closer to virtue than any other sentiment. But nobody is completely consistent, and there were times when his behavior toward me was driven by even stronger impulses than pride. Could such detestable pride ever be beneficial? Surprisingly, yes. His pride led him to acts of generosity, to give money freely, show hospitality, help his tenants, and aid the poor. Pride in his family and in his father pushed him to maintain their reputation. Not wanting to tarnish his family's name or diminish the Pemberley estate's influence was a strong motivator. He also had a sense of pride in his role as a brother, which, along with some affection, made him a caring guardian for his sister. He was often praised as a devoted and excellent brother. I wondered about the nature of Miss Darcy, pondering what kind of person she might be. He wished he could describe her as friendly, but speaking negatively of a Darcy pained him. She shared her brother's excessive pride. As a young girl, she was warm and charming, showing him great affection, and he spent countless hours entertaining her. Now, she meant nothing to him. She was a striking young lady, about 15 or 16, well-educated. Since her father passed, she lived in London with a lady who oversaw her education. Elizabeth tried to change the subject, but she kept coming back to Mr. Darcy and his surprising friendship with Mr. Bingley, who was the epitome of good nature and amiability. She couldn't understand how the two could be friends. Mr. Darcy had the ability to charm when he chose to and was a different person among his social equals, generous, fair, and possibly even pleasant, considering his wealth and appearance. When the card game ended, the group moved to another table. Mr. Collins, unfazed by his losses at cards, joined Elizabeth and Mrs. Phillips. He downplayed his losses as trivial, thanks to the financial security provided by Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Mr. Wickham noticed Mr. Collins and quietly inquired about Elizabeth's family's closeness with the de Bourghs. Elizabeth explained that Lady Catherine had recently given Mr. Collins a position and wasn't sure how he had come to her attention. She was surprised to learn from Mr. Wickham that Lady Catherine was Mr. Darcy's aunt. Elizabeth thought about Miss Bingley's futile efforts to win Mr. Darcy, who seemed destined for another. Mr. Collins praised Lady Catherine and her daughter, but Elizabeth suspected his gratitude was clouding his judgment, leading him to overlook Lady Catherine's arrogance and vanity. Wickham confessed his opinion of her hadn't changed over the years. He remembered disliking her for her bossy and rude behavior. Despite her known intelligence and wit, he suspected her status and wealth, her commanding presence, and her nephew's pride boosted her perceived abilities. Elizabeth found his explanation quite sensible, and their conversation flowed pleasantly until supper interrupted their card game. The lively atmosphere at Mrs. Phillips's supper party made further talk impossible, but Wickham's charm won everyone over. His words and actions were effortless and elegant. Elizabeth left the party preoccupied with thoughts of Wickham, replaying their conversation in her mind. She wanted to speak of him, but Lydia and Mr. Collins filled the journey home with non-stop chatter. Lydia was all about lottery tickets and her luck with fishing, while Mr. Collins went on about the Phillipses' hospitality, dismissing his card losses and detailing the supper. He talked so much, he barely finished by the time they reached Longbourn House. You're about to listen to Chapter 17. Elizabeth shared with Jane the details of her conversation with Mr. Wickham the day before. Jane was shocked and worried, struggling to understand how Mr. Darcy could disappoint Mr. Bingley. Despite Mr. Wickham's charming demeanor, Jane couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. She felt sympathy for both men and tried to justify their actions, attributing any misunderstandings to chance or error. Jane believed that both men might have been misled by others with hidden agendas. She found it impossible to guess what might have caused their estrangement without blaming anyone. Elizabeth wondered what could be said in defense of those who might have influenced the situation. She insisted that she wouldn't be swayed from her belief that Mr. Darcy's behavior was unacceptable, especially towards someone his father had favored. Elizabeth found it more plausible that Mr. Bingley was tricked rather than Mr. Wickham fabricating his story. She felt that if Mr. Darcy disagreed, he should speak up. Mr. Wickham's sincerity seemed evident to her. The situation was perplexing and upsetting, leaving them unsure of what to believe. However, Jane was certain about one thing: if Mr. Bingley had been deceived, he would be deeply hurt once the truth came out. During their walk in the shrubbery, Elizabeth and Jane were interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Bingley and his sisters, who invited them to the much-anticipated ball at Netherfield, set for the following Tuesday. They were thrilled to reunite with their friend after what seemed like a long separation. The sisters, however, paid little attention to the rest of the Bennet family, avoiding Mrs. Bennet and speaking minimally to Elizabeth and not at all to the others. Their visit was brief, as they quickly left, surprising their brother with their haste to avoid Mrs. Bennet's overtures. The upcoming Netherfield ball delighted every female member of the Bennet family. Mrs. Bennet viewed it as a compliment to her eldest daughter and felt particularly honored that Mr. Bingley personally extended the invitation rather than sending a formal card. Jane imagined a joyful evening with her two friends and the attention of their brother. Elizabeth looked forward to dancing extensively with Mr. Wickham and observing Mr. Darcy's reactions, hoping to confirm her opinions about him. Catherine and Lydia's excitement for the ball wasn't tied to any specific event or individual. Although they planned to spend half the evening dancing with Mr. Wickham, they were open to other dance partners as well, because a ball was a ball. Even Mary, who usually preferred her mornings alone, admitted she didn't mind joining evening festivities, recognizing the importance of social engagement and leisure. Elizabeth was in high spirits, and despite usually not conversing much with Mr. Collins, she inquired about his plans for the ball. She was surprised to learn that he had no reservations about participating and looked forward to dancing, even aiming to dance with all his cousins, including Elizabeth, for the first two dances. This caught Elizabeth off guard, as she had hoped to be engaged by Wickham for those dances. Her liveliness seemed poorly timed, but there was no avoiding it. Wickham's company would have to wait, as she accepted Mr. Collins's offer with as much grace as possible. Elizabeth was less than thrilled with Mr. Collins's attentions, which hinted at him seeing her as a potential mistress for Hunsford Parsonage and a partner at Rosings. She began to suspect his intentions as he paid her increasing compliments. Her mother soon made it clear that she found the prospect of their marriage quite pleasing. Elizabeth, however, wasn't ready to entertain such thoughts, knowing it would lead to conflict. She decided to wait for Mr. Collins to make an explicit offer before addressing the issue. Had it not been for the excitement surrounding the upcoming Netherfield ball, the younger Bennet sisters would have found themselves in quite a sorry state. The incessant rain from the day they received the invitation until the ball itself kept them from their usual visits to Meryton. With no chance to see their aunt, mingle with the officers, or catch up on the latest gossip, they were quite cut off from their social lifeline. Even the fancy decorations for their shoes for the ball had to be obtained through others. Elizabeth, too, might have felt the strain of patience, as the relentless downpour halted any progress in getting to know Mr. Wickham better. Only the prospect of dancing on Tuesday could make the dreary days of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday bearable for Kitty and Lydia. You're about to listen to Chapter 18. Elizabeth walked into the Netherfield drawing room, her eyes scanning for Mr. Wickham among the sea of red uniforms. She had never doubted he would be there. Her anticipation to see him had not been dampened by any worrisome thoughts. She had taken extra care with her appearance, hopeful and high-spirited about winning over what was left of his heart that evening. However, her hope quickly turned to suspicion that Wickham's absence was intentional, for Mr. Darcy's satisfaction, as per the Bingleys' invitation to the officers. Although that wasn't quite the case, Wickham's absence was confirmed by his friend Mr. Denny. Lydia, eager for news, learned from him that Wickham had to leave for town on business the previous day and hadn't returned. Mr. Denny hinted with a smile that Wickham might be avoiding someone at the party. Elizabeth overheard this, and it made her think Darcy was as much to blame for Wickham not being there as if her initial guess had been right. Disappointed, she struggled to remain polite when Darcy came over to talk to her shortly after. Her annoyance with Darcy grew, feeling it was unfair to Wickham. She decided not to engage in conversation with Darcy and couldn't hide her irritation, not even when speaking to Mr. Bingley, whose obvious favoritism irked her. But Elizabeth wasn't one to stay upset for long. After sharing her frustrations with Charlotte Lucas, whom she hadn't seen in a week, she shifted her focus to the peculiarities of her cousin, pointing them out to Charlotte. The first two dances, however, were uncomfortable. Dancing with Mr. Collins was awkward and embarrassing. He kept making mistakes and apologizing, which made Elizabeth feel both ashamed and miserable. When she was finally free from him, she felt a wave of relief. She then danced with an officer and talked about Wickham, learning he was well liked by everyone. After those dances, she went back to talking with Charlotte until Mr. Darcy unexpectedly asked her to dance. Caught off guard, she agreed without thinking and then fretted over her lack of composure. Charlotte tried to make her feel better, suggesting she might find Darcy agreeable. Elizabeth hoped not, as she didn't want to like someone she had decided to dislike. As the dance started again, Charlotte quietly warned Elizabeth not to act coldly towards Mr. Darcy because of her interest in Mr. Wickham. Charlotte suggested it wouldn't be wise to seem unkind to someone of Darcy's significance. Elizabeth, without responding, joined the dance, feeling quite honored to be paired with Mr. Darcy. She noticed the surprise in the eyes of those around her as well. They began their dance in silence. Elizabeth first thought to maintain the quiet, but then decided to speak, thinking it would be more of a challenge for Mr. Darcy to converse. She made a casual comment about the dance. Mr. Darcy responded, but then silence fell again. After a short while, Elizabeth playfully prodded him to say something about the room or the number of dancing couples. He responded with a smile, promising to say whatever she wished. Elizabeth then suggested that they could be silent for now and perhaps later she might comment on how private balls are more enjoyable than public ones. Mr. Darcy asked if she always talked so systematically while dancing. Elizabeth admitted that some conversation was necessary to avoid looking odd and that it should be easy for those who prefer to say little. They discussed whether they were speaking for their own comfort or to please each other. Elizabeth teasingly said she saw a resemblance in their personalities, both preferring not to speak unless they could amaze everyone. Mr. Darcy disagreed, hinting that he didn't think their characters were that similar. Their conversation paused as they continued dancing. Mr. Darcy later inquired if Elizabeth and her sisters often visited Meryton. She confirmed they did and mentioned forming a new acquaintance there, hinting at Mr. Wickham. Mr. Darcy's expression changed at the mention of Wickham, but he didn't say anything. Elizabeth felt guilty for her comment, but couldn't continue the conversation. After a moment, Mr. Darcy remarked on Mr. Wickham's talent for making friends, but questioned his ability to keep them. Elizabeth pointed out that Wickham had unfortunately lost Mr. Darcy's friendship, which seemed to affect him for life. Mr. Darcy didn't reply and seemed eager to change the subject. Just then, Sir William Lucas approached, intending to cross the room. He paused to compliment Mr. Darcy on his dancing and his dance partner, Elizabeth, with great politeness. Sir William Lucas expressed his immense pleasure to Mr. Darcy, complimenting the exceptional quality of his dancing, which he remarked was a rare sight. He suggested that Darcy's social standing was apparent and praised his dance partner for matching his grace. Sir William hinted at looking forward to more such delightful occasions, particularly in anticipation of an upcoming joyful event involving Miss Eliza's sister and Mr. Bingley. He playfully suggested that Mr. Darcy would join in the future celebrations, but then he paused, not wanting to keep Darcy from returning to his charming partner. Darcy, however, only partially heard Sir William's words as his attention was caught by a mention of Bingley and Jane. This caused him to look seriously in their direction. But he soon regained his composure and turned back to his partner, admitting that the interruption had made him forget their conversation. His partner wittily remarked that they hadn't been talking about anything significant, having found little to discuss before. Attempting to find a new topic, Mr. Darcy suggested discussing books, but his partner quickly dismissed the idea, claiming the ballroom atmosphere filled her mind with other thoughts. Darcy then questioned if she was always so absorbed by the present moment, to which she absent-mindedly agreed, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. She abruptly changed the subject, recalling a past remark by Mr. Darcy about his unforgiving nature and caution against forming prejudices. Darcy confirmed his carefulness, and his partner suggested that those who rarely change their opinions should trust their initial judgments. Curious, she probed further into Darcy's character, which he found puzzling. He expressed concern that any attempt to define his character at that moment might not cast either of them in the best light. She playfully insisted on trying, despite his reluctance. After a while, she admitted her confusion due to the varying accounts of his personality she had heard. As they finished their dance, they parted in silence, both feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. However, Darcy's feelings for her were strong enough to soon grant her forgiveness and redirect his annoyance elsewhere. Shortly after, Miss Bingley approached with a look of polite disdain, ready to engage in conversation. Miss Eliza seemed to be quite taken with George Wickham, a fact her sister had been discussing with great curiosity. However, it turned out that Wickham had conveniently omitted to mention that his father was old Wickham, the steward of the late Mr. Darcy. As a friend, it was suggested to Eliza not to blindly trust everything Wickham said, especially since the accusations of Mr. Darcy mistreating him were completely unfounded. In truth, Mr. Darcy had always been exceptionally kind to him, despite Wickham's disgraceful behavior towards Mr. Darcy. The details were unknown, but it was clear Mr. Darcy was innocent and couldn't stand the mention of Wickham's name. Even though the invitation to the officers included Wickham, there was a sense of relief when he didn't show up. His very presence in the country was seen as audacious, and it was puzzling why he would dare to come. Miss Eliza was pitted for discovering the wrongdoing of someone she favored, but given his background, it wasn't surprising. Elizabeth, quite upset, pointed out that being the son of Mr. Darcy's steward was hardly a crime, and she had been informed of this by Wickham himself. Miss Bingley, with a sneer, apologized and excused her meddling, claiming it was well-intentioned. Elizabeth inwardly branded Miss Bingley as presumptuous and was confident that such a trivial attack wouldn't sway her. She saw nothing but willful ignorance and the spite of Mr. Darcy in Miss Bingley's words. Seeking her eldest sister, Elizabeth found Jane exuding a sweet, contented glow, clearly pleased with the evening's events. Elizabeth immediately recognized Jane's happiness and momentarily put aside her concerns for Wickham and her anger at his adversaries, filled with hope for her sister's joy. Elizabeth, matching Jane's cheerful demeanor, inquired about what Jane had learned of Mr. Wickham. Jane, though preoccupied with the pleasant evening, hadn't forgotten Wickham but had nothing reassuring to share. Mr. Bingley was unaware of the full extent of Wickham's history and the specifics that had offended Mr. Darcy. Nonetheless, Mr. Bingley stood by his friend's integrity and honor, convinced that Wickham had received far more attention from Mr. Darcy than he deserved. Jane regretfully noted that both Mr. Bingley and his sister did not consider Mr. Wickham to be a respectable man and feared that he had acted imprudently, losing Mr. Darcy's esteem. Jane confirmed that Mr. Bingley hadn't met Wickham until a recent encounter in Meryton and that his understanding of the situation came from Mr. Darcy, which satisfied Elizabeth. However, the details about the living left to Wickham were vague, as Mr. Bingley couldn't recall the exact terms, though he believed it was only conditionally promised. Elizabeth was confident in Mr. Bingley's honesty, but remained unconvinced by mere assurances. She acknowledged that while Mr. Bingley defended his friend well, his lack of knowledge on certain parts of the story and his reliance on his friend's version made her maintain her original opinion of the men. She then steered the conversation toward a topic that pleased everyone, where there was no disagreement. Elizabeth joyfully listened to Jane's modest but hopeful expectations of Mr. Bingley's affection and did everything she could to boost her sister's confidence in it. When Mr. Bingley joined them, Elizabeth moved away to Miss Lucas. Before she could fully respond to Miss Lucas's question about her last dance partner, Mr. Collins approached with excitement, eager to share a significant discovery. He explained that he had accidentally learned of a guest in the room related to his patroness. He had overheard the gentleman mentioning his cousin Miss de Bourgh and her mother, Lady Catherine. Mr. Collins marveled at the serendipity of the situation and was grateful for the timely discovery, which allowed him to pay his respects. Elizabeth tried to discourage Mr. Collins from introducing himself to Mr. Darcy, warning that Mr. Darcy might see it as an inappropriate intrusion rather than a respectful gesture. She pointed out that there was no need for formal acknowledgement between them, and if there were, it should be Mr. Darcy who initiated it, given his higher social status. Despite her advice, Mr. Collins seemed determined to follow his own plan and, once Elizabeth stopped speaking, he prepared to do just that. Mr. Collins held Elizabeth in high regard, believing her to possess excellent judgment on all matters she understood. However, he felt compelled to explain that there was a significant distinction between the customs of laypeople and those of the clergy. He viewed his clerical position as dignified as the highest ranks, provided he maintained appropriate humility. On this occasion, he had to follow his conscience, which he believed directed him to fulfill a duty. He apologized for not heeding her advice this time, assuring her that he would value her guidance on any other matter. He thought his education and habitual study better equipped him to make decisions in this instance than a young lady like Elizabeth. After excusing himself with a respectful nod, Mr. Collins left to approach Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth watched with keen interest as her cousin greeted Mr. Darcy, who was clearly surprised by the encounter. Despite not hearing their conversation, she imagined she understood it all, catching glimpses of words like apology, Hunsford, and Lady Catherine de Bourgh. It frustrated her to see Mr. Collins making a spectacle of himself before Mr. Darcy, who observed Mr. Collins with open curiosity. When Mr. Darcy finally had a chance to respond, he did so with polite detachment. Undeterred, Mr. Collins spoke again, only to be met with what seemed to be growing contempt from Mr. Darcy, who concluded the interaction with a mere nod and walked away. Mr. Collins then returned to Elizabeth's side. Mr. Collins expressed his satisfaction with the encounter, feeling no disappointment with how Mr. Darcy received him. He was convinced that Mr. Darcy appreciated his attention and was flattered by Mr. Darcy's belief that Lady Catherine would only bestow her favor on someone deserving. Mr. Collins considered Mr. Darcy's thoughts on Lady Catherine's judgment to be a great compliment and was overall pleased with the interaction. With no personal pursuits to engage her, Elizabeth devoted her attention to her sister and Mr. Bingley. Her observations sparked a series of pleasant thoughts, making her nearly as content as Jane. She imagined her sister happily settled in that house, enjoying the bliss of a loving marriage. Elizabeth even felt she could grow to appreciate Bingley's sisters under such happy circumstances. She noticed her mother shared her focus, and Elizabeth chose to keep her distance to avoid hearing too much. At supper, Elizabeth found it unfortunate that they were seated close to each other. Her mother was openly chatting with Lady Lucas about her hopes for Jane's imminent marriage to Mr. Bingley. Mrs. Bennet was tireless in listing the match's benefits, his charm, wealth, and proximity. She was comforted by the sisters' fondness for Jane and the potential benefits for her younger daughters. Mrs. Bennet was also pleased at the prospect of entrusting her single daughters to Jane's care, sparing herself from unwanted social engagements. Despite the need to appear pleased, Mrs. Bennet was not one to find comfort in staying home. Elizabeth tried to slow her mother's enthusiastic speech and to lower her volume, but to no avail. Her mother rebuffed her, unconcerned about Mr. Darcy overhearing. Elizabeth felt embarrassed as she noticed Mr. Darcy catching bits of the conversation, his expression shifting from annoyance to a calm seriousness. Eventually, Mrs. Bennet ran out of things to say. Lady Lucas, who had been visibly bored by the endless talk of pleasures she didn't expect to partake in, resigned herself to finding solace in the remaining cold ham and chicken. Elizabeth, meanwhile, started to feel a bit better. The peace didn't last long, though. After supper, there was a mention of singing, and Elizabeth felt a sense of dread as she saw her sister Mary, with barely any coaxing, getting ready to perform for everyone. Elizabeth tried to communicate through meaningful glances and silent pleas to avoid this display of eagerness, but her attempts were futile. Mary seemed oblivious to the hints and relished the chance to show off her singing talent. Elizabeth watched her with a mix of intense feelings, hoping the performance would end soon. But when Mary finished and was met with polite requests for more, she promptly started another song. Mary's singing abilities weren't quite up to the task, her voice was feeble, and her performance came across as pretentious. Elizabeth was suffering, watching in distress. She glanced at Jane to see her reaction, but Jane was deep in conversation with Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth noticed Mr. Bingley's sisters exchanging mocking looks and even Mr. Darcy, who kept a stoic expression. Desperate for it to stop, Elizabeth looked to her father, hoping he would intervene before Mary decided to turn the evening into a personal concert. He caught on and, after Mary's second song, he praised her but suggested it was time for others to have a chance to perform. Mary tried to act as if she hadn't heard her father's hint, but she was clearly thrown off balance. Elizabeth felt a mix of sympathy for her sister and regret over her father's blunt comment, worried that her own concern had only made things worse. Now the attention shifted to other guests. Mr. Collins seized the moment to express his thoughts. If he could sing, he would be delighted to entertain everyone. He believed music to be a harmless pastime, perfectly suitable for a clergyman. However, he didn't advocate spending too much time on it, considering other responsibilities like managing tithes, writing sermons, and attending to parish duties. He emphasized the importance of a rector making his home as comfortable as possible and being polite and accommodating to all, especially those responsible for his position. Mr. Collins loudly made these points, bowing to Mr. Darcy at the end of his speech, which was overheard by many in the room. Some were amused, some smiled, and Mr. Bennet seemed particularly entertained. Mrs. Bennet, on the other hand, praised Mr. Collins for his sensible words and whispered to Lady Lucas about his intelligence and kindness. Elizabeth felt as though her family had conspired to embarrass themselves as much as they possibly could that evening. They seemed to perform this task with a zest and effectiveness that was almost commendable. She was relieved that Mr. Bingley and her sister Jane missed some of the spectacle and that Mr. Bingley didn't seem too troubled by the foolishness he did witness. Still, the thought of Mr. Darcy and his sisters having such a prime opportunity to mock her family was distressing. Elizabeth couldn't decide which was worse, Mr. Darcy's silent scorn or the mocking grins of his sisters. The remainder of the evening didn't offer much joy for Elizabeth. Mr. Collins stuck by her side, determinedly. He failed to persuade her for another dance and effectively prevented her from dancing with anyone else. Despite her efforts to get him to dance with another lady, he insisted on staying near her to win her favor. Elizabeth found no way to argue with such determination. Her friend Miss Lucas was her saving grace, joining them often and diverting Mr. Collins's attention to herself. Elizabeth was spared any further attention from Mr. Darcy. Though he often stood close, he didn't approach her to speak. She suspected this was due to her earlier mentions of Mr. Wickham and felt secretly pleased about it. As the evening drew to a close, the Bennets were the last to leave. A maneuver by Mrs. Bennet meant they had to wait an extra 15 minutes for their carriage, long enough to notice the eagerness of some family members to see them go. Mrs. Hurst and her sister barely spoke, only to voice their tiredness, clearly wanting the house to themselves. Their indifference thwarted Mrs. Bennet's attempts at conversation, casting a dullness over the group that not even Mr. Collins's long-winded praises of Mr. Bingley's hospitality could alleviate. Mr. Darcy remained silent, while Mr. Bennet quietly enjoyed the scene. Bingley and Jane stood apart, engrossed in each other, while Elizabeth kept to herself, and even the usually talkative Lydia could only mutter about her exhaustion. When they finally got up to leave, Mrs. Bennet was overly polite in expressing her wish to see the whole family at Longbourn soon. She singled out Mr. Bingley, hinting how delighted they would be to have him over for a casual family dinner. Bingley responded with genuine pleasure and promised to visit after his upcoming short trip to London. Mrs. Bennet left the house quite content, convinced that after sorting out the legal agreements, buying new carriages, and picking out wedding attire, she would see her daughter happily established at Netherfield within 3 or 4 months. She was equally sure that her other daughter would marry Mr. Collins, feeling a strong but slightly lesser joy. Elizabeth ranked lowest in her affections among her children. Even though the man and his prospects were decent enough for Elizabeth, their appeal paled in comparison to Mr. Bingley and Netherfield. You're about to listen to Chapter 19. A new day brought fresh events at Longbourn. Mr. Collins was determined to propose to Elizabeth without delay, as his leave was ending by the upcoming Saturday. He didn't feel nervous, so he planned his proposal carefully, following all the formalities he thought necessary. After breakfast, he found Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth, and one of the younger sisters together. He politely asked Mrs. Bennet if he could have a private moment with Elizabeth later that morning. Mrs. Bennet was quick to agree, assuming Elizabeth would be pleased. She told her other daughter to come with her, leaving Elizabeth and Mr. Collins alone. Elizabeth tried to protest, insisting that Mr. Collins had nothing to say that couldn't be heard by others and that she was about to leave herself. But Mrs. Bennet dismissed her objections and insisted that Elizabeth stay and listen to Mr. Collins. Elizabeth couldn't refuse her mother's command. She realized it was best to just get the conversation over with. She sat down, trying to hide her mixed feelings of annoyance and amusement by keeping busy with her work. Once Mrs. Bennet and her sister left, Mr. Collins started his speech. He complimented Elizabeth on her modesty, saying it only made her more perfect in his eyes. He told her he had her mother's blessing to speak to her and that she must surely understand his intentions, given his obvious attentions since his arrival. He admitted he had chosen her as his future wife almost immediately upon entering the house. But before he got carried away by his emotions, he thought it best to explain why he was seeking a wife and why he came to Hertfordshire specifically to find one. Elizabeth struggled to keep a straight face as Mr. Collins spoke so seriously about being overwhelmed by his feelings. She couldn't find the chance to interrupt him, and he went on talking. Mr. Collins had a few reasons for wanting to get married. Firstly, he believed that as a well-off clergyman, he should set a good example of marriage in his parish. Secondly, he was sure it would make him very happy. Thirdly, and something he probably should have mentioned earlier, was that his esteemed patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, had strongly advised it. She had twice offered her unsolicited opinion on the matter. One evening, while playing cards and as Mrs. Jenkinson fixed Miss de Bourgh's footstool, Lady Catherine had urged him to marry, suggesting he choose a woman of gentle birth for both their sakes. She advised that his choice should be someone practical, not raised with too many luxuries, but capable of stretching a modest budget. Lady Catherine had ended her advice by saying that once he found such a woman and brought her to Hunsford, she would make it a point to visit. Mr. Collins also made it clear that he didn't take Lady Catherine's support lightly, considering it one of the many advantages he could offer. He was sure that Elizabeth's wit and liveliness would be well received by Lady Catherine, as long as they were balanced with the respect due to her status. This was his overall stance on why marriage was a good idea. He then explained why he had turned his attention to Longbourn rather than looking for a partner closer to home, where there were many eligible women. He was set to inherit the estate after the passing of Elizabeth's father, who he hoped would live many more years. He wanted to marry one of her father's daughters to minimize their loss when the sad time came. He hoped this reasoning wouldn't lower Elizabeth's opinion of him. Finally, he assured Elizabeth of his deep affection, stating that he didn't care about her fortune and wouldn't ask for any financial support from her father. He knew that she wouldn't have access to her inheritance until after her mother's death, which was only £1,000 in the 4%. He promised to never bring up any financial matters or make any unkind remarks about it once they were married. Elizabeth had to stop him there, though. She pointed out that he was getting ahead of himself as she hadn't even responded to his proposal. She thanked him for the honor, but firmly declined his offer. Mr. Collins wasn't discouraged, believing it was common for women to initially reject a proposal only to accept it later. He confidently expected that he would soon be taking her to the altar. Elizabeth firmly expressed to Mr. Collins that his hopes were quite bold, especially after she had made her stance clear. She was not the type of woman to gamble her contentment on the slim chance of a second proposal. Her rejection was absolute. She could not envision happiness with him, nor could she be the source of his. Even Lady Catherine, upon knowing her, would likely find her unsuitable for the role. Mr. Collins, with a serious demeanor, couldn't fathom Lady Catherine disapproving of Elizabeth. He planned to commend Elizabeth's virtues to her upon their next meeting. Elizabeth quickly dismissed the need for such praise, insisting on her ability to make her own judgments. She wished Mr. Collins happiness and wealth, and by declining his marriage proposal, she aimed to ensure he wouldn't be otherwise. She regarded the matter as closed. Mr. Collins, however, remained hopeful for a more favorable response in the future, noting that women often reject initial proposals. Elizabeth's confusion was evident. If her clear refusal seemed encouraging, she wondered how she could convey her decision more convincingly. Mr. Collins was convinced Elizabeth's rejection was a mere formality. He listed his favorable circumstances, including his connections and potential inheritance, suggesting she might not receive another proposal due to her small fortune. He interpreted her refusal as a tactic to intensify his affection, a common practice among women of elegance. Elizabeth assured the gentleman that she had no intentions of causing him distress by feigning a kind of sophistication. She preferred the honor of being taken at her word for her sincerity. Grateful for his interest, she nonetheless found it utterly impossible to accept his offer. Her emotions, in every way, opposed the idea. She couldn't have made her point clearer. She asked not to be seen as a woman who enjoyed causing frustration, but as someone speaking honestly from the depths of her heart. He complimented her consistency in being delightful, despite his clumsy attempt at flattery. He was convinced that with her parents' explicit approval, she would find his proposal agreeable. Elizabeth chose not to respond to his persistent self-deception. She left the conversation quietly, resolute in her decision. If he continued to misinterpret her firm rejections as veiled encouragement, she would have to consult her father. His straightforward refusal would surely settle the matter, and his actions could never be confused with the games of a coquettish woman. You're about to listen to Chapter 20. Mrs. Bennet didn't have to wait long to celebrate Mr. Collins' perceived romantic success. She had been lingering in the entrance hall, keeping an eye on the meeting's outcome. As soon as Elizabeth stepped out and headed upstairs, Mrs. Bennet wasted no time in expressing her joy to Mr. Collins over their anticipated closer bond. Mr. Collins happily shared in the exchange of good wishes and went on to describe the details of their conversation. He felt confident about the outcome, attributing Elizabeth's rejection to her shy nature and refined character. However, this news took Mrs. Bennet by surprise. She wished she could be as convinced that Elizabeth's refusal was her way of encouraging him. She couldn't help but express her doubts. Mrs. Bennet assured Mr. Collins that she would personally handle the matter, convinced that Elizabeth didn't understand what was best for her. She promised to change Elizabeth's mind. Mr. Collins, interrupting, questioned if someone with such a stubborn and foolish disposition would make a suitable partner for him. He suggested that if Elizabeth truly did not want him, it might be better not to push her into marriage, as her temperament might not lead to a happy union. Mrs. Bennet quickly corrected him, saying Elizabeth was only stubborn on this particular issue. She was otherwise a very pleasant girl. Mrs. Bennet then rushed off to find her husband, Mr. Bennet, to resolve the situation. Upon entering the library, she urgently informed Mr. Bennet of the chaos and urged him to convince Elizabeth to marry Mr. Collins. She feared that without swift action, Mr. Collins might withdraw his proposal. Mr. Bennet, looking up from his book, remained unfazed by her news. He asked her to clarify what she was talking about. She explained the situation with Mr. Collins and Elizabeth, to which Mr. Bennet responded with a sense of hopelessness. Mrs. Bennet demanded that he talk to Elizabeth and insist she accept Mr. Collins' proposal. Mr. Bennet called for Elizabeth to join them in the library. Upon her arrival, he got straight to the point. He confirmed that Mr. Collins had proposed and that she had declined. He then relayed that her mother was insisting on her acceptance, to which Mrs. Bennet emphatically agreed, threatening to never see Elizabeth again if she refused. Mr. Bennet presented Elizabeth with a grim choice. She would be estranged from one of her parents, depending on her decision. If she didn't marry Mr. Collins, her mother would disown her. If she did, her father would. Elizabeth couldn't help but find amusement in such an unexpected turn of events after such a start. Mrs. Bennet, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of disappointment. She had convinced herself that her husband shared her views on the matter. Mr. Bennet asked for two simple things: the freedom to think for himself and some peace in his library. Despite her frustration with her husband, Mrs. Bennet didn't give up. She kept trying to persuade Elizabeth, alternating between sweet talk and threats. She attempted to enlist Jane's support, but Jane politely declined. Elizabeth responded to her mother's persistence with a mix of sincerity and playful wit. Her approach might have varied, but her resolve remained firm. Mr. Collins spent time alone, pondering the recent events. He was too proud to understand why Elizabeth would reject him. His pride took a hit, but he wasn't truly upset. His affection for her wasn't real, and the fear of her mother's criticism kept him from feeling any real loss. Amidst the family's turmoil, Charlotte Lucas arrived for a visit. Lydia greeted her with excitement, barely containing her voice as she shared the news of Mr. Collins' proposal to Elizabeth and her refusal. Before Charlotte could properly respond, Kitty joined them with the same news. As they entered the breakfast room, where Mrs. Bennet sat alone, she immediately began discussing the situation. She beseeched Charlotte to convince Elizabeth to accept the proposal, lamenting that no one supported her and expressing her distress over her delicate nerves. Jane and Elizabeth's arrival interrupted Charlotte's need to respond. Mrs. Bennet continued to express her frustrations, warning Elizabeth about the consequences of turning down marriage proposals. She declared she was done with Elizabeth and would not speak to her again, as she had warned her in the library. Mrs. Bennet complained about her suffering from nervous complaints, feeling that those who don't voice their pain are never pitied. Her daughters listened without a word, knowing that any attempt to calm her would only worsen the situation. Mrs. Bennet kept talking until Mr. Collins walked in, more pompous than ever, which prompted her to address the girls. Elizabeth slipped out of the room silently, followed by Jane and Kitty, while Lydia stayed put, eager to catch every word. Charlotte lingered, first out of politeness to Mr. Collins's thorough inquiries about her and her family, then out of curiosity, contenting herself by walking to the window and feigning deafness. Mrs. Bennet, with a mournful tone, initiated the conversation they had planned. She began by addressing Mr. Collins, who quickly suggested that they should drop the subject forever. He expressed, with clear annoyance, that he didn't hold any grudge against her daughter's behavior, emphasizing that accepting life's hardships was everyone's responsibility, especially for someone as fortunate as he was with his early career advancements. He professed his acceptance, hinting that perhaps he was less disappointed because he started to doubt how truly happy he would have been if Elizabeth had accepted his proposal. He noticed that when a denied blessing starts to seem less valuable, it's easier to let go. Mr. Collins continued, hoping Mrs. Bennet wouldn't see his withdrawal from pursuing Elizabeth as disrespectful to the family. He admitted that maybe it wasn't entirely proper to have taken his dismissal from Elizabeth herself rather than from her parents, acknowledging that everyone can make mistakes. He insisted that his intentions were good throughout, aiming to find a pleasant companion for himself while considering the family's benefit. If his approach was in any way flawed, he offered his apologies. You're about to listen to Chapter 21. The conversation about Mr. Collins's proposal was almost over. Elizabeth had to endure the awkwardness that came with it and her mother's occasional irritable comments. Mr. Collins, on the other hand, showed his feelings not by shying away or seeming down, but by being stiff and quietly resentful. He hardly spoke to her. The attention he once paid to Elizabeth was now given to Miss Lucas, who was polite enough to listen to him. This was a relief for everyone, especially Elizabeth's friend. The next day, Mrs. Bennet was still in a bad mood and unwell. Mr. Collins was equally filled with angry pride. Elizabeth had hoped his annoyance would cut his visit short, but he was set on leaving on Saturday as planned. After breakfast, the girls went to Meryton to see if Mr. Wickham was back and to express their disappointment about his absence from the Netherfield ball. They met him in town, and he went with them to their aunt's house. There, his apologies and everyone's concerns were thoroughly discussed. Elizabeth learned from him that he had chosen to stay away, thinking it best not to be around Mr. Darcy to avoid potential conflict. Elizabeth agreed with his decision. They had plenty of time to talk it over and to politely praise each other's conduct. Wickham and another officer walked them back to Longbourn, and Wickham paid special attention to Elizabeth. His presence was flattering to her, and it was the perfect chance to introduce him to her parents. Not long after they got home, Jane received a letter from Netherfield. She opened it right away to find it was from Caroline Bingley. Jane's expression changed as she read, focusing on certain parts. She quickly recovered and tried to be cheerful with everyone else. But Elizabeth sensed her sister's concern and couldn't focus on Wickham. As soon as he left, Jane signaled Elizabeth to come with her upstairs. In private, Jane revealed that the Bingleys had left Netherfield for the city and didn't plan to return. She shared the surprising content of Caroline's letter with Elizabeth. She began by reading aloud the first sentence, which contained information about their decision to immediately follow their brother to the city and their plans to have dinner that day on Grosvenor Street at Mr. Hurst's residence. The following sentence expressed a lack of regret for anything left behind in Hertfordshire except the company of a dear friend. There was hope for future gatherings that would recreate the enjoyable times they had, and in the meantime, they could ease the pain of separation with frequent and open letters. Elizabeth listened to these elaborate words with skepticism, and although she was surprised by the abruptness of their departure, she didn't see it as a loss. Their leaving Netherfield didn't mean Mr. Bingley would be absent, and she was confident that Jane would soon no longer miss their company once she was enjoying his. She thought it was unfortunate that they couldn't see their friends before they left the country. But she was hopeful that the future happiness Miss Bingley was looking forward to might come sooner than expected, and the pleasant times they had as friends would be even better as family. She didn't believe Mr. Bingley would be held up in London by them. Caroline had made it clear that none of their group would be returning to Hertfordshire that winter. She read on about how her brother had left the previous day, thinking his business in London would take only 3 or 4 days. However, they knew it would take longer and didn't want him to be stuck in an uncomfortable hotel while in town. Many of her acquaintances were already in the city for the winter, and she wished her friend would join them, but she didn't think that would happen. She hoped her friend's Christmas in Hertfordshire would be filled with festivities and enough admirers to make up for the ones they were taking away. Jane concluded from this that he wouldn't be returning that winter. It was clear that Miss Bingley didn't intend for him to return. Jane couldn't understand why she should think so negatively. It was clear to her that Mr. Bingley was in charge of his own decisions. But she felt Lizzie wasn't aware of the entire situation. She shared a letter that pained her deeply, making no secrets with Lizzie. The letter revealed Mr. Darcy's anticipation to reunite with his sister, whom they all adored for her beauty and talents. The writer expressed a cherished hope that Georgiana Darcy might one day become their sister. The writer confessed their feelings, trusting Jane wouldn't find them unreasonable, as Mr. Bingley seemed quite taken with Miss Darcy, and there was nothing to hinder a potential romance. Jane was asked what she thought of the letter, which seemed to imply Caroline Bingley neither expected nor wished Jane to be part of her family. Jane interpreted it as Caroline being convinced of her brother's lack of interest in Jane and possibly warning her out of kindness. Lizzie, however, disagreed completely. She summarized her thoughts briskly. Miss Bingley recognized her brother's love for Jane and preferred him to marry Miss Darcy. She followed him to the city, hoping to keep him there and convince Jane he wasn't interested in her. Lizzie insisted Jane should believe her, as anyone who saw them together would notice his affection, and even Miss Bingley couldn't deny it. Lizzie argued that if Miss Bingley had seen such affection from Mr. Darcy, she would be planning her wedding. Lizzie believed their lack of wealth was the issue, and Miss Bingley hoped to secure Miss Darcy as her brother's wife first, making it easier for her to marry into wealth later. However, Lizzie was sure that Miss Bingley's attempts to persuade Mr. Bingley of his indifference to Jane would fail. Jane remained unconvinced, trusting Caroline Bingley's honesty and hoping that if there was any deception, it was self-deception. Lizzie suggested that Jane embrace the idea of Caroline being deceived herself, allowing Jane to stop worrying. Jane pondered whether she could truly be content in marrying a man whose kin and companions preferred he wed another. Elizabeth, her sister, suggested Jane must make her own decision. If the thought of upsetting his sisters outweighed the joy of being his wife, then she should reject him. Jane, with a weak smile, expressed that despite her concern for their approval, she wouldn't hesitate to accept him. Elizabeth acknowledged that she expected as much and, therefore, felt little pity for Jane's predicament. Jane held on to the hope that the man in question might not return that winter, and in 6 months, many things could change. Elizabeth dismissed the notion of his absence as a mere reflection of Caroline's selfish desires, doubting such manipulations would sway a man so independent. Elizabeth conveyed her feelings to Jane with vigor, and soon Jane's spirits lifted. Despite moments of doubt, Jane grew hopeful that he would come back and fulfill her deepest desires. They decided to inform their mother only of the family's departure, sparing her the worry about the gentleman's intentions. Nevertheless, this news still troubled Mrs. Bennet, who lamented the timing of their newfound closeness with the family. Despite her distress, she consoled herself with the thought that Mr. Bingley would soon visit again. In the end, she comforted herself with the belief that, even though he was only invited for a simple family meal, she would ensure a lavish spread awaited him. You're about to listen to Chapter 22. The Bennet family had plans to dine with the Lucas clan. Throughout the day, Miss Lucas was gracious enough to keep Mr. Collins entertained, much to Elizabeth's gratitude. Elizabeth appreciated this as it kept Mr. Collins in a pleasant mood and expressed her thanks to her friend. Charlotte was happy to be of help, feeling that her time was well spent in doing so. Yet, Charlotte's kindness had a deeper motive that Elizabeth didn't realize. She aimed to divert Mr. Collins's attention from Elizabeth to herself. Miss Lucas had a plan to prevent Mr. Collins from pursuing Elizabeth by attracting him instead. Her plan seemed to be working well, and by evening, she felt confident about its success, if only Mr. Collins wasn't leaving Hertfordshire so soon. However, she underestimated his determination, which led him to sneak out of Longbourn and rush to Lucas Lodge to express his feelings for her. Mr. Collins wanted to avoid his cousins noticing his departure, fearing they would guess his intentions. He preferred to keep his proposal a secret until he could be sure of its outcome. Although he had some doubts, Charlotte had given him some hope. His arrival at Lucas Lodge was met with a warm welcome. Miss Lucas saw him approaching and went to meet him, making it seem like a chance encounter. She had not expected him to be so passionate and persuasive. In no time, as Mr. Collins was known for his lengthy discourses, they reached an agreement that pleased them both. Upon entering the house, Mr. Collins was eager to set a wedding date, making him the happiest man. While the request was put off for the moment, Charlotte had no desire to play with his feelings. Mr. Collins's lack of charm ensured that Charlotte, who agreed to marry him mainly for the security of an establishment, was in no rush to prolong their courtship. Sir William and Lady Lucas gave their consent to the match without hesitation, overjoyed by the prospect. Mr. Collins's current situation and future prospects made him a suitable match for their daughter, who had little dowry. Lady Lucas immediately began to eagerly calculate the benefits of the match with more interest than she had ever shown before. Previously, there had been speculation about how much longer Mr. Bennet might live. Sir William believed that once Mr. Collins inherited the Longbourn estate, it would be wise for him and his wife to be seen at St. James's. The entire family was thrilled by the news. The younger girls saw a chance to enter society earlier than expected, while the boys were relieved that Charlotte might avoid becoming an old maid. Charlotte was calm, having achieved her goal. She had time to reflect and, despite Mr. Collins not being sensible or pleasant company, she was satisfied. To her, marriage was a practical goal, an honorable way for a woman of modest means to avoid poverty. Now at 27, she felt fortunate despite never having been considered beautiful. Charlotte knew her decision would surprise Elizabeth Bennet, her most valued friend, who might even disapprove. Determined to stick to her choice, Charlotte planned to break the news herself, instructing Mr. Collins to keep their engagement a secret from the family until she could tell Elizabeth personally. Before Mr. Collins's departure the next morning, Mrs. Bennet expressed her eagerness to see him return to Longbourn. Mr. Collins assured her he was looking forward to accepting her invitation. Mr. Bennet, not keen on a quick return, cautioned Mr. Collins about possibly upsetting Lady Catherine. Mr. Collins promised to seek her approval first. Mr. Bennet advised him to prioritize Lady Catherine's contentment over a visit. Mr. Collins expressed his warm gratitude for the Bennet family's hospitality and wished his cousins well, especially Elizabeth. The ladies took their leave with the usual pleasantries, all equally taken aback by his plans for a swift return. Mrs. Bennet was trying to decipher his intentions, hopeful that he might be considering one of her younger daughters, possibly Mary, who wouldn't have been opposed to the idea. She held his intellect in high esteem, more so than her sisters did, impressed by the depth of his thoughts. Although not as sharp as she was, Mary believed that with the right encouragement to read and better himself, he could turn into a delightful companion. However, the next morning dashed any such hopes. After breakfast, Miss Lucas dropped by and shared with Elizabeth the previous day's happenings in private. Elizabeth had briefly entertained the thought of Mr. Collins fancying her friend within the last couple of days, but the idea of Charlotte reciprocating seemed nearly impossible. Elizabeth was so shocked that she momentarily forgot her manners, exclaiming her disbelief at the engagement. Miss Lucas was momentarily flustered by Elizabeth's reaction, but quickly regained her composure, asking why Elizabeth found it so hard to believe that Mr. Collins could win a lady's favor just because he hadn't succeeded with her. Elizabeth collected herself, straining to show support for the union and wishing Charlotte all the best. Charlotte understood Elizabeth's shock, especially since Mr. Collins had recently pursued her. She hoped Elizabeth would come to terms with her decision, explaining her practical approach to marriage. She sought stability, not romance, and felt her chances of happiness with Mr. Collins were as good as any, given his status and connections. Elizabeth agreed, though the conversation stumbled into an awkward silence before they rejoined the family. Charlotte's visit was brief, and Elizabeth was left to ponder the news. It took her a long time to come to terms with Charlotte's choice, which she found utterly mismatched. The speed of Mr. Collins's proposals was startling, but Charlotte's acceptance was even more so. Elizabeth had known they held different views on marriage, but she never imagined Charlotte would prioritize social standing over genuine affection. The thought of Charlotte as Mr. Collins's wife was a bitter pill to swallow, and Elizabeth struggled with the realization that her friend had chosen a path that seemed to guarantee anything but happiness. You're about to listen to Chapter 23. Elizabeth sat with her mother and sisters, lost in thought over what she had just learned. She was unsure if she should share the news when Sir William Lucas arrived. His daughter had sent him to tell the family about her engagement. Sir William was full of praise for both families and seemed pleased about the upcoming union. He explained the situation to a group that was both shocked and skeptical. Mrs. Bennet refused to believe him, insisting he was wrong. Lydia, who was often blunt and rude, couldn't believe Sir William's story, reminding him that Mr. Collins had plans to marry Lizzie. Sir William, however, remained calm despite their rudeness. He was certain of his information and listened to their disbelief with patience. Elizabeth felt she had to help Sir William out of this awkward situation. She confirmed his story, sharing that Charlotte had told her about it herself. She tried to quiet her mother and sisters by congratulating Sir William sincerely. Jane joined in with the congratulations, and Elizabeth talked about the good things the match could bring, like Mr. Collins's character and the convenience of Hunsford being close to London. Mrs. Bennet was overwhelmed while Sir William was there and didn't say much. But once he left, she let her emotions out. She didn't believe the news, thought Mr. Collins had been tricked, hoped the couple wouldn't be happy, and wished the engagement would end. She blamed Elizabeth for the trouble and felt mistreated by everyone. She stayed angry for a long time, scolding Elizabeth for a week and being rude to Sir William and Lady Lucas for even longer. It took months for her to forgive their daughter. Mr. Bennet was much calmer about the news. He found it amusing that Charlotte, who he thought was sensible, was as silly as his wife and sillier than his daughter. Jane was a bit shocked by the engagement, but mostly wished them well. Elizabeth couldn't convince her to doubt the match. Kitty and Lydia didn't care much since Mr. Collins was just a clergyman. They were more interested in sharing the gossip in Meryton. Lady Lucas was proud to have a daughter getting married and visited Longbourn more often to express her joy. Mrs. Bennet's sour attitude and harsh words, however, could have dampened anyone's happiness. Elizabeth and Charlotte's relationship had grown distant, leaving them both silent on certain matters. Elizabeth was convinced they would never share true confidences again. Disappointed in Charlotte, Elizabeth's affection for her sister grew stronger, confident in her sister's integrity. Her concern for her sister's well-being increased with each passing day, as Bingley had been gone for a week with no news of his return. Jane had quickly replied to Caroline's letter and was eagerly awaiting a response. Mr. Collins had sent a formal thank-you note to their father, expressing his gratitude for the past year's hospitality. He then joyfully announced his engagement to Miss Lucas, mentioning Lady Catherine's enthusiastic approval and desire for a prompt wedding. Mrs. Bennet found Mr. Collins's impending visit to Hertfordshire displeasing. She complained about the inconvenience of his stay at Longbourn instead of Lucas Lodge, especially since she didn't enjoy hosting guests while feeling unwell. Lovers, she thought, were the worst kind of visitors. Her complaints were only overshadowed by her distress over Mr. Bingley's continued absence. Both Jane and Elizabeth felt uneasy about Mr. Bingley's situation. Days went by without any news, except for rumors in Meryton that he wouldn't return to Netherfield that winter, which Mrs. Bennet vehemently denied as a scandalous lie. Elizabeth worried that Bingley's sisters and his influential friend, along with Miss Darcy's allure and London's distractions, might weaken his commitment, despite not wanting to believe it could affect Jane's happiness or Bingley's loyalty. Jane's own anxiety was greater than Elizabeth's, but she kept her feelings hidden. Their mother, however, had no such reservations and frequently spoke of Bingley, expressing her impatience and pressuring Jane to admit she would feel wronged if he didn't return. Jane's calm demeanor was the only thing that allowed her to endure her mother's outbursts with any peace. Mr. Collins was true to his word and arrived back precisely 2 weeks later on Monday. However, his welcome at Longbourn wasn't as warm as when he first appeared. Despite this, he was brimming with joy and didn't require much attention. Fortunately for everyone else, his courtship endeavors kept him busy and away most of the time. He devoted the majority of his days to Lucas Lodge, only returning to Longbourn late enough to offer a quick apology for his absence before the family retired for the night. Mrs. Bennet found herself in a distressing situation. Any talk of the upcoming marriage sent her into fits of bad temper. She couldn't stand the sight of Miss Lucas, who she saw as her rival in the house. Mrs. Bennet was filled with jealousy and loathing towards her. Whenever Charlotte visited, Mrs. Bennet was convinced she was eagerly waiting to take over the house. And if Charlotte whispered to Mr. Collins, Mrs. Bennet was sure they were plotting to disinherit her and her daughters once Mr. Bennet passed away. She vented her frustrations to her husband bitterly. Mrs. Bennet found it unbearable to think that Charlotte Lucas might become the mistress of their home, displacing her. The thought of witnessing Charlotte replace her was intolerable. Mr. Bennet tried to offer some comfort, suggesting that he might outlive her, but this didn't cheer Mrs. Bennet at all. She continued to lament the fate of the estate due to the entail, wishing it could be different. She expressed that if it weren't for the entail, she wouldn't be so bothered. To which Mr. Bennet inquired what she wouldn't mind, and she replied that without the entail, nothing would trouble her. Mr. Bennet encouraged her to be grateful for her emotional capacity, which she flatly denied any gratitude for, especially concerning the entail. She couldn't fathom how anyone could justify entailing an estate away from their own daughters. She questioned why Mr. Collins was more deserving of the estate than anyone else. Mr. Bennet left the judgment to her, ending their exchange. You're about to listen to Chapter 24. Miss Bingley's letter had come, ending any uncertainty. It started with the news that they were all settled in London for the winter, and her brother regretted not visiting his Hertfordshire friends before leaving. Jane's hope vanished. When she read on, she found little comfort apart from the writer's claimed affection. The letter mostly praised Miss Darcy, highlighting her charms and Caroline's joy over their growing closeness, predicting the fulfillment of earlier expressed desires. Caroline happily wrote about her brother staying at Mr. Darcy's and excitedly shared some of Mr. Darcy's plans for new furnishings. Elizabeth learned of all this from Jane and felt a quiet fury. She was torn between worry for Jane and anger at others. She dismissed Caroline's hint of her brother's fondness for Miss Darcy. Elizabeth never doubted his affection for Jane and was upset at his lack of resolve, which made him yield to his friend's schemes, risking his and Jane's happiness. She knew pondering this wouldn't help. She was consumed by thoughts of whether Bingley's feelings had truly faded or were influenced by his friends, whether he noticed Jane's feelings or not. Regardless, her view of him changed, but Jane's heartache was the same. After a couple of days, Jane finally shared her feelings with Elizabeth. She wished their mother could restrain herself from making painful remarks about Mr. Bingley. Jane believed the pain wouldn't last and that he would be forgotten, returning life to normal. Elizabeth listened with concern but stayed quiet. "Jane, Noticing Elizabeth's disbelief, assured her that Mr. Bingley would remain in her memories as a kind man, but that was it. She had no expectations or grievances, thankful to be spared that pain. She resolved to move past it soon, finding solace in the fact that her feelings had been a mere fancy, harming no one but herself. Elizabeth responded, praising Jane's exceptional kindness and selflessness, feeling she had never appreciated or loved her sister enough. Jane modestly denied any special merit, crediting Elizabeth's warm affection instead. Elizabeth expressed her disagreement with the notion that she should view everyone in the world as respectable, a sentiment she felt was unfair. She was of the opinion that she wanted to see perfection only in one person, yet that person seemed to resist the idea. She reassured them not to worry about her overstepping bounds or encroaching on their universal goodwill. Elizabeth confessed that her love and good opinion were reserved for only a handful of people. The more she observed the world, the less satisfied she became, and she believed that human character was inconsistent and appearances of merit or sense were unreliable. She mentioned 2 recent examples that confirmed her beliefs, choosing to discuss only Charlotte's perplexing marriage. Jane, on the other hand, urged Elizabeth not to harbor such negative feelings, arguing that they could damage her happiness. She suggested that Elizabeth wasn't considering the differences in people's situations and temperaments enough. Jane pointed out Mr. Collins's respectability and Charlotte's prudent character, and the practicality of the match given Charlotte's large family and the financial stability it offered. She held on to the hope that Charlotte might feel some esteem for Mr. Collins. Elizabeth, however, was not easily swayed. She stated that to make Jane happy, she would attempt to believe almost anything, but she doubted anyone else could benefit from such a belief. If she were to believe that Charlotte had any true regard for Mr. Collins, she would think less of Charlotte's intelligence than she already did of her emotions. Elizabeth described Mr. Collins as conceited, pompous, narrow-minded, and silly, and believed that any woman who married him must be lacking in proper judgment. She insisted that Jane should not defend Charlotte's actions, nor should she alter her principles of integrity for the sake of one individual, nor convince herself or Elizabeth that selfishness equated to prudence or that a lack of awareness of danger was a guarantee of happiness. Jane felt Elizabeth's words were too harsh regarding both Mr. Collins and Charlotte and hoped that Elizabeth would see their happiness together. She wanted to move past the topic, but Elizabeth had hinted at another matter, which Jane did not want to misinterpret. Still, she pleaded with Elizabeth not to think poorly of the person involved or to believe they had been intentionally wronged. Jane believed that they shouldn't be too quick to assume they were intentionally hurt, and that a young man's behavior could often be misinterpreted as a result of vanity. Elizabeth countered that if such behavior was intentional, it couldn't be excused, but she didn't believe there was as much deliberate manipulation in the world as some might think. She clarified that she didn't attribute any of Mr. Bingley's actions to deliberate scheming, but acknowledged that without intending to do wrong or make others unhappy, mistakes and misery could still result from thoughtlessness, lack of consideration for others' feelings, and indecision. Jane asked if Elizabeth attributed it to any of those reasons, to which Elizabeth agreed, particularly the last one. She warned Jane that if she continued, she might say something that would upset her about people Jane held in high regard. Jane wondered if Elizabeth still suspected that Mr. Bingley's sisters had influenced him, to which Elizabeth affirmed, believing they had acted in concert with his friend. Jane found it hard to believe they would try to influence him, convinced that they would only want his happiness and that if he was truly attached to her, no other woman could affect that. Elizabeth's initial belief was mistaken. She thought that people might only desire happiness for others, but in reality, they could wish for a person's wealth and status to grow, or for them to marry someone of financial and social significance. Jane, however, thought this might stem from genuine affection, as they had a longer relationship with Miss Darcy than with her. She reasoned that if they truly believed their brother was attached to her, they wouldn't interfere. To think otherwise would mean everyone was behaving improperly, which distressed her. Elizabeth couldn't argue with Jane's desire to see things in a positive light. As time went on, Mr. Bingley's name became a rare topic of conversation between them. Mrs. Bennet couldn't help but express her disappointment at his absence, and although Elizabeth tried to explain it, her mother remained confused. Mrs. Bennet clung to the hope that he would return in the summer. Mr. Bennet saw things differently. He playfully suggested that Elizabeth should experience a little heartbreak, as it would give her something to ponder and set her apart from her friends. He teased her about finding someone, perhaps among the many officers in Meryton, and jokingly recommended Mr. Wickham, saying he would break her heart with finesse. Elizabeth declined, saying she'd be content with someone less charming than Jane's suitor. Her father agreed, adding that no matter what, she had a mother who would make the most of any situation. Mr. Wickham's presence helped lift the spirits of the Longbourn family, overshadowing the recent troubling events. His grievances against Mr. Darcy were now common knowledge, and this only fueled the community's prior dislike for Mr. Darcy. Miss Bennet alone considered that there might be more to the story than what was widely known. Her gentle nature always sought to find reasonable explanations and acknowledge the potential for misunderstandings. However, the general consensus was that Mr. Darcy was not a good man. You're about to listen to Chapter 25. After spending a week declaring his love and dreaming of a blissful future, Mr. Collins had to leave his dear Charlotte due to the arrival of Saturday. The sting of parting might be lessened for him by getting ready for his bride's welcome. He hoped to set their wedding date soon after returning to Hertfordshire, a day that would make him the happiest man alive. He said goodbye to his Longbourn relatives with the same formality as before, wished his lovely cousins well once more, and promised to write their father a thank-you letter. The following Monday brought joy to Mrs. Bennet as she welcomed her brother and his wife. They arrived for their usual Christmas stay at Longbourn. Mr. Gardiner was a sensible and refined man, much more so than his sister, both by nature and education. The ladies of Netherfield would be surprised to know that a man so closely tied to his trade and warehouses could be so cultured and pleasant. Mrs. Gardiner, younger by several years than Mrs. Bennet and Mrs. Phillips, was a charming, smart, and stylish woman, adored by her nieces at Longbourn. She shared a special bond with the two eldest nieces, having often hosted them in town. Mrs. Gardiner's first task upon arrival was to hand out gifts and talk about the latest styles. Once this was done, her role became more passive. It was her turn to listen. Mrs. Bennet had many complaints to share. Her family had been mistreated since her sister's last visit. 2 of her daughters had nearly married, but in the end, nothing came of it. Mrs. Bennet believed Jane would have won Mr. Bingley if she could have. But Lizzie's situation upset her. Lizzie could have been Mrs. Collins by now if not for her stubbornness. She had turned down his proposal right in this room. Now, Mrs. Bennet was distressed that Lady Lucas would see her daughter married before her own and that the Longbourn estate remained entailed. She found the Lucases cunning, always looking out for themselves, which made Mrs. Bennet quite anxious and unwell. She felt frustrated by the obstacles within her family and having neighbors who put themselves first. Nonetheless, Mrs. Bennet took comfort in her sister's timely visit and enjoyed hearing about the fashion of long sleeves. Mrs. Gardiner, already familiar with most of this news from Jane and Elizabeth's letters, gave a brief response. Out of kindness to her nieces, she changed the subject. Later, when alone with Elizabeth, Mrs. Gardiner discussed the matter further. She mentioned that Jane's match seemed promising and regretted its end. Such occurrences were common, she noted. A young man like Mr. Bingley could easily fall for a pretty girl and just as quickly forget her if separated by chance. These ficklenesses were all too common. Elizabeth reflected that such consolation might work for others, but not for them. Their troubles weren't caused by chance. It was rare for a man, recently in deep love, to change his mind so quickly due to others' meddling. The phrase, violently in love, seemed worn out and vague to Elizabeth. It didn't quite capture the essence of Mr. Bingley's affection for Jane, which seemed to grow stronger with every encounter. At his own ball, he managed to upset a few ladies by not asking them to dance, and even ignored Elizabeth's attempts to speak to him. This level of distraction made it clear to Elizabeth that his feelings were genuine. Yet, Elizabeth's aunt suggested that Jane would benefit from a change of scenery to help her move on, believing that laughter would be the best medicine for Elizabeth herself in such a situation. Elizabeth was thrilled with her aunt's idea and was certain Jane would agree. Mrs. Gardiner hoped that Jane wouldn't be swayed by thoughts of Mr. Bingley when deciding to join them, especially since their part of town was far removed from his usual haunts. Elizabeth doubted that Mr. Bingley would visit Jane, given Mr. Darcy's influence and his disdain for their modest neighborhood. Elizabeth preferred that Jane and Mr. Bingley not cross paths. Although Jane had stopped corresponding with Mr. Bingley's sister, Elizabeth couldn't shake off a feeling of hope that perhaps Jane's charm might reignite Mr. Bingley's affection, despite his friend's interference. Jane gladly accepted the invitation from her aunt, and thoughts of the Bingleys didn't trouble her much. She hoped to visit Caroline occasionally, without the risk of encountering her brother. The Gardiners spent a whole week at Longbourn. Every day was filled with activity, thanks to the Phillipses, the Lucases, and the officers. Mrs. Bennet made sure her brother and sister were so entertained that they never once had a simple family meal. Home gatherings included some officers, and Mr. Wickham was always among them. Mrs. Gardiner watched him and Elizabeth closely when they were together. She noticed their mutual affection, though not deeply in love, and it worried her a bit. She planned to talk to Elizabeth about the risks of such a friendship before leaving Hertfordshire. Mrs. Gardiner found joy in Wickham's tales of Derbyshire, where she had once stayed for a while. They shared many mutual friends, and though Wickham hadn't been there much since Mr. Darcy's father passed away 5 years ago, he still had news to share. Mrs. Gardiner remembered Pemberley and Mr. Darcy's father quite well, which gave them plenty to talk about. She enjoyed comparing her memories with Wickham's detailed account of Pemberley, and they both took pleasure in praising the late Mr. Darcy's character. When she learned of how the current Mr. Darcy had treated Wickham, she tried to recall any past rumors of Mr. Darcy's childhood arrogance and bad temper that might match up with Wickham's story. She finally convinced herself that she did remember hearing about Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy being a very proud and unpleasant young boy. You're about to listen to Chapter 26. Mrs. Gardiner took the first good chance to speak to Elizabeth alone, offering her advice with both punctuality and kindness. She shared her honest thoughts, advising Elizabeth to stay cautious. She told her that being warned against love wouldn't prevent her from falling into it, but it was important to be wary. She emphasized that Elizabeth shouldn't let herself or Mr. Wickham get too involved in a relationship that a lack of fortune could complicate. While Mrs. Gardiner had nothing negative to say about Mr. Wickham and admitted he would be a good match if he were wealthier, she insisted that Elizabeth needed to keep her imagination in check and make decisions with common sense, as her father and everyone else expected of her. Elizabeth playfully assured her aunt she would be careful, promising to look after herself and Mr. Wickham, ensuring he wouldn't fall for her if she could help it. Mrs. Gardiner expressed doubt about Elizabeth's seriousness, prompting her niece to clarify. Elizabeth admitted that while she wasn't in love with Mr. Wickham, she found him incredibly charming. She recognized the imprudence of such an attachment, especially given her disdain for Mr. Darcy and her desire to maintain her father's high regard. She also acknowledged her father's fondness for Mr. Wickham, but expressed her reluctance to cause unhappiness in the family. She pointed out that young people often disregarded the lack of fortune when there was affection, making it hard for her to promise to act wiser under temptation. Elizabeth committed to not rushing into anything, to being cautious in Mr. Wickham's company, and to do her best to act wisely. Mrs. Gardiner suggested that it might be better if Elizabeth discouraged Mr. Wickham's frequent visits, especially by not reminding her mother to invite him. Elizabeth agreed with a knowing smile, admitting it was wise to avoid such reminders. She explained that his visits were more frequent that week because of Mrs. Gardiner's presence and her mother's belief in the necessity of constant company. Elizabeth reassured her aunt of her intentions to act in the wisest manner and expressed hope that Mrs. Gardiner was satisfied with her response. Her aunt confirmed she was, and they parted, marking a rare instance where advice on such a delicate matter was given and received without resentment. Mr. Collins made his way back to Hertfordshire shortly after the Gardiners and Jane had left. He stayed with the Lucas family, which meant Mrs. Bennet wasn't bothered by his presence. His wedding day was drawing near, and Mrs. Bennet had come to accept it as something that couldn't be avoided. She often remarked, with a bit of a sour attitude, that she hoped they would find happiness. The wedding was set for a Thursday, and the day before, Miss Lucas paid her final visit. Elizabeth, feeling embarrassed by her mother's grudging well wishes and genuinely moved herself, walked with Charlotte as she left the room. They shared a moment on the stairs where Charlotte expressed her hope to hear often from Elizabeth, who assured her she would. Charlotte also hoped for Elizabeth to visit her in Kent, which Elizabeth agreed to despite anticipating little joy in the trip. Charlotte mentioned that her father and Maria would join her in March, and she was eager for Elizabeth to be part of the gathering. The wedding happened as planned, and the newlyweds headed for Kent right after the ceremony. Everyone had plenty to discuss about the event. Elizabeth kept up her correspondence with Charlotte, but it wasn't as open as before. She felt a change now that Charlotte was married. Charlotte's letters were full of positive comments about her new life, her home, and Lady Catherine's kindness. Elizabeth realized she'd have to see it all for herself to truly understand. Jane had let Elizabeth know they arrived safely in London. Elizabeth was eager for more news, hoping to hear about the Bingleys. However, Jane's next letter brought no news of Caroline, which she guessed was due to a lost letter. Jane planned to visit Grosvenor Street the following day, taking the chance while their aunt was in that part of town. Upon her visit, she encountered Miss Bingley and noted that Caroline didn't seem as lively as usual. However, Caroline was delighted to see her and playfully chided her for not announcing her arrival in London. This confirmed her suspicion that her previous letter hadn't reached Caroline. Naturally, she asked about their brother, who was reportedly in good health, but often preoccupied with Mr. Darcy, making him a rare sight. She learned that Miss Darcy was expected for dinner, and she expressed a desire to meet her. Her visit was brief since Caroline and Mrs. Hurst had plans to go out. She anticipated that they would probably meet again soon in her own home. Elizabeth pondered over this letter with a skeptical mind. It was clear to her that only by chance would Mr. Bingley learn of her sister's presence in the city. As 4 weeks slipped by, Jane had no sight of him. She tried to convince herself she wasn't upset by this, but it became impossible to ignore Miss Bingley's lack of attention. After spending every morning for 2 weeks waiting in vain and making up excuses for her each evening, Miss Bingley finally visited. But the brevity of her visit and the change in her demeanor made it impossible for Jane to fool herself any longer. The letter Jane penned following this visit was a testament to her true feelings. "I'm certain that my dear Lizzie won't gloat over her correct judgment at my expense. I admit I was completely wrong about Miss Bingley's feelings for me. But sister, even though you were right, don't think I'm stubborn for still saying that my trust was as reasonable as your doubts, given how she acted. I'm baffled why she wanted to be close to me. If it all happened again, I'm sure I'd be fooled again. Caroline only visited me yesterday, and until then, I hadn't heard a word from her. When she came, it was clear she didn't enjoy it. She made a casual excuse for not visiting sooner, didn't express any wish to meet again, and seemed like a completely different person. After she left, I decided to end our acquaintance. I feel sorry for her, even though I think she was wrong to single me out the way she did. I'm sure she knows she's been acting badly, and I think she's worried about her brother. That's probably why she's been acting this way toward me. We know she doesn't need to worry, but it's understandable and sweet that she does because she loves her brother so much. It's strange she's still worried now, though. If he cared about me, we would have met a long time ago. He must know I'm in town, and yet, from what she said, it seems she's trying to convince herself he likes Miss Darcy. I don't get it. If I weren't worried about being too harsh, I'd almost think there's some deceit going on. I'll try to forget all the upsetting thoughts and focus on what makes me happy, your love, and the constant kindness of our uncle and aunt. Write to me soon." Miss Bingley hinted he might never come back to Netherfield or that he might give up the house, but nothing's certain. We shouldn't talk about it. I'm so happy to hear our friends at Hunsford are doing well. Please visit them with Sir William and Maria. I'm sure you'll be very comfortable there. Elizabeth felt a twinge of sadness from this letter, but she cheered up thinking that Jane wouldn't be tricked by the sister anymore. All hope for anything from the brother was gone. She didn't even want him to pay her any attention now. The more she thought about him, the less she thought of him. She even hoped he'd marry Mr. Darcy's sister, as Mr. Wickham said, so he'd realize what he lost. Around this period, Mrs. Gardiner reminded Elizabeth of a promise she had made regarding a certain gentleman, seeking updates. Elizabeth had news to share that would likely please her aunt more than herself. The man's interest, which once seemed to favor Elizabeth, had cooled. His attentions had ceased, as he now favored another. Elizabeth observed this shift without much distress. Her emotions had been only lightly stirred, and her pride was comforted by the thought that she might have been his sole choice if fortune had allowed. The most striking allure for the gentleman was the recent £10,000 that had come into the possession of the young lady he currently pursued. Elizabeth, perhaps not as perceptive in this instance as she was with Charlotte's situation, didn't hold any resentment towards his desire for financial independence. On the contrary, it seemed entirely natural to her. She even entertained the notion that he might have struggled a bit with letting her go, and she saw their parting as a sensible decision for both, genuinely wishing him well. Elizabeth conveyed all this to Mrs. Gardiner, explaining the circumstances and continuing with her reflections. She confessed to her aunt that she couldn't have been deeply in love, for if she were, she would now abhor the gentleman's name and wish ill upon him. Instead, her feelings were warm and even-handed towards him and Miss King, the new object of his affections. She couldn't detect any resentment or unwillingness to consider Miss King a decent person. Elizabeth concluded that there was no real love involved in her past sentiments. Her vigilance had paid off, and while she acknowledged that being madly in love would make her more intriguing to others, she didn't miss the drama. Recognizing the high cost of such importance, she observed that her younger sisters, Kitty and Lydia, were more affected by the man's change of heart. They were naive to the world's ways and hadn't yet faced the harsh truth that even attractive men need financial means, just as much as the less remarkable ones. You're about to listen to Chapter 27. The Longbourn family experienced no significant events, and their days were filled with routine walks to Meryton, often through mud or chill. Time moved quickly, with January and February slipping by. March approached, promising Elizabeth a trip to Hunsford. Initially, she didn't consider the trip seriously, but Charlotte counted on her coming, and Elizabeth's own excitement grew. She missed Charlotte, and her feelings towards Mr. Collins softened. The idea of change appealed to her, given her difficult home life. Plus, the trip meant seeing Jane, and as departure neared, Elizabeth would have hated any postponement. In the end, everything was arranged just as Charlotte had planned. Elizabeth would travel with Sir William and his second daughter, Maria, and even spend a night in London, perfecting the plan. Leaving her father was the only downside, as he'd miss her and reluctantly agreed to her departure, asking for letters and promising replies. Elizabeth's goodbye to Mr. Wickham was warm and friendly, with him showing special kindness. He remembered how she was the first to capture his interest and admiration. Elizabeth felt a lasting respect for him, convinced of his charm, whether he remained single or not. Her travel companions the next day, Sir William and Maria, were pleasant but not stimulating. Their conversation was as engaging as carriage noise. Elizabeth had grown too familiar with Sir William's tales of his knighthood and civilities. Their journey to London was short, only 24 miles, and they arrived in Grassetchit Street by noon. Jane was eagerly watching from a window and greeted them warmly. Elizabeth was happy to see Jane looking healthy and beautiful. A group of young cousins, too shy to come downstairs, but too excited to stay away, crowded the stairs. The visit was filled with joy and kindness. They spent the morning shopping and the evening at the theater, enjoying every moment. Elizabeth found a way to sit next to her aunt, and they began discussing her sister Jane. Elizabeth felt a mix of sadness and lack of surprise when she learned that Jane was fighting to stay cheerful, despite sometimes feeling downhearted. It seemed likely that these low spirits wouldn't last too long. Mrs. Gardiner shared details about Miss Bingley's visit and the talks she had with Jane, which made it clear Jane no longer considered Miss Bingley an acquaintance. Mrs. Gardiner playfully teased Elizabeth about Wickham's lack of interest in her, praising her for handling it gracefully. She then questioned the character of Miss King, hoping not to think of their friend as greedy. Elizabeth challenged her aunt's perspective on what differentiates a cautious motive from a greedy one in marriage. She pointed out the irony in her aunt's previous fears about Wickham's potential imprudence in marrying her, and now suspecting him of being greedy for pursuing Miss King, who had recently inherited a fortune. Elizabeth assured her aunt that Miss King was a decent person, but admitted that Wickham hadn't paid her any attention until she had come into her inheritance. She argued that there was no reason for Wickham to court a girl he didn't care for and who was just as penniless as she was before. Mrs. Gardiner expressed that Wickham's swift interest in Miss King following her grandfather's death seemed improper. Elizabeth countered, suggesting that a man in financial trouble can't afford the luxury of social niceties, and if Miss King didn't mind, they shouldn't either. Mrs. Gardiner insisted that Miss King's acceptance didn't make Wickham's actions right. It only showed a lack in her, perhaps in sense or feeling. Elizabeth, a bit exasperated, said they could label him as greedy and her as foolish if that's what her aunt preferred. Mrs. Gardiner clarified she didn't want to think poorly of someone from their own county. Elizabeth sarcastically remarked on her low opinion of young men from Derbyshire and their friends from Hertfordshire, declaring she was tired of them all. She looked forward to meeting a man devoid of any agreeable qualities, claiming that only stupid men are worth knowing. Mrs. Gardiner warned Elizabeth that her words seemed to stem from disappointment. Before they parted ways, Elizabeth was delighted to receive an invitation from her uncle and aunt to join them on a summer pleasure trip, possibly to the lakes. The specifics of the journey were still undecided, but the idea was exciting. The days at Longbourn passed uneventfully, filled with routine walks to Meryton, regardless of mud or cold. Time sped by, with January and February quickly fading into the past. March was drawing near, bringing with it Elizabeth's anticipated trip to Hunsford. She hadn't taken the idea seriously at first, but as Charlotte was counting on her visit and her own eagerness increased, Elizabeth found herself looking forward to it. Her feelings toward Mr. Collins softened, and the prospect of change was welcome amidst the difficulties at home. Seeing Jane again was also a highlight, and any delay in her departure would have been unwelcome. In the end, everything was arranged according to Charlotte's plans. Elizabeth would be traveling with Sir William and his daughter Maria, with a night's stay in London to perfect the arrangement. Elizabeth couldn't have been happier with the plan and was quick to show her gratitude for the invitation. She was overjoyed, expressing to her aunt how much joy and renewed energy the prospect brought her. She bid farewell to any feelings of disappointment and negativity, musing on the insignificance of men compared to the majesty of nature. She envisioned the wonderful times ahead and was determined that upon their return, they would have a clear memory of all they had seen. Unlike typical travelers, they would have a precise understanding of their journey. They would remember each lake, mountain, and river distinctly and wouldn't confuse one landscape for another. When describing a scene, they would avoid the usual disagreements about its location. Elizabeth was intent on making sure their initial descriptions would be more accurate than those of most travelers. You're about to listen to Chapter 28. Elizabeth found every aspect of the upcoming day's travel fresh and captivating. She was in high spirits, reassured by her sister's good health and thrilled by the thought of her trip to the north. As their journey took them off the main road toward Hunsford, everyone eagerly scanned the surroundings for the parsonage, anticipating its appearance at any moment. The fence of Rosings Park marked one border of their path. Elizabeth couldn't help but smile, recalling what she knew about those who lived there. Soon, the parsonage came into view. The garden, the house, and the green fencing all signaled their arrival. Mr. Collins and Charlotte greeted them at the doorway, and the carriage halted at a small gate. A short walk led them to the house, welcomed by friendly nods and smiles. Everyone stepped out, delighted to see each other. Mrs. Collins greeted Elizabeth warmly, making her feel glad she came. Elizabeth noticed Mr. Collins was unchanged by marriage, his politeness as formal as ever. He held her at the gate to catch up on her family's news. Without further delay, they were ushered inside. Mr. Collins grandly welcomed them again, offering refreshments just as his wife had. Elizabeth braced herself for Mr. Collins's display of pride. As he showed off the room, she sensed he aimed to impress her, perhaps to remind her of what she had refused. Yet, despite the neatness and comfort, she felt no regret. Instead, she marveled at how Charlotte seemed so content with him. Whenever Mr. Collins made a remark that might embarrass his wife, which wasn't rare, Elizabeth would glance at Charlotte. Sometimes she noticed a slight blush, but Charlotte often seemed not to hear. After enough time admiring the room's furnishings and sharing tales of their travels, Mr. Collins suggested a walk in the garden. He took pride in the space and the joy he found in tending to it. Elizabeth noted Charlotte's praise for the health benefits of gardening. Mr. Collins led them through the garden, eagerly pointing out every detail, though his enthusiasm often overshadowed the beauty itself. He boasted of the number of fields and trees, but the view of Rosings through a gap in the tree line was, in his opinion, unrivaled. The modern building of Rosings sat elegantly on an elevated spot, a view he clearly cherished. In his garden, Mr. Collins had the intention of showing the ladies around his pair of meadows. However, due to the remnants of a white frost and their unsuitable footwear, the ladies decided to head back. Sir William kept Mr. Collins company while Charlotte, seizing the chance to show off the house without her husband's input, guided her sister and friend through the premises. The house, although modest in size, was well constructed and practical, with every detail arranged neatly, a testament to Charlotte's good taste, as Elizabeth silently acknowledged. Once Mr. Collins was out of the picture, the house exuded a sense of genuine comfort, and Charlotte appeared to relish it, leading Elizabeth to think that her husband must be easily overlooked. Elizabeth had found out that Lady Catherine was still nearby. This topic resurfaced during dinner, with Mr. Collins proudly mentioning that Elizabeth would meet Lady Catherine at church the following Sunday. He was convinced Elizabeth would be charmed by Lady Catherine's graciousness and expected that they would be included in all the invitations during their stay. He praised Lady Catherine's kindness to Charlotte, boasting about their regular dinners at Rosings and the luxury of being driven home in Lady Catherine's carriage, one of her many carriages. Charlotte chimed in, agreeing with her husband, praising Lady Catherine as a sensible and considerate neighbor. That evening, the conversation revolved around news from Hertfordshire, rehashing stories they had already exchanged through letters. Once alone in her room, Elizabeth reflected on Charlotte's satisfaction with her life, her skill in managing her husband, and her composure. She acknowledged that Charlotte handled everything impressively. Elizabeth's thoughts then wandered to how her visit might unfold, imagining the routine activities, the annoying interruptions by Mr. Collins, and the lively interactions with the Rosings estate. Her vivid imagination quickly pieced it all together. The following day, as Elizabeth was preparing for a walk, a commotion erupted downstairs. Hearing someone rush up the stairs, calling out to her, she opened her door to find Maria, who was visibly excited, urging her to come to the dining room for an unexpected sight. Despite Elizabeth's questions, Maria kept the surprise a secret, and they hurried down to the dining room, which faced the lane. They were greeted by the sight of two ladies in a low phaeton at the garden gate. Elizabeth was underwhelmed, having expected something more dramatic like the pigs wandering into the garden, only to find it was Lady Catherine and her daughter visiting. Maria corrected her. It wasn't Lady Catherine after all, but Mrs. Jenkinson and Miss de Bourgh. Elizabeth was struck by Miss de Bourgh's petite stature and couldn't understand why they would leave Charlotte outside in the cold wind instead of inviting her in. Charlotte had mentioned that it was a rare honor for Miss de Bourgh to visit them. Elizabeth, upon observing Miss de Bourgh, thought she appeared frail and irritable. She concluded that Miss de Bourgh would be a suitable match for him, believing she would become a proper wife. Mr. Collins and Charlotte were outside chatting with the women, while Sir William was amusingly fixated on the grandeur in front of him, repeatedly bowing to Miss de Bourgh whenever she glanced his way. Eventually, the conversation dwindled, the ladies departed in their carriage, and the rest went back inside. Mr. Collins was quick to praise the two girls on their luck, which Charlotte clarified by informing them they were invited to dine at Rosings the next day. You're about to listen to Chapter 29. Mr. Collins reveled in the glory of his recent invitation, which allowed him to showcase the magnificence of his patroness to his guests. He was thrilled to demonstrate Lady Catherine's kindness towards him and his wife, fulfilling his deepest desires. The chance to impress came swiftly, much to his delight, as Lady Catherine's graciousness exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated an invitation for tea on Sunday, given Lady Catherine's known friendliness. Yet, the immediate invitation to dine, which included everyone, was beyond his predictions. Sir William, on the other hand, wasn't as shocked due to his understanding of the ways of the elite, having seen such refined behavior often around the court. The upcoming visit to Rosings was the talk of the day and the next morning. Mr. Collins took great care to prepare everyone for the grandeur they were about to witness, hoping to prevent them from being overwhelmed by the lavish rooms, numerous servants, and sumptuous dinner. Before they separated to prepare themselves, Mr. Collins reassured Elizabeth about her attire. He advised her to wear her best outfit, but nothing too extravagant, as Lady Catherine didn't expect them to match her own level of elegance. He emphasized that Lady Catherine preferred maintaining the distinctions of social rank. Mr. Collins repeatedly urged them to hurry while they dressed, as Lady Catherine disliked waiting for her dinner. His descriptions of Lady Catherine's lifestyle intimidated Maria Lucas, who was not accustomed to such company, and she felt as nervous about meeting Lady Catherine as her father had been about his presentation at St. James's. They enjoyed a pleasant half-mile walk through the park to Rosings. Elizabeth appreciated the beauty around her, though she wasn't as enchanted as Mr. Collins expected. She was unimpressed by his detailed account of the house's windows and the cost of the glazing. Upon reaching Rosings, Maria grew increasingly nervous, and even Sir William seemed a bit uneasy. Elizabeth, however, remained composed. She had not heard anything about Lady Catherine that suggested exceptional talent or virtue, and she felt she could face the grandeur of wealth and status without fear. They entered the hall, where Mr. Collins enthusiastically pointed out the exquisite design and decor. They were led through an antechamber to where Lady Catherine, her daughter, and Mrs. Jenkinson sat. Lady Catherine rose to greet them with great courtesy. Mrs. Collins, as agreed with her husband, handled the introductions smoothly, sparing them from the excessive gratitude and apologies Mr. Collins would have deemed necessary. Despite his experience at St. James's, Sir William was so overpowered by the splendor around him that he managed only a very low bow before quietly taking his seat. His daughter, nearly paralyzed with fear, perched on the edge of her chair, unsure of where to look. In contrast, Elizabeth felt entirely at ease with the situation and calmly observed the three ladies before her. Lady Catherine, a tall and imposing figure with strong features that might have once been considered attractive, did not have a welcoming presence. Her demeanor did not help her guests feel less aware of their lower social standing. She was not intimidating due to her silence. Rather, her authoritative tone emphasized her self-importance and reminded Elizabeth of Mr. Wickham's descriptions. Elizabeth, after noticing a familial resemblance in Mr. Darcy's mother, shifted her attention to his sister. She almost shared Maria's surprise at the young lady's frail and diminutive stature. Miss de Bourgh, who was pale and delicate, had features that, while not unattractive, failed to leave an impression. She barely spoke, and when she did, it was in a whisper to Mrs. Jenkinson, a woman of no particular note who was preoccupied with attending to Miss de Bourgh. Shortly after, Mr. Collins led them to a window to admire the view, with Lady Catherine mentioning it was even more impressive in the summer. The dinner was lavish, with all the servants and silverware Mr. Collins had boasted about. He sat at the table's end, as Lady Catherine had requested, looking supremely content. He enthusiastically carved, ate and praised each dish, with Sir William now recovered enough to mimic his son-in-law's compliments, much to Elizabeth's amazement. Lady Catherine seemed to enjoy their excessive praise, smiling most when they encountered a dish new to them. The dinner conversation was sparse. Elizabeth, ready to chat, found herself between Charlotte, who was absorbed in listening to Lady Catherine, and Miss de Bourgh, who remained silent. Mrs. Jenkinson was focused on Miss de Bourgh's meager appetite, encouraging her to eat more. Maria stayed quiet, and the gentlemen were preoccupied with their meal and admiration. Upon the ladies' re-entry into the drawing-room, their primary occupation became listening to Lady Catherine. She spoke continuously until the arrival of coffee, sharing her views on every topic with such finality that it was clear she wasn't accustomed to opposition. Lady Catherine took an interest in Charlotte's household affairs, offering extensive advice on their management, detailing how to run a small household, and even instructing her on the care of cows and poultry. Elizabeth noted that Lady Catherine found no detail too small to warrant her guidance. During pauses in her conversation with Mrs. Collins, Lady Catherine peppered Maria and Elizabeth with questions, showing particular interest in Elizabeth, whose family she knew less about. She inquired about the number of Elizabeth's sisters, their ages relative to hers, their prospects of marriage, their beauty, their education, the type of carriage their father owned, and even their mother's maiden name. Elizabeth perceived the intrusiveness of these inquiries, but remained calm in her responses. Lady Catherine remarked on the entailment of the Bennet estate to Mr. Collins, expressing relief for Charlotte's sake, but questioning the necessity of such practices when they didn't occur in her own family lineage. She casually asked Elizabeth about her musical abilities and those of her sisters, expressing surprise at their lack of universal accomplishment in music and drawing. She suggested that their mother should have provided them with the opportunity to learn from masters in London, to which Elizabeth explained her father's dislike of the city and the absence of a governess in their upbringing. Lady Catherine found it astonishing that 5 daughters could be raised without a governess, assuming a great burden must have been placed on their mother's shoulders. Elizabeth, with a hint of amusement, assured her this was not the case. She explained that while they may not have had the same advantages as some, those among them eager to learn had the means to do so, and they were encouraged to pursue their interests. Certainly, a governess is essential to prevent such issues, Lady Catherine believed. If she had been acquainted with Elizabeth's mother, she would have strongly recommended hiring one. She often proclaimed that consistent and regular teaching was crucial for education, which only a governess could provide. Lady Catherine prided herself on having helped many families find governesses. She recalled how she had recently recommended a young lady who was quickly embraced by her new employers. She even mentioned Lady Metcalfe's visit to express gratitude for introducing Miss Pope to her, calling her a treasure. Lady Catherine was surprised to learn that all 5 of Elizabeth's younger sisters were out in society at the same time, which seemed unusual to her, especially since Elizabeth was only the second oldest. She found it curious that the younger sisters were out before the older ones were married, wondering if they were quite young. Elizabeth, in response, mentioned that her youngest sister was not yet 16 and might be too young for much socializing. However, Elizabeth firmly believed that it would be unfair for the younger sisters to miss out on society and fun just because the older ones weren't married. She argued that every sister, regardless of birth order, deserved to enjoy their youth and that holding them back could harm their sisterly bond and their refinement. Lady Catherine, taken aback by Elizabeth's forthright opinion, inquired about her age. Elizabeth playfully hinted at her age by mentioning her younger grown-up sisters, leading Lady Catherine to guess that she couldn't be older than 20. Elizabeth confirmed she was not yet 21. When the men rejoined the group after tea, card tables were set up. Lady Catherine, Sir William, and Mr. and Mrs. Collins engaged in a game of quadrille. Miss de Bourgh opted for casino, so the 2 girls helped Mrs. Jenkinson complete her party. Their game was exceedingly dull, with hardly any conversation beyond the game itself, save for Mrs. Jenkinson's concerns for Miss de Bourgh's comfort. The other table, however, was buzzing with activity. Lady Catherine dominated the conversation, either correcting the other's mistakes or sharing anecdotes about herself. Mr. Collins was busy agreeing with everything she said, expressing gratitude for each successful hand, and apologizing if he won too often. Sir William was quieter, absorbing stories and prestigious names to remember. After Lady Catherine and her daughter decided they had enjoyed enough music, the card games ended. Mrs. Collins was then kindly offered a ride in the carriage, which she happily accepted, and it was promptly arranged. The group then cozied up around the fireplace, eagerly awaiting Lady Catherine's predictions about the next day's weather. However, their attention shifted when the coach arrived, prompting their departure. Mr. Collins showered their host with thanks while Sir William matched his gratitude with an equal number of respectful nods. Once the carriage rolled away from the house, Elizabeth found herself in a conversation with her cousin, who was curious about her impressions of Rosings. Elizabeth, wanting to be considerate of Charlotte, painted a rosier picture than what she truly observed. Despite her efforts, Mr. Collins remained unsatisfied, quickly taking it upon himself to sing Lady Catherine's praises. You're about to listen to Chapter 30. Sir William's stay at Hunsford lasted just a week. His time there was enough to assure him that his daughter was well settled, with a husband and neighbor of rare quality. During his visit, Mr. Collins spent his mornings taking Sir William around the countryside in his gig. After Sir William left, the family resumed their normal activities. Elizabeth was relieved to see that Mr. Collins didn't intrude on them more than before. He busied himself with gardening, reading, writing, and peering out the window of his book room, which overlooked the road. The ladies spent their time in a room at the back of the house. Elizabeth initially wondered why Charlotte didn't choose the dining parlor, which was larger and more pleasant, but she soon realized Charlotte's wisdom. Mr. Collins would have been less content to stay in his own space if they had used a more inviting room. From their drawing room, the comings and goings in the lane were invisible, and they relied on Mr. Collins to report on the traffic, especially noting the frequency of Miss de Bourgh's drives in her phaeton. She often stopped at the parsonage for a brief chat with Charlotte, but rarely left her carriage. Mr. Collins made regular walks to Rosings, and his wife often found it necessary to join him. Elizabeth couldn't fathom the reason for these frequent visits until she considered the potential of other family livings being available. During Lady Catherine's visits, nothing went unnoticed. She scrutinized their activities, critiqued their work, and suggested different methods. She pointed out flaws in the furniture placement or a lack of thoroughness in the housemaid's duties. Even when she accepted refreshments, it seemed only to critique that the portions of meat served were too large for the Collins household. Elizabeth noticed that Lady Catherine, though not officially appointed, acted as an active magistrate within her parish. Mr. Collins brought even the smallest issues to her attention. When villagers were argumentative, dissatisfied, or impoverished, Lady Catherine would march into the village to resolve their disputes, quell their complaints, and scold them back into a state of harmony and abundance. The routine of dining at Rosings took place roughly twice each week. Despite the absence of Sir William and the limitation of a single card table in the evenings, these gatherings mirrored the initial one in every way. The Collinses had few other social obligations, as the lifestyle of the surrounding area was out of their financial reach. However, this didn't bother Elizabeth, who managed to enjoy her time. She often engaged in brief, enjoyable chats with Charlotte, and the unseasonably pleasant weather allowed her to delight in the outdoors. Her preferred route for walks was a secluded path in the park's grove, a spot overlooked by others but cherished by her, away from Lady Catherine's prying eyes. As the days passed, the first 2 weeks of her visit flew by. With Easter nearing, the anticipation of new arrivals at Rosings was high, as any addition was significant in their small social circle. Elizabeth had learned shortly after her arrival that Mr. Darcy was expected within a few weeks. Although she didn't hold him in high regard compared to others she knew, his presence promised a fresh dynamic at the Rosings events. She was curious to observe the futile attempts of Miss Bingley to win his affection, especially since Lady Catherine seemed to have plans for him to be with her own daughter. Mr. Collins was eager to witness Mr. Darcy's arrival and spent an entire morning near the lodges at the entrance of Hunsford Lane. Upon confirming his arrival, Mr. Collins quickly returned home to share the news. The next day, he was prompt in visiting Rosings to pay his respects, as Mr. Darcy had not come alone but with Colonel Fitzwilliam, his cousin. To everyone's surprise, both gentlemen accompanied Mr. Collins back to the parsonage. Charlotte spotted them from the window and quickly informed Elizabeth of the impending honor they were to receive. When the gentlemen arrived, Colonel Fitzwilliam was the first to enter. He was around 30, not particularly handsome, but his demeanor and manners were those of a true gentleman. Mr. Darcy maintained his usual composure and greeted Mrs. Collins with his characteristic reserve. Despite his feelings, he met Elizabeth calmly. Colonel Fitzwilliam was quick to engage in conversation, showcasing the ease of a man accustomed to social graces. Mr. Darcy, after a brief comment on the house and garden to Mrs. Collins, fell silent for a while. Eventually, he broke his silence to ask Elizabeth about her family's well-being. She responded politely and, after a brief pause, mentioned her eldest sister's extended stay in town, inquiring if he had seen her there. She was fully aware he hadn't met her sister before, yet she wanted to see if he would show any sign of awareness about what had transpired with the Bingleys and Jane. As he replied, denying any acquaintance with Miss Bennet, she detected a hint of discomfort in him. They didn't dwell on the topic, and not long after, the men took their leave. You're about to listen to Chapter 31. Colonel Fitzwilliam's charm won praise at the parsonage. The ladies there believed his presence would make their time at Rosings more enjoyable. However, it took several days to get an invite. The house had other guests, so their presence wasn't essential. Finally, on Easter, almost a week after the men arrived, they got an invite to come over in the evening after church. Throughout the last week, they barely saw Lady Catherine or her daughter. Colonel Fitzwilliam visited the parsonage a few times. They only saw Mr. Darcy at church. They accepted the invite and arrived at Lady Catherine's drawing room at the right time. She greeted them politely but clearly preferred other guests over them. She mostly focused on her nephews, especially Mr. Darcy, talking to them more than anyone else. Colonel Fitzwilliam was truly happy to see them. He needed a break from the monotony at Rosings. Mrs. Collins's friend caught his interest. He sat next to her and engaged in delightful conversation about various topics. Elizabeth found the conversation more entertaining than ever before. Their lively exchange even caught Lady Catherine's and Mr. Darcy's attention. Lady Catherine's curiosity grew, and she couldn't help but ask what they were discussing. Colonel Fitzwilliam, unable to dodge the question, mentioned they were talking about music. Lady Catherine expressed her love for music and insisted on joining the conversation. She boasted that if she had learned, she would have been skilled, and so would her daughter and, if not for her health. She asked Mr. Darcy about his sister Georgiana's progress. He spoke highly of her skills. Lady Catherine was pleased and told him to remind Georgiana that to excel, she must practice a lot. Mr. Darcy assured her that Georgiana practiced diligently. Lady Catherine approved and planned to remind her to keep practicing. She often advised young ladies, like Miss Bennet, that constant practice is key to excellence in music. She reminded them that Mrs. Collins could use the pianoforte in Mrs. Jenkinson's room at Rosings to practice. Mr. Darcy seemed slightly embarrassed by his aunt's lack of tact and chose not to respond. After finishing their coffee, Colonel Fitzwilliam reminded Elizabeth of her promise to play for him. She promptly took her place at the instrument. He positioned his chair close to hers. Lady Catherine showed interest in half a song before she resumed her conversation with her other nephew. That nephew eventually walked away, and with deliberate steps, he moved towards the piano. He stood in a spot where he could clearly see Elizabeth's face. Noticing his attention, Elizabeth paused at the first opportunity and, with a playful smile, teased him about trying to intimidate her with his presence. She declared that her courage only grew when someone tried to scare her, even if his sister was an exceptional pianist. He smiled and responded, acknowledging that she knew he had no intention of frightening her and that she enjoyed expressing opinions that weren't necessarily her own. Elizabeth laughed, recognizing herself in his words, and playfully warned Colonel Fitzwilliam not to trust her words, as Mr. Darcy was revealing her true nature in a place where she had hoped to maintain some credibility. She accused Mr. Darcy of being unkind for bringing up her past faults from Hertfordshire, which might provoke her to reveal things that could shock his family. He smiled, unbothered by her threats. Colonel Fitzwilliam, intrigued, wanted to know what Mr. Darcy had done to earn such an accusation. Elizabeth playfully prepared him for a shocking revelation that at a ball in Hertfordshire, Mr. Darcy had danced only 4 times, despite the shortage of gentlemen and several ladies lacking partners. Mr. Darcy defended himself by explaining he didn't know anyone else there. Elizabeth suggested a song for Colonel Fitzwilliam to choose, as her fingers were ready to play. Mr. Darcy remarked on his own shortcomings when it came to introducing himself to strangers, which Elizabeth questioned, wondering why someone with his education and worldliness would struggle with such a thing. Colonel Fitzwilliam chimed in, suggesting that Mr. Darcy simply didn't bother to put in the effort. Mr. Darcy admitted he lacked the ease some have in engaging with new acquaintances, unable to mirror their tone or feign interest in their matters. Elizabeth mused over her piano skills, admitting they lacked the mastery she had observed in other women. She believed her playing fell short in power, speed, and emotion, attributing these shortcomings to her own lack of practice. Nevertheless, she had always thought her fingers were just as capable as any other woman's, given the effort. Darcy agreed with her self-assessment, assuring her that she had spent her time in better ways. He felt that anyone who had the pleasure of hearing her play would find nothing missing in her performance. He shared his sentiment with her, noting that neither of them played for an audience of strangers. Their exchange was cut short by Lady Catherine's curiosity about their conversation. Elizabeth promptly returned to the piano. Lady Catherine listened for a bit and then offered her critique to Darcy. She suggested that Elizabeth's playing would improve with more practice and the guidance of a London instructor. She acknowledged Elizabeth's decent technique, but felt her artistic sense didn't match Anne's, who could have been an excellent musician if her health had permitted. Elizabeth glanced at Darcy, searching for a sign of affection in his agreement to his cousin's compliments, but she couldn't find any evidence of love. She concluded that Darcy's behavior towards Miss de Bourgh was such that he might have been just as likely to marry Miss Bingley if she had been his relative. As Lady Catherine continued to comment on Elizabeth's performance, offering numerous tips on execution and taste, Elizabeth listened with the utmost politeness. She stayed at the piano upon the gentleman's request until it was time for Lady Catherine's carriage to take them all home. You're about to listen to Chapter 32. Elizabeth was alone that morning, busy writing to Jane. Mrs. Collins and Maria had left for some village errands when an unexpected doorbell rang. With no sound of a carriage, Elizabeth suspected Lady Catherine might be the caller. Preparing for nosy questions, she quickly hid her unfinished letter. But to her utter astonishment, it was Mr. Darcy who walked in, and only him. His surprise matched hers on finding her solo. He excused himself, believing all the ladies were home. They sat down, and after Elizabeth asked about Rosings, a silence loomed. Feeling the need to break it, she remembered the last time she saw him in Hertfordshire. She was curious about his sudden departure back then and brought it up. Elizabeth commented on the abruptness of his group leaving Netherfield the previous November. She playfully suggested it was a pleasant shock for Mr. Bingley to have them follow him so soon after his own departure. She hoped they were all well when they left London. Mr. Darcy assured her they were all in perfect health. She tried to learn more but got no further details. After a brief silence, she hinted at hearing Mr. Bingley might not return to Netherfield. Mr. Darcy hadn't heard such from Bingley, but felt it likely he'd spend less time there due to his growing circle of friends and commitments. Elizabeth mused that if Bingley was seldom at Netherfield, it might be better if he let it go entirely. That way, a more permanent resident might move in. She figured Bingley probably rented the house for himself, not the neighborhood, and would keep or leave it based on that. Darcy wouldn't be shocked if Bingley gave it up for a good offer. Elizabeth chose not to delve deeper into the topic of his friend. She decided to leave the burden of conversation to Mr. Darcy. He got the message and shifted the topic to the comfort of the house. He mentioned Lady Catherine's contributions to it when Mr. Collins arrived in Hunsford. Elizabeth agreed, noting Lady Catherine could not have found a more appreciative recipient. Darcy remarked on Mr. Collins' luck in finding a sensible wife. Elizabeth acknowledged that their friends should be happy for him. She doubted if marrying Mr. Collins was the smartest move her friend made, but she seemed content. It was a practical match for her. Darcy thought it must be nice for her to live close to her family and friends. Elizabeth was quick to correct that 50 miles was hardly what she'd call close. Darcy downplayed the distance, considering it a short journey by good roads. Elizabeth firmly stated she'd never see the distance as a match advantage. She'd never say Mrs. Collins was settled near her family. Elizabeth perceived Mr. Darcy's smile as a sign that he was probably thinking she missed Jane and the happenings at Netherfield. She felt her cheeks warm as she pondered over her response. She mused internally that a woman's home could be situated close to her family, but that close was a relative term, influenced by various factors. She considered that if one had enough wealth to make travel costs insignificant, then distance wouldn't be an issue. However, this wasn't the case for Mr. and Mrs. Collins, whose income didn't support frequent travel, and Elizabeth was sure her friend wouldn't consider herself near her family if they were less than half the current distance apart. Mr. Darcy, picking up on the conversation, moved his chair closer, suggesting that Elizabeth couldn't possibly have such a strong connection to her hometown since she hadn't always lived at Longbourn. Elizabeth was taken aback by his comment. Sensing a shift in his demeanor, Mr. Darcy withdrew a bit, picked up a newspaper, and, with a cooler tone, inquired whether she was enjoying her time in Kent. Their exchange about the region was brief and to the point, and it ended abruptly when Charlotte and her sister walked in from their stroll. The cousins were surprised to find Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy alone together. Mr. Darcy explained the misunderstanding that led to his presence and soon left after a short while without engaging much with anyone else. Charlotte was curious about the meaning behind Mr. Darcy's visit, playfully suggesting to Elizabeth that he must be smitten with her to drop by in such an informal manner. However, Elizabeth's recount of his reticence made it seem unlikely, even to hopeful Charlotte. They speculated that perhaps Mr. Darcy was simply bored, given the time of year and the lack of outdoor activities. Indoors, there were only so many diversions like Lady Catherine, books, and billiards. The vicinity of the parsonage and the pleasant walk to it became a regular temptation, leading them to visit almost daily, sometimes alone, sometimes together, and occasionally with their aunt. It was clear to everyone that Colonel Fitzwilliam enjoyed their company, which only made him more appealing. Elizabeth found herself comparing him to George Wickham, her previous favorite. While Colonel Fitzwilliam might not have had the same charm, she thought his intellect might be superior. Understanding Mr. Darcy's frequent visits to the parsonage was puzzling. His presence there wasn't for companionship, as he often sat silently for long stretches, only speaking when it seemed absolutely necessary. His contributions to the conversation felt more like a nod to social norms than any real enjoyment. His demeanor rarely showed genuine enthusiasm. Mrs. Collins was at a loss about his behavior. Colonel Fitzwilliam would occasionally chuckle at his cousin's lack of conversation, hinting at a side of Mr. Darcy that Mrs. Collins couldn't recognize on her own. She wanted to believe that his change in behavior was due to love, specifically for her friend Eliza, and she took it upon herself to figure it out. She observed him closely at Rosings and during his visits to Hunsford, although she couldn't quite decipher his intentions. He did look at her friend often, yet the meaning behind his gaze was unclear. It was intense and fixed, but whether it was filled with admiration or simply a vacant stare was hard to tell. Mrs. Collins had hinted to Elizabeth that Mr. Darcy might fancy her, but Elizabeth always dismissed the idea with laughter. Not wanting to create false hopes that could lead to disappointment, Mrs. Collins didn't push the matter further, convinced that Elizabeth's aversion would fade if she believed Mr. Darcy was within her grasp. In her well-meaning plans for Elizabeth, Mrs. Collins sometimes imagined her marrying Colonel Fitzwilliam. He was undeniably charming and clearly smitten with Elizabeth, and his social standing was quite favorable. However, Mr. Darcy held significant influence in the church, an advantage Colonel Fitzwilliam lacked. You're about to listen to Chapter 33. Elizabeth often bumped into Mr. Darcy during her strolls in the park, much to her annoyance. To deter future encounters, she told him it was her preferred spot, hoping he'd avoid it. Yet, he appeared again, not once but twice more. These weren't brief exchanges. Darcy seemed to make it a point to accompany her. They exchanged little conversation, but during their third meeting, Darcy's random questions about her time in Hunsford and her thoughts on Mr. and Mrs. Collins's well-being puzzled her. His comments about Rosings hinted that he expected her to stay there on her next Kent visit, leading her to wonder if he was hinting at something involving Colonel Fitzwilliam. One day, as Elizabeth was absorbed in Jane's letter, Colonel Fitzwilliam appeared instead of Mr. Darcy. She greeted him with a smile, hiding the letter. He mentioned his usual park tour ending with a visit to the parsonage and asked if she was walking far. She replied she was about to turn back, and they headed to the parsonage together. During their walk, Elizabeth inquired about his departure from Kent, to which he noted it depended on Darcy's plans. They discussed Darcy's fondness for having control due to his wealth, unlike the less fortunate. Colonel Fitzwilliam, a younger son himself, acknowledged his own limitations due to financial constraints, especially in matters of marriage. Elizabeth playfully dismissed his claim of hardship, suggesting younger sons often marry into wealth. Fitzwilliam admitted their lifestyle did make them dependent on money, especially when considering marriage. Elizabeth pondered whether the comment was intended for her, feeling a flush of embarrassment at the thought. However, she quickly regained her composure and playfully mused about the going rate for an earl's second son, joking that unless the older sibling was frail, she doubted the cost would exceed £50,000. The conversation shifted away naturally. To avoid an awkward silence that might suggest she was troubled by their exchange, Elizabeth soon brought up another topic. She speculated that Colonel Fitzwilliam's cousin had brought him along mainly for convenience and wondered why he didn't marry to ensure a permanent arrangement. She mused that perhaps his sister served the purpose for now, given that he had full authority over her. Colonel Fitzwilliam corrected her, noting that he shared the responsibility of overseeing Miss Darcy. Elizabeth, intrigued, asked about his role as a guardian and whether his charge was challenging to manage, hinting that a young lady with Miss Darcy's strong will might prefer to make her own decisions. She noticed Colonel Fitzwilliam's earnest gaze and, from his immediate reaction, she sensed she had struck a chord close to the truth. She reassured him that she had heard nothing negative about Miss Darcy and mentioned that she was well liked by some women she knew, including Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. Colonel Fitzwilliam acknowledged his slight acquaintance with them and mentioned their brother's close friendship with Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth dryly commented on Mr. Darcy's exceptional kindness and attentiveness toward Mr. Bingley. Colonel Fitzwilliam agreed, suggesting that Darcy indeed looked after Bingley, particularly in areas where he needed guidance. He shared that on their journey to Kent, Darcy had expressed relief at having recently prevented a friend from an ill-advised marriage, though he had not disclosed any specifics. Curious, Elizabeth inquired about the nature of Darcy's objections to the lady in question. Colonel Fitzwilliam merely smiled and said that Darcy hadn't spoken of his methods, only the outcome. As they walked on, Elizabeth felt a surge of indignation but remained silent. Colonel Fitzwilliam noticed her contemplation and inquired about her thoughts. She reflected on what he had shared, feeling that Darcy's actions were presumptuous and wondering why he felt entitled to make such judgments. Colonel Fitzwilliam lightly suggested that she might find his cousin's involvement meddlesome. Elizabeth couldn't understand why Mr. Darcy felt he had the right to decide how his friend should find happiness, or why he alone should dictate his friend's path to joy. She paused, reminding herself that without knowing the full story, it wasn't fair to judge him too harshly. She admitted that perhaps there wasn't much love involved in the situation. Fitzwilliam made a light-hearted comment, suggesting that thinking poorly of Mr. Darcy's influence was to undermine the significance of his cousin's victory. Elizabeth found his remark so accurate that she decided not to respond. Instead, she quickly shifted the topic to more trivial matters until they arrived at the parsonage. Once alone in her room, Elizabeth reflected on everything she had heard. It seemed clear that Mr. Darcy must have played a role in separating Mr. Bingley and Jane. While she had previously thought Miss Bingley was mainly to blame, she now considered that Mr. Darcy's vanity might have been the driving force behind Jane's suffering. Colonel Fitzwilliam had mentioned there were substantial objections to the lady in question, likely referring to her family background, including an uncle who was a country attorney and another in business in London. Elizabeth thought highly of Jane, seeing no reason anyone could object to someone so lovely and kind. She also defended her father, acknowledging his quirks but recognizing his abilities and respectability, which Mr. Darcy could not look down upon. Her confidence wavered slightly when considering her mother, but she was sure that Mr. Darcy's pride would be more hurt by a lack of status in his friends' connections than by their lack of sense. She concluded that Mr. Darcy's actions were driven by a mix of pride and a desire to keep Mr. Bingley available for his sister. The emotional toll of these thoughts brought on a headache for Elizabeth, worsening as the evening approached. Her discomfort, combined with her reluctance to encounter Mr. Darcy, led her to decide against joining her cousins for tea at Rosings. Mrs. Collins, seeing Elizabeth's genuine distress, did not insist on her going and tried to dissuade Mr. Collins from doing so. Nonetheless, Mr. Collins was worried about Lady Catherine's possible displeasure at Elizabeth's absence. You're about to listen to Chapter 34. After the others had left, Elizabeth, seemingly determined to upset herself further about Mr. Darcy, decided to go through Jane's letters from Kent. Although the letters had no complaints and didn't bring up past events or current troubles, they lacked Jane's usual cheerful tone. This usually reflected her peaceful and kind mindset, which was almost never darkened. Elizabeth paid close attention to every line that hinted at Jane's discomfort, noticing things she hadn't on her first reading. Mr. Darcy's proud admission of causing pain made Elizabeth feel her sister's distress even more. She found some comfort in knowing Mr. Darcy would leave Rosings in 2 days and that she'd be with Jane in less than 2 weeks, ready to help her feel better with all the love she could give. Elizabeth couldn't think about Mr. Darcy leaving without also thinking of his cousin, who was supposed to accompany him. But Colonel Fitzwilliam had already said he had no plans to do so, and even though she liked him, she didn't want to be sad over him. As she was thinking this over, the doorbell rang. The sound made her heart beat faster, wondering if it was Colonel Fitzwilliam, who had visited once before late in the evening. However, she was shocked to see Mr. Darcy enter instead. He seemed rushed and immediately asked about her health, saying he came to hear she was doing better. She responded politely but coolly. He sat briefly, then paced the room. Elizabeth was quiet and surprised. After a few minutes of silence, he approached her, looking upset, and confessed his feelings. He told her he couldn't hold back his feelings anymore. He had to let her know how much he admired and loved her. Elizabeth was speechless and overwhelmed by his confession. She couldn't believe it and didn't know what to say. Taking her silence as a positive sign, Mr. Darcy continued, pouring out his heart. He was articulate, but his words weren't just about love. He also spoke of pride and his view of her social standing as beneath him. He mentioned the family issues that he felt should prevent their union, speaking with intensity. But this approach was more likely to hurt his chances than help them. Despite her strong aversion, she couldn't ignore the flattery that came with such a man's admiration. While her determination remained unchanged, initially she felt a twinge of regret for the hurt he would feel. This sympathy quickly turned to irritation upon hearing his later remarks, and her anger erased any trace of pity. She prepared herself to respond with patience once he finished speaking. He ended his declaration by sharing the depth of his feelings, which he claimed were beyond his control, and expressed his hope that she would now agree to marry him. His confidence in her acceptance was unmistakable, and his words of worry couldn't mask the certainty on his face. This only fueled her irritation further. When he stopped talking, her cheeks flushed with a rush of color as she internally acknowledged the usual expectation to thank someone for their feelings, even if they aren't reciprocated. She admitted to herself that if she were capable of gratitude, she would thank him, but she couldn't. She had never sought his approval, which he had given reluctantly. She regretted causing anyone distress, though she had done so unknowingly and hoped it would be short-lived. Mr. Darcy, who had been watching her intently, seemed to be both shocked and angered by her internal monologue. His face paled with fury, and his struggle to maintain composure was evident. The silence that followed was agonizing for her. Eventually, he managed to speak in a strained calm, expressing disbelief that this was all she had to say. He hinted at wanting to know why she was rejecting him with such disregard for politeness, but then dismissed the importance of the answer. She pondered over his question, thinking about how he had insulted her by admitting his feelings were against his will, reason, and character. Wasn't this a reason for her lack of civility, if indeed she had been uncivil? But she had more reasons to be upset. She knew he played a part in her sister's unhappiness, and even if her own feelings hadn't been against him, she questioned if she could ever accept a man responsible for such distress. As she thought this, Mr. Darcy's expression changed briefly, but he quickly composed himself and listened without interruption as she continued her silent reflection. She had every reason to think poorly of him, and she knew he couldn't deny his role in separating her sister from her love, subjecting one to public criticism and the other to mockery, causing them both intense misery. She paused, noticing his indifference and lack of remorse. He even had a disbelieving smile, prompting her to silently ask if he could deny his actions. He claimed, with a feigned calmness, that he did all in his power to keep his friend away from her sister, and was pleased with the outcome. Elizabeth chose to ignore his backhanded comment, but she understood its intent, and it did nothing to win her over. Elizabeth's dislike for him wasn't new. It began with the tales Mr. Wickham told her long ago. She questioned what defense he could possibly offer for his actions. Darcy, losing some of his composure, pointed out her keen interest in Mr. Wickham's matters. Elizabeth argued that anyone aware of Mr. Wickham's misfortunes would naturally sympathize. Darcy scornfully echoed her reference to Mr. Wickham's misfortunes. With a burst of passion, Elizabeth accused him of causing Mr. Wickham's current financial struggles by denying him his due opportunities. Darcy paced the room, expressing his frustration at her negative view of him. He suggested that perhaps she could have overlooked his offenses if he hadn't admitted the doubts that kept him from pursuing her more seriously. He defended his honesty, stating he could not pretend to feel more than he did and could not be happy about her lower social connections. Trying to remain calm, Elizabeth told him he was mistaken if he thought the way he proposed had any impact other than saving her the discomfort of rejecting him more gently. He was visibly taken aback, but she continued, saying there was no way he could have proposed that would have made her accept him. His shock was clear, and he looked at her with a mix of disbelief and embarrassment. From the start, she found his arrogance and indifference to others' feelings off-putting. She knew early on that she would never marry him. Despite this, she felt a fleeting moment of regret for any hurt he might experience, but his subsequent remarks quickly turned that into irritation. Her patience was tested as he concluded his declaration, confident she would accept him. His assurance only irked her more. As he finished, she felt a flush of heat on her cheeks, knowing the expectation was to thank someone for their admiration, even if unreturned. She admitted internally that she would thank him if she could, but she couldn't. She never wanted his esteem, which he had given reluctantly. She regretted causing him any distress, though it was unintentional and she hoped it would be brief. Mr. Darcy, observing her closely, was visibly shocked and angered by her thoughts. His face turned white with rage as he struggled to stay composed. The ensuing silence was torturous for her. When he finally spoke, he could barely hide his disbelief at her blunt rejection, hinting at a desire for an explanation, but then dismissing its importance. She reflected on his insult that his feelings were against his will and reason. This could explain her perceived incivility. She also remembered her sister's heartache, partly his doing, and doubted she could ever accept someone who caused such pain. Watching his indifferent and almost mocking smile, she silently questioned if he could deny his role in her sister's sorrow, which had brought public scrutiny and ridicule upon one and misery upon the other. She paused, noting his lack of remorse, and wondered how he could be so unaffected. "Madam, you've spoken enough. I fully grasp your emotions and now feel ashamed for my own. Please forgive the time I've taken from you and accept my best wishes for your health and happiness." With those words, he quickly left the room. Elizabeth listened as he opened the front door and left the house. Her mind was in turmoil, and she felt so weak that she sat down and cried for 30 minutes. She was amazed as she thought about what had happened. The idea that Mr. Darcy had proposed to her, that he had loved her for so many months and wanted to marry her despite the reasons he had for stopping his friend from marrying her sister, was almost too much to believe. It was flattering to know she had inspired such strong feelings without realizing it. But his pride, his terrible pride, and the way he openly spoke about what he had done regarding Jane, his unacceptable boldness in admitting his actions without justification, and his insensitive mention of Mr. Wickham, whom he hadn't even tried to defend his cruelty towards, quickly overshadowed any pity she might have felt for his affection. She was lost in these troubling thoughts until the sound of Lady Catherine's carriage reminded her how she wasn't ready to face Charlotte's scrutiny, and she rushed to her room. You're about to listen to Chapter 35. Elizabeth woke up with her mind full of the same thoughts that had eventually led her to sleep. She was still in shock from the previous day's events and couldn't focus on anything else. Feeling no desire to work, she decided to go for a walk after breakfast to clear her head. She was about to take her usual route when she remembered Mr. Darcy might be there. This made her change direction, taking a lane that led her away from the main road, with the park's fence still beside her. She walked up and down the lane a few times, enjoying the morning's charm. The past 5 weeks in Kent had transformed the landscape, adding green to the trees with each passing day. As she was about to continue her walk, she spotted a man in a grove at the edge of the park. He was heading her way. Worried it might be Mr. Darcy, she started to leave, but the man called out her name. Recognizing Mr. Darcy's voice, she hesitated, but then approached the gate. He was there, holding out a letter to her. Without thinking, she took it. He said he had been hoping to meet her and asked her to read the letter. Then he left, quickly disappearing from view. Elizabeth opened the letter, not expecting to enjoy it, but curious nonetheless. She was surprised to find not one, but 2 sheets of paper, filled with tight handwriting, and the envelope was also packed with words. She started reading as she walked. The letter, written from Rosings at 8 in the morning, began by assuring her it wouldn't upset her as it contained no repeat of the unpleasant sentiments or proposals from last night. It was written not to cause her pain or to lower himself, but because his reputation demanded it. The letter asked for her attention, which he knew she'd give reluctantly, but he insisted it was only fair. "Last night, I found myself accused of 2 very distinct and unequal wrongs. The first was that I had, with no regard for true feelings, drawn Mr. Bingley away from your sister. The second, more severe charge was that I had deliberately ruined Mr. Wickham's immediate well-being and future prospects, a young man who was once my close companion and a favorite of my father, with no other support than our patronage. To compare this separation of 2 individuals whose affection was still new to such a moral downfall would be absurd. Yet, I hope that once you've read my account of the events and my reasons behind them, the harsh criticism I faced will no longer stand. If I must share feelings that might upset you to explain myself, know that I regret it, but I see no other way. Not long after arriving in Hertfordshire, like everyone else, I noticed Mr. Bingley's fondness for your elder sister. It wasn't until the Netherfield ball that I realized the depth of his feelings. I've seen him smitten before, but that night, as I danced with you, I learned from an accidental remark by Sir William Lucas that there was a widespread expectation of their marriage. From then on, I watched both your sister and Mr. Bingley closely. Your sister was as warm and lively as ever, yet I saw no special affection for him. If I'm wrong, and you know your sister better, then perhaps my mistake has caused her pain and your anger is justified. But I believed, and still do, that her demeanor did not show a heart easily swayed by love. My wish for her indifference didn't cloud my judgment. I believed it sincerely, as much as I hoped it to be true. My objections to their marriage were not just a matter of social connections, which mattered less for Mr. Bingley than for me. But other reasons made me hesitant, reasons I tried to ignore as they weren't immediately pressing. The behavior of your mother, your younger sisters, and occasionally your father lacked propriety, which pained me to admit. Despite this, take comfort in knowing that both you and your eldest sister have conducted yourselves in a way that has earned you nothing but praise. That evening solidified my opinion and strengthened my resolve to protect my friend from a marriage I deemed unfortunate. He left for London the next day, intending to return soon. His sisters and I, sharing the same concerns, decided to follow him to London and persuade him against the marriage. I emphasized the negative consequences of such a choice. My assurance of your sister's indifference, which I believed, was what ultimately convinced him, as he valued my opinion highly. The one part of my conduct I regret is hiding the fact that your sister was in town from him. It was beneath me, yet I did it with the best intentions. If I've hurt your sister, it was without my knowledge, and while my reasons may seem insufficient to you, I stand by them. As for the accusations against me by Mr. Wickham, I can only present the facts of our history together. Mr. Wickham, the son of a respectable man who managed the Pemberley estates, was well supported by my father, who intended for him to join the church and left him a generous legacy. But Wickham chose not to take orders and instead asked for financial compensation, which I provided. After that, our ties were severed. His later request for a church position, after rejecting it once, was something I could not honor. Last summer, he targeted my younger sister, Georgiana, who was barely 15, for an elopement, primarily for her large fortune. I managed to prevent this just in time, and though it was a painful episode, it was kept private to protect her. This is the honest account of our dealings, and I trust it clears any doubts about my treatment of Mr. Wickham. You were unaware of the facts, so his deception is understandable. I could not share all this with you last night, but now I hope you see the truth. Colonel Fitzwilliam, a close relative and executor of my father's will, can confirm my story. If you distrust my words, you can rely on his. I'll find a way to get this letter to you in the morning, and all I ask is that God bless you. You're about to listen to Chapter 36. Elizabeth was taken by surprise when Mr. Darcy handed her the letter. She had no clue what it might say. Yet, as she read his words, she couldn't help but rush through them, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. It was hard to pinpoint what she felt. She was shocked to see he thought he could apologize, and she was sure he had no excuse that wouldn't be shrouded in shame. She was biased against him and started reading his version of past events skeptically. Her eagerness to read made it tough to grasp everything, and she was too impatient to fully understand each sentence. She didn't believe his claim that her sister didn't care, and was too upset by his reasons against the match to even think about being fair to him. He didn't seem sorry, only arrogant. Elizabeth thought he was full of pride and rudeness. But then the letter turned to Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth tried to focus better on this new information. If true, it would shatter her good opinion of him. She felt a mix of shock, fear, and horror. She wanted to think it was all lies, telling herself it couldn't be true. After finishing the letter, she was so overwhelmed that she wanted to ignore it forever. She tried to calm her racing thoughts and opened the letter again. She forced herself to carefully read about Wickham. The details matched Wickham's own story, which surprised her. But when she got to the part about Wickham's inheritance, things didn't add up. She remembered his words and suspected someone was lying. For a moment, she hoped her suspicions were wrong. Yet, the more she read about Wickham giving up his claim for a large sum of money, the more she doubted. She tried to be fair and think it through, but it was hard to know what to believe. As she continued reading, she realized that the situation she thought was unforgivable for Mr. Darcy could actually be seen in a way that cleared his name completely. Elizabeth was deeply disturbed by the lavishness and reckless behavior attributed to Mr. Wickham, which she couldn't disprove. Her shock was profound, especially since she lacked evidence to counter the accusations. She only knew of him from his time with the local militia, which he joined after being persuaded by a young man he bumped into by chance in the city. This chance encounter had rekindled their slight acquaintance. Beyond what he had shared, his past was a mystery to those in Hertfordshire. Elizabeth had never desired to probe into Wickham's true nature. His appearance, voice, and demeanor had convinced her of his virtues. She searched her memory for any act of kindness or integrity that might defend him against Mr. Darcy's criticisms. She hoped to find some virtue that could make up for the minor faults she was willing to overlook. But her memory offered no help. She could easily recall his charming presence, but she couldn't think of any concrete examples of goodness aside from the neighborhood's approval and the admiration he received for his sociability. She pondered over these thoughts for quite some time before resuming her reading. Her heart sank as the subsequent story about his intentions towards Miss Darcy seemed to align with what Colonel Fitzwilliam had shared with her. She knew Colonel Fitzwilliam was closely involved in his cousin's matters and saw no reason to doubt his character. She had considered asking Colonel Fitzwilliam directly, but felt too awkward about it and eventually dismissed the idea, convinced that Mr. Darcy would not have proposed such a thing without his cousin's support. She could recall every detail of her first conversation with Wickham at Mr. Phillips's house. His words were still clear in her mind. Now, she questioned the propriety of him sharing so much with her, a stranger. She was puzzled by his forwardness and the contradiction between his words and actions. She remembered his bold claim of not fearing Mr. Darcy, yet he had avoided the Netherfield ball soon after. She also noted that he had kept his story to himself until the Netherfield family left the area. After their departure, he freely criticized Mr. Darcy's character, despite previously claiming respect for Mr. Darcy's father would prevent him from doing so. Everything connected to him now took on a different light. His pursuit of Miss King was clearly driven by shameful greed. Her modest wealth no longer signified his restraint, but his eagerness to seize any opportunity. His previous actions towards her seemed devoid of any decent intent. He was either mistaken about her financial status or had been indulging his ego by encouraging her apparent interest. She felt her previous support for him wane as she considered Mr. Darcy's justifications. Mr. Bingley, when asked by Jane, had already claimed he was not at fault. Despite his off-putting demeanor, she had never seen any sign of unethical or immoral behavior in their growing acquaintance. He was respected by his peers, and even Wickham had acknowledged his good qualities as a brother. She had heard him speak warmly of his sister, suggesting a capacity for kindness. If his actions were as Wickham described, such a blatant wrong would have been impossible to hide from everyone. The idea of a friendship between someone capable of such acts and the amiable Mr. Bingley seemed impossible. She was deeply embarrassed by her own behavior. Thinking of either Darcy or Wickham, she realized she had been naive, biased, and silly. She lamented her past actions, recognizing her own vanity. She had been too pleased with one man's attention and too offended by the other's disregard from the start. She had embraced prejudice and ignorance, pushing away reason when it came to both men. She admitted to herself that she had never truly known herself until now. Her thoughts shifted from herself to Jane and then to Bingley, leading her to remember that Mr. Darcy's previous explanations had seemed inadequate. Upon rereading his words, she saw them in a new light. She questioned how she could doubt his honesty in one case when she had believed him in another. His claim of being unaware of her sister's affection was now believable, and she recalled Charlotte's consistent opinion on the matter. She also couldn't deny that his assessment of Jane's temperament was accurate. Her sister's emotions were intense yet rarely shown, paired with a consistent pleasantness not common with deep sensitivity. When she read the part of the letter criticizing her family, she felt a sharp embarrassment. The truth of his words was undeniable, especially when he referred to events at the Netherfield ball that confirmed his initial disapproval. These events had left as strong an impression on her as they had on him. She felt the compliment aimed at her and her sister, though it did little to ease her distress over the disdain her family had brought upon themselves. As she pondered Jane's heartache, caused by those closest to them, and how their reputations could be tarnished by such behavior, a deep sadness unlike any she had known settled over her. She roamed the lane for a couple of hours, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, reassessing past events, weighing the odds, and trying to come to terms with the sudden, significant turn in her life. Eventually, weariness and the realization of her prolonged absence drove her back home. She walked into her house, determined to keep a cheerful facade and suppress any thoughts that might render her unable to engage in conversation. Upon her return, she learned that two gentlemen from Rosings had visited while she was out. Mr. Darcy had briefly stopped by to bid farewell, while Colonel Fitzwilliam had waited over an hour for her, nearly deciding to follow her path until she was found. Elizabeth managed to muster just a hint of regret for missing him. In truth, she felt relief. Colonel Fitzwilliam no longer mattered to her. Her mind was consumed by the contents of her letter. You're about to listen to Chapter 37. The following morning, the two men departed from Rosings. Mr. Collins, who had been eagerly awaiting their departure to bid them farewell, returned with the good news that they were in fine health and as cheerful as one could expect after the recent somber events at Rosings. Mr. Collins then quickly went to comfort Lady Catherine and her daughter, returning with a message that Lady Catherine, feeling quite bored, eagerly invited them all to dine with her. Elizabeth couldn't help but remember that she could have been introduced to Lady Catherine as her future niece. She amused herself by wondering how Lady Catherine would have reacted to that news. The conversation turned to the smaller number of guests at Rosings. Lady Catherine expressed her deep regret at the loss, emphasizing her special bond with the young men and how much they would miss her. She noted that Colonel Fitzwilliam managed to stay cheerful until the end, but Mr. Darcy appeared to be the most affected, even more so than the previous year, showing his growing fondness for Rosings. Mr. Collins seized the opportunity to offer a flattering remark, which Lady Catherine and her daughter received with gracious smiles. After dinner, Lady Catherine mentioned that Elizabeth seemed downcast. She assumed it was because Elizabeth didn't want to return home so soon and suggested she write to her mother to extend her stay. Elizabeth thanked her for the invitation, but explained she had to be in town by the next Saturday. Lady Catherine was surprised, expecting Elizabeth to stay for 2 months as previously discussed with Mrs. Collins. She insisted that Mrs. Bennet could manage without Elizabeth for another 2 weeks. Elizabeth informed her that her father had sent for her, hastening her return. Lady Catherine suggested that fathers often find it easier to part with their daughters and offered to take Elizabeth or both her and Maria to London in June, as they would comfortably fit in her carriage, especially in cooler weather. Elizabeth appreciated the offer but insisted they stick to their initial plan. Lady Catherine appeared to accept the situation with a sense of resignation. She expressed her strong opinion that Mrs. Collins should not allow the two young women to travel alone, deeming it highly improper. She insisted that a servant accompany them for their protection and propriety, drawing on her own experience of ensuring her niece, Georgiana, was always well guarded. Lady Catherine took pride in her attentiveness to such matters and suggested that Mrs. Collins send John with the ladies, pleased with herself for bringing it up. Elizabeth's aunt had already arranged for a servant to accompany them, which seemed to satisfy Lady Catherine, who then inquired about the details of their journey and offered advice on where they should seek service during their travels. Lady Catherine had numerous inquiries about their trip and needed attentive responses. Elizabeth found this fortunate, as it distracted Lady Catherine from noticing Elizabeth's own preoccupation. Elizabeth reserved her deep reflections for times when she was alone, finding solace in solitary walks where she could dwell on less pleasant memories. She was becoming intimately familiar with Mr. Darcy's letter, her feelings towards him fluctuating. At times, she was indignant over his manner of addressing her, but she also felt remorse for judging him unfairly. His affection and character earned her gratitude and respect, yet she could not fully accept him and did not regret her refusal to see him again. Elizabeth's past actions and her family's shortcomings caused her frustration and embarrassment, with no hope for improvement. Her father laughed off their follies, and her mother was oblivious to the issues. Despite Elizabeth's and Jane's efforts to guide their younger sisters, Catherine and Lydia, the latter's willfulness and their mother's indulgence made any progress unlikely. Elizabeth also worried for Jane, especially after learning the truth about Mr. Bingley's feelings from Mr. Darcy's letter. This newfound knowledge only made Jane's loss seem more unfortunate, as the possibility of a happy union had been thwarted by their family's behavior. As memories of Wickham's true nature surfaced, it was no surprise that her usual buoyant mood took a hit, leaving her struggling to keep up a semblance of cheer. Visits to Rosings were just as regular in her final week as they had been at the outset. The last evening of her stay was spent there, with her ladyship meticulously questioning the details of their upcoming travel, advising them on the finer points of packing. She stressed the importance of arranging dresses in a precise manner, which led Maria to believe she had to repack everything once home. Upon their departure, Lady Catherine graciously wished them safe travels and extended an invitation to visit Hunsford the following year. Miss de Bourgh made an effort to bid them farewell with a courtesy and by reaching out her hand to both. You're about to listen to Chapter 38. Early on Saturday, Elizabeth joined Mr. Collins for breakfast just before the rest of the company arrived. He took this moment to express his thanks for her visit. He wasn't sure if Mrs. Collins had thanked Elizabeth yet, but he was confident she wouldn't leave without Mrs. Collins's gratitude. Mr. Collins acknowledged that their simple home and lifestyle with limited servants and social interactions might not be very exciting for a young lady like Elizabeth. However, he hoped she understood how much they appreciated her presence and that they had tried their best to make her stay enjoyable. Elizabeth quickly responded with her own gratitude and happiness. She had truly enjoyed the past 6 weeks, especially the time spent with Charlotte and the warm hospitality she received. This made her feel very much obliged. Mr. Collins was pleased with her response and, with a joyful seriousness, told her that he was glad to hear she had a pleasant stay. He boasted about their connections with the superior society of Rosings and the variety it added to their simple life. He felt that their close relationship with Lady Catherine's family was a great privilege and didn't think anyone staying with them could be pitied, given this advantage. As Mr. Collins's emotions were too grand for words, he paced the room while Elizabeth tried to be both polite and honest in her response. She assured him that she would take a very positive account of her time there back to Hertfordshire. She acknowledged Lady Catherine's kindness to Mrs. Collins, which she had seen daily. Elizabeth avoided commenting on any downsides of the visit, instead assuring Mr. Collins that she wished him and Charlotte the same happiness in marriage that they wished for her. She believed they were well matched in character and thinking. Elizabeth agreed that it was indeed a great joy when a couple was so well suited, and she genuinely felt happy for their domestic bliss. However, she wasn't upset when their conversation was interrupted by Charlotte's arrival. Elizabeth thought it was sad to leave Charlotte in such company, but she knew Charlotte had made her choice knowingly. Despite showing some regret at their departure, Charlotte didn't seem to seek pity. She still found joy in her home, her duties, her parish, her poultry, and all that came with them. Finally, the carriage pulled up, its trunks secured and parcels stowed, declared ready for departure. Elizabeth and her friends shared a heartfelt goodbye. Mr. Collins escorted her to the vehicle, all the while bestowing upon her his warmest regards to convey to her family. He expressed gratitude for the hospitality he enjoyed at Longbourn during the winter and sent his regards to Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, despite never having met them. Just as he was about to close the carriage door, Mr. Collins realized they had neglected to leave a message for the ladies of Rosings. He hastily suggested that Elizabeth should extend their humble respects and thanks for the kindness shown during their stay. With the door finally closed, the carriage set off. Maria, after a brief silence, marveled at how quickly time had passed and the multitude of events that had unfolded. Elizabeth silently acknowledged that there were things she would keep to herself. The journey was quiet and uneventful, and in 4 hours, they arrived at Mr. Gardiner's house for a short stay. Elizabeth saw that Jane was well, but their busy schedule left little time for deeper observations. However, Elizabeth knew there would be ample time at Longbourn for that. Elizabeth struggled with the urge to tell Jane about Mr. Darcy's proposal. The thought of surprising Jane and satisfying her own vanity was tempting, but she hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal and worried about possibly upsetting Jane with any mention of Bingley. You're about to listen to Chapter 39. In the second week of May, 3 young ladies left Grassetchett Street and headed towards a town in Hertfordshire. As they approached the inn where Mr. Bennet's carriage was to meet them, they noticed Kitty and Lydia peering from an upstairs dining room, a sign of the coachman's timely arrival. The pair had spent over an hour there, happily visiting a milliner across the street, observing the guard on duty, and preparing a salad with cucumber. Upon their sister's arrival, Kitty and Lydia proudly presented a table laden with the typical offerings of an inn's cold meats, delighting in the pleasant surprise they had prepared. Lydia playfully suggested they would cover the meal but cheekily requested a loan, having spent their money at the milliner's. She showed off a new bonnet, which she admitted wasn't to her taste and planned to redo at home, dismissing her sister's criticisms by saying it could be improved with better satin and that fashion wouldn't matter much that summer. Elizabeth's interest peaked when Lydia mentioned the regiment leaving Meryton and the possibility of spending the summer near the military camp at Brighton. She imagined the delightful yet overwhelming prospect of being amidst a whole camp of soldiers after the stir caused by a single militia and local dances. Lydia, eager to share gossip, hinted at excellent news about their favored Mr. Wickham. With the waiter dismissed, she revealed that Wickham wouldn't be marrying Mary King, who had left for Liverpool. Elizabeth and Jane hoped the attachment wasn't strong, with Elizabeth reflecting on her past prejudice, surprised at her own similarity to Lydia's blunt remarks. Once everyone had finished eating and the older members had settled the bill, they called for the carriage. It took some effort, but eventually, the entire group managed to fit inside the carriage along with their luggage, workbags, parcels, and the less than welcome addition of Kitty's and Lydia's recent purchases. Lydia happily exclaimed about the cozy fit in the carriage, pleased with her decision to bring her bonnet for the sheer amusement of adding another box to the mix. She wanted everyone to settle in comfortably for the journey home, suggesting they share stories and laughter. Lydia was curious about any interesting men they might have met or any flirtatious encounters they'd had. She playfully teased Jane about becoming an old maid and expressed her desire to marry before her sisters, fantasizing about escorting them to balls as a married woman. Lydia recalled a particularly amusing incident at Colonel Forster's home. She and Kitty had been invited to spend the day, which was to conclude with a small dance. Unfortunately, Harriet Harrington was ill, leaving her sister Pen to attend alone. They had a bit of mischief by dressing up Chamberlain in women's clothes to disguise him as a lady, much to the surprise and amusement of their group, including Colonel and Mrs. Forster, who were in on the joke. The men who arrived later were completely fooled until they eventually caught on to the ruse, much to everyone's entertainment. Throughout the journey back to Longbourn, Lydia, with Kitty's help, tried to entertain everyone with stories of their parties and humorous anecdotes. Elizabeth did her best to tune out, especially when Wickham's name came up more than she liked. When they arrived home, the welcome was warm. Mrs. Bennet was thrilled to see Jane's beauty unchanged, and Mr. Bennet expressed his happiness at Elizabeth's return. The dinner gathering was lively with the Lucases joining them. Lady Lucas inquired about her eldest daughter's domestic affairs. Mrs. Bennet eagerly gathered the latest fashion updates from Jane, and Lydia couldn't resist sharing the day's excitement with anyone willing to listen. Lydia was overjoyed, recalling her recent outing with Kitty. They had a blast, pulling up all the blinds on the coach, pretending it was empty. Lydia would have kept it up if Kitty hadn't felt unwell. Upon reaching the George, they generously shared a delightful cold luncheon with their companions, wishing Mary had joined to enjoy the treat as well. The departure was a riot, struggling to board the coach, Lydia nearly overcome with laughter. The journey home was filled with such merriment. Their chatter and laughter could have been heard from miles away. Mary, however, responded with a serious tone, noting that while she didn't wish to belittle such joys, they held no appeal for her. She'd much rather lose herself in a book. But Lydia, hardly ever listening to anyone for long, especially Mary, paid no attention to her sister's words. Later that day, Lydia was eager to persuade her sisters to visit Meryton, curious about the latest happenings. Yet Elizabeth firmly resisted, not wanting it said that the Miss Bennets couldn't stay put for even half a day without chasing after officers. Elizabeth had another motive for her reluctance. She dreaded encountering Wickham and was determined to steer clear as long as she could. The thought of the regiment's imminent departure brought her indescribable relief, hoping his absence would end her troubles. It wasn't long before Elizabeth noticed her parents frequently discussing the Brighton trip Lydia had hinted at earlier. Elizabeth quickly realized her father had no intention of agreeing to it, but his ambiguous responses left her mother hopeful of eventually persuading him. You're about to listen to Chapter 40. Elizabeth couldn't wait any longer to tell Jane about the recent events. She decided to leave out the parts involving her sister and prepared her for a shock. The next morning, she explained the main points of her encounter with Mr. Darcy. Jane was initially surprised, but her strong affection for Elizabeth made such admiration seem normal. Her surprise quickly gave way to other emotions. She felt bad that Mr. Darcy had expressed himself in a way that didn't do him any favors. She was even more upset thinking about the pain Elizabeth's rejection must have caused him. Jane thought Mr. Darcy's confidence in his success was misplaced and that it only added to his disappointment. Elizabeth expressed her sincere regret for him, but believed he would soon get over her. She asked Jane if she thought refusing him was wrong. Jane assured her it wasn't. Elizabeth then inquired if Jane disapproved of her previous praise for Wickham. Jane wasn't sure if Elizabeth had been wrong. Elizabeth hinted that Jane would understand once she revealed what happened the next day. Elizabeth recounted the contents of a letter about George Wickham, leaving Jane shocked to learn of such deceitfulness in one person. While Darcy's defense was somewhat comforting, it couldn't ease the pain of this revelation. Jane tried hard to find an error in the situation to absolve one without implicating the other. Elizabeth pointed out that trying to prove both men good was futile. She suggested Jane choose one, as there was only enough merit between them for one decent man. Elizabeth was leaning toward believing it all belonged to Mr. Darcy, but left the choice to Jane. It took a while for Jane to smile again. She couldn't believe how terrible Wickham was and felt empathy for Mr. Darcy's suffering, especially knowing Elizabeth's poor opinion of him and the distress of discussing his sister's situation. Elizabeth's compassion seemed to lessen as Jane's increased. She joked that if Jane continued to grieve for Mr. Darcy, she'd end up feeling completely indifferent. Jane lamented the apparent kindness in Wickham's face and his friendly demeanor. Elizabeth mused on the poor upbringing of the two men, with one having all the goodness and the other just the appearance of it. Jane admitted she never saw Mr. Darcy as lacking in that appearance as much as Elizabeth once did. Elizabeth confessed her initial dislike for Mr. Darcy was unfounded and that it was easy to mock someone without needing to be fair, but it was harder to consistently joke without occasionally saying something clever. Elizabeth reflected on the moment she first encountered the letter, aware that her initial discomfort and loneliness, without Jane's reassurance, had transformed into a more composed perspective. She had felt utterly miserable, recognizing her own folly and vanity without anyone to confide in. She considered the unfortunate strength of the words she had used to describe Wickham to Mr. Darcy, now seeming entirely undeserved. Elizabeth acknowledged that her bitterness was a natural outcome of the prejudices she had fostered. She pondered whether to reveal Wickham's true nature to their acquaintances. After a brief pause, Miss Bennet suggested there was no need for such a drastic revelation, curious about Elizabeth's standpoint. Elizabeth decided against it, noting Mr. Darcy hadn't given her permission to make his account public, especially the details regarding his sister. She realized that trying to correct misconceptions about his behavior would be futile, given the strong bias against him. The thought of attempting to cast Mr. Darcy in a favorable light seemed overwhelming, knowing that Wickham's departure would soon render the whole matter irrelevant. Elizabeth agreed with the sentiment that exposing Wickham could irreparably damage his prospects, considering he might now regret his actions and seek to restore his reputation. They couldn't risk pushing him to despair. This exchange calmed the tumult in Elizabeth's mind, as she was relieved to share the burdensome secrets that had troubled her for weeks. She knew Jane was a sympathetic ear, ready to listen to her future musings. Yet, Elizabeth still harbored a secret, one that prudence prevented her from disclosing. She couldn't share the other half of Mr. Darcy's letter or the esteem in which his friend held her. This knowledge was hers alone, and only a perfect understanding between the involved parties could warrant shedding this final shroud of mystery. Elizabeth mused that if the unlikely event of such understanding ever occurred, she would only be able to share what Mr. Bingley might convey in a far more charming manner. The freedom to communicate seemed pointless if it came when the information had lost its value. Settled at home, Elizabeth had the chance to observe her sister's true disposition. Jane was not content, her affection for Bingley still burning with the intensity of a first love, tempered with a steadiness uncommon in initial romances. Jane's remembrance of Bingley was so fervent, she placed him above all others, requiring all her wisdom and consideration for her friends to temper the regret that threatened her well-being and peace. Mrs. Bennet expressed her resolve to never again discuss the unfortunate situation regarding Jane's relationship, having already informed her sister Phillips of her decision. Despite her inquiries, she found no evidence that Jane had seen the young man during her time in London. Mrs. Bennet lamented the young man's lack of worth and doubted Jane would have another chance with him, as there was no word of his return to Netherfield in the upcoming summer. She had asked around, but no one seemed to have any knowledge on the matter. Elizabeth chose not to respond, finding no comfort in the expectation of Jane suffering a broken heart. Her mother, however, was certain that such an event would cause the young man to regret his actions. The conversation soon turned to the Collinses and their comfortable lifestyle. Mrs. Bennet speculated that they must be managing their finances well, confident that they wouldn't spend beyond their means. She mused that they probably expected to inherit Longbourn after Mr. Bennet's passing, treating it as if it were already theirs. Elizabeth noted that the Collinses avoided discussing such matters in her presence, which Mrs. Bennet found understandable, though she suspected they talked about it when alone. Mrs. Bennet reflected on the idea of owning an estate that wasn't rightfully one's own, stating she would feel ashamed in such a situation. You're about to listen to Chapter 41. The initial week after their return flew by quickly, and the second week commenced. It marked the final stretch of the regiment's time in Meryton. The local young women were visibly disheartened. The sadness was widespread. Only the elder Miss Bennet seemed unaffected, going about their daily routines as usual. Kitty and Lydia, however, were in deep despair and couldn't understand their sister's lack of concern. The girls often expressed their distress about what would happen to them and questioned how Elizabeth could remain cheerful. Their mother empathized deeply, recalling her own sorrow from a similar experience 25 years earlier. She claimed she had wept for 2 days straight when Colonel Miller's regiment departed, fearing her heart would break. Lydia echoed the sentiment, fearing for her own heart. Mrs. Bennet mused that a trip to Brighton could be the solution, but lamented her husband's reluctance. She believed that sea bathing would rejuvenate her completely. Kitty agreed, convinced it would benefit her as well, as their Aunt Phillips had suggested. Longbourn House was filled with such complaints. Elizabeth tried to find amusement in them, but instead felt embarrassed. She reconsidered Mr. Darcy's previous objections and found herself more forgiving of his past actions. Fortunately for Lydia, her spirits lifted when she got an invite from Mrs. Forster, the Colonel's wife, to join her in Brighton. Mrs. Forster, a pleasant and recently married young woman, had become close friends with Lydia after only 3 months of acquaintance. Lydia was ecstatic, endlessly praising Mrs. Forster and seeking congratulations from everyone, while Kitty sulked, wondering why she hadn't been invited too, despite being older. Elizabeth tried to reason with Kitty, and Jane attempted to soothe her, but to no avail. Elizabeth herself saw the invitation as a potential disaster for Lydia's sense of judgment. She quietly suggested to her father that allowing Lydia to go might not be wise. She outlined Lydia's inappropriate behavior, the limited benefits of Mrs. Forster's friendship, and the increased risks in Brighton. Her father listened but believed that Lydia would inevitably embarrass herself publicly, and it might as well happen where it would cause the least trouble for the family. Elizabeth understood the negative impact Lydia's reckless behavior could have on their family's reputation, and that it had already caused some harm. She felt if her father knew the extent of it, he would see things differently. Mr. Bennet, however, seemed amused, joking about whether Lydia had scared away Elizabeth's suitors. He playfully asked to see the list of men deterred by Lydia's foolishness. Elizabeth corrected him, saying she wasn't personally affected. She was worried about the broader issues, like their family's standing and respectability, which were at risk due to Lydia's wild and unrestrained nature. She urged her father to step in and guide Lydia before it was too late, fearing that at 16, Lydia would become an infamous flirt with no substance or restraint. Elizabeth also worried about Kitty, who was likely to follow in Lydia's footsteps, becoming vain and uncontrolled. Mr. Bennet took Elizabeth's hand with affection, trying to reassure her. He believed that her and Jane's good reputations would not be tarnished by their silly sisters. He insisted that Lydia's trip to Brighton was necessary for peace at home and that Colonel Forster would prevent any serious trouble. He also thought that Lydia's lack of wealth would protect her from more severe consequences and that in Brighton, she would realize her own insignificance. Elizabeth had to accept her father's decision, though she remained unconvinced and disappointed. She wasn't one to dwell on problems or let anxiety worsen them. She believed she had done her duty by expressing her concerns. If Lydia and her mother had been privy to her discussion with her father, their outrage would have been beyond words. To Lydia, a trip to Brighton meant the pinnacle of joy. With her vivid imagination, she pictured the lively streets filled with officers. She envisioned herself as the center of their attention, surrounded by many who were still strangers to her. She imagined the splendor of the camp, with its orderly rows of tents, alive with youthful exuberance and the brilliant hue of scarlet. In her daydream, she flirted playfully with no fewer than 6 officers under a tent. Lydia would have been shocked to learn that her sister intended to snatch her away from such exciting prospects. Only their mother could have understood such feelings, sharing a similar sentiment. The thought of Lydia's trip to Brighton was the sole comfort for their mother, who was resigned to the fact that her husband would never visit the place himself. Yet, they were oblivious to the recent events, and their joy continued without much pause until Lydia departed from home. Elizabeth was about to meet Mr. Wickham for what would be the last time. Since her return, she had seen him often, and the initial flutter of excitement had calmed down. She had even started to see through the charm that once captivated her, recognizing an artificiality and monotony that now repelled her. Wickham's recent behavior added to her displeasure, as his attempts to rekindle the attention he once showed her seemed inappropriate after all that had happened. Elizabeth no longer cared for his attention, feeling insulted by his assumption that her vanity and affection could be easily won back. On the final day of the regiment's stay in Meryton, Wickham dined at Longbourn with other officers. Elizabeth was far from amiable as he asked about her time at Hunsford. She mentioned Colonel Fitzwilliam's and Mr. Darcy's visit to Rosings, inquiring if he knew the former. Wickham's surprise and discomfort were evident, but he quickly regained composure, acknowledging his acquaintance with Colonel Fitzwilliam and remarking on his gentlemanly demeanor. He then asked Elizabeth about her impression of him, to which she responded favorably. Wickham, feigning indifference, questioned the duration of Mr. Darcy's stay at Rosings and whether she saw him often. Elizabeth confirmed her frequent encounters with Mr. Darcy and noted the stark contrast between his manners and his cousin's. She mentioned that Mr. Darcy seemed to improve upon getting to know him better. Wickham, unable to hide his reaction, attempted to probe further but stopped himself, instead asking in a lighter tone whether Mr. Darcy had added any politeness to his usual behavior. Elizabeth firmly stated that Mr. Darcy remained consistent in his essential character. Wickham listened intently, uncertain whether to feel relieved or suspicious of Elizabeth's words. When I mentioned that he became more favorable with time, I wasn't implying that his intellect or behavior was getting better. It was more about understanding his nature more clearly from being around him. Wickham's concern was clear from his reddened face and restless demeanor. For a moment, he was quiet, but then he managed to regain his composure. He expressed to her that anyone who knew how he felt about Mr. Darcy would see why he'd be glad that Darcy at least pretended to do the right thing. Wickham thought Darcy's pride could be useful, as it might prevent him from acting wrongly as he had done to Wickham. He worried, though, that Darcy's caution might only be for show during visits to his aunt, whom he greatly respected and feared. Wickham believed Darcy's respect for his aunt influenced him, especially when it came to his desire to match with Miss de Bourgh, which Wickham was sure Darcy wanted very much. Elizabeth couldn't help but smile at this, responding with a mere nod. She realized he was trying to pull her into talking about his past troubles, but she wasn't in the mood to play along. The evening went on with Wickham maintaining a cheerful facade, but he didn't make any special effort to connect with Elizabeth. They eventually parted ways politely, both probably hoping it would be the last time they'd see each other. When the gathering ended, Lydia left with Mrs. Forster for Meryton, where they planned to leave early the next day. The farewell between Lydia and her family was loud rather than touching. Kitty was the only one who cried, but her tears were more out of frustration and jealousy than sadness. Mrs. Bennet went on about how Lydia should make the most of her time, confident that her daughter would take the advice. Amid Lydia's noisy happiness and the soft goodbyes from her sisters, the family parted ways. You're about to listen to Chapter 42. If Elizabeth had only her own family to judge by, she wouldn't have seen marriage or home life in a good light. Her dad, swept away by the charm of youth and beauty, had chosen a wife who was not very smart or open-minded. This mismatch quickly killed any true love. Respect and trust disappeared, shattering his dreams of a happy home. Yet, Mr. Bennet didn't look for comfort in unhealthy ways. He loved the countryside and reading, which were his main joys. His wife's silliness amused him, though that's not usually the kind of joy a husband wants from a marriage. Elizabeth knew her father wasn't acting right as a husband. It hurt her to see it, but she valued his smarts and the love he showed her. She tried to ignore what she couldn't change and the way his actions made their mom look bad to them, which wasn't right. Elizabeth had been eager for Wickham to leave, but when he did, she didn't find much to be happy about. Social life was dull, and at home, her mom and sister's constant complaints cast a shadow over everything. Kitty might get her common sense back now that the troublemakers were gone, but Lydia, who was more likely to cause trouble, might get worse in a place full of soldiers and vacationers. So, Elizabeth realized that what she had been looking forward to didn't make her as happy as she expected. She had to look forward to something else to find joy and brace herself for more letdowns. Now, she was excited about a trip to the lakes. It was what kept her going through the tough times caused by her mom and Kitty's grumpiness. If only Jane could come too, it would be perfect. Elizabeth thought it was good to have something to hope for. If everything was perfect, she'd surely be let down. By missing Jane, she felt her trip might live up to her hopes. A plan that seems perfect is bound to fail, and avoiding total disappointment often means having something small to grumble about. Before Lydia departed, she vowed to frequently and thoroughly update her mother and Kitty through letters. However, her letters were often delayed and disappointingly brief. Her notes to her mother were mostly about their visits to the library with certain officers and the splendid trinkets that excited her. She mentioned new dresses and parasols, but had to cut her writing short due to Mrs. Forster's summons to the camp. Her letters to Kitty offered even less information, as they were filled with underlined words, unsuitable for others to read. As weeks passed after Lydia's departure, health and good spirits returned to Longbourn. The mood lifted. Families who had spent the winter in town were returning, bringing with them the joy of summer attire and plans. Mrs. Bennet found her typical, albeit grumbling, peace. By mid-June, Kitty had improved enough to visit Meryton without crying, a sign of hope that perhaps by Christmas she could limit her mentions of officers to once a day, barring any unfortunate military postings in Meryton. The start of their trip to the north was drawing near, with only a fortnight left when they received news from Mrs. Gardiner. Her letter informed them that Mr. Gardiner's business would delay their departure until mid-July, and they would need to be back in London within a month. This meant they had to forego their original extensive plans, settling for a shorter journey only as far north as Derbyshire. There, they could fill their 3 weeks with sights, particularly attractive to Mrs. Gardiner, who looked forward to revisiting the town of her earlier years. Elizabeth felt a deep disappointment. She had been eager to see the lakes. She thought there could have been enough time, but she knew she had to be content and generally maintained a cheerful disposition. Mentioning Derbyshire sparked many thoughts, especially of Pemberley and its owner. Elizabeth mused that she could enter his county without him noticing and perhaps take some petrified spars as souvenirs. The wait for her aunt and uncle's visit doubled to 4 weeks, but eventually the time passed. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner arrived at Longbourn with their 4 children, 2 girls aged 6 and 8, and 2 younger boys. They left the children in the care of their cousin Jane, whose calm nature and affection made her the perfect person to look after them, teaching them, playing with them, and showing them love. The Gardiners made a brief one-night stop at Longbourn before setting out the next morning with Elizabeth. They were in search of new experiences and entertainment. They had the comfort of knowing they were well-matched in company, possessing the health and temperament to handle any nuisances, the cheerfulness to amplify joys, and the love and wisdom to overcome any outside disappointments. They didn't plan to explore all of Derbyshire, just a small part. They were more interested in Lambton, a place Mrs. Gardiner once called home and where she had friends. After visiting the major attractions in the area, they learned they were only 5 miles from Pemberley. Mrs. Gardiner had mentioned the previous evening her desire to revisit the estate, and Mr. Gardiner was open to the idea. Elizabeth, feeling uneasy about the prospect of possibly encountering Mr. Darcy there, pretended to be uninterested. She claimed to be tired of grand mansions and their lavish interiors. Mrs. Gardiner couldn't understand Elizabeth's reluctance, pointing out that Pemberley's grounds were worth the visit alone, boasting some of the most beautiful woods around. Elizabeth struggled internally with the thought of bumping into Mr. Darcy. The mere thought made her flush with embarrassment. She considered being upfront with her aunt about her concerns, but decided to inquire discreetly about the family's presence at Pemberley first. That night, Elizabeth casually asked the chambermaid about Pemberley, its owner, and if the family was there for the summer. To her relief, the answer was no. The family was away. With her fears eased, Elizabeth's curiosity about seeing Pemberley grew. When the topic came up again the next morning, she managed to show a neutral attitude, indicating she wasn't against the visit. So, they planned to head to Pemberley. You're about to listen to Chapter 43. Elizabeth watched anxiously for the first glimpse of Pemberley Woods as they drove. Upon entering the lodge, her excitement soared. The park was vast, with diverse landscapes. They started at a low point and drove through an expansive, beautiful wood. Conversation eluded Elizabeth, her mind brimming with thoughts. Yet, she appreciated every notable scene. They climbed for half a mile, reaching a high point where the woods ended, revealing Pemberley House across the valley. The road dipped sharply toward it. The house was an impressive stone structure on elevated ground, backed by wooded hills. A significant stream in front appeared even grander naturally, its banks unspoiled by artifice. Elizabeth was captivated by the scenery, which seemed hardly touched by human design. Everyone shared her warm admiration, and Elizabeth thought being the mistress of Pemberley could be quite special. They went down the hill, over the bridge, and up to the house. As they neared, Elizabeth's nerves about meeting the owner returned. She wondered if the chambermaid's information was correct. They asked to see the place and were allowed into the hall. Waiting for the housekeeper, Elizabeth marveled at her presence in the house. The housekeeper, an elderly woman who seemed less grand but more polite than expected, greeted them. They entered the dining room, a spacious and well-decorated space. Elizabeth glanced around and then enjoyed the view from a window. The wooded hill they had come down looked even steeper from afar. The whole vista, with the river and trees along its banks, filled her with pleasure. Moving through the house, each room offered different but equally stunning views. The rooms were grand, the furniture befitting the owner's wealth but tasteful, less showy than Rosings. Elizabeth mused on the possibility of having been the mistress of this place, familiar with these rooms, hosting her aunt and uncle. But she quickly remembered that in such a case, she might have been separated from her relatives, which would have been regrettable. That thought eased any sense of loss. She wanted to ask the housekeeper about the master's absence, but hesitated. Her uncle eventually inquired, and she tensed as Mrs. Reynolds confirmed his absence, but mentioned his expected return the following day with friends. Elizabeth felt relieved their visit hadn't been delayed by even a day. Her aunt beckoned her over to admire a painting, and as she drew near, Elizabeth recognized the image of Mr. Wickham, displayed among other small portraits above the fireplace. Her aunt, with a teasing smile, inquired about her thoughts on it. The housekeeper approached, explaining that it was the likeness of a young man, the son of the late steward of the estate, who had been raised by the family at their own cost. She mentioned that he had joined the military but expressed concern over his unruly behavior. Mrs. Gardiner gave Elizabeth a knowing look, which Elizabeth found difficult to reciprocate. Mrs. Reynolds then gestured toward another miniature, claiming it to be a very accurate representation of her employer, drawn around 8 years prior. Mrs. Gardiner, upon examining the portrait, complimented the master's appearance and hinted that Elizabeth could confirm its resemblance. At this, Mrs. Reynolds seemed to regard Elizabeth with increased respect, curious if she was acquainted with Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth's cheeks warmed as she admitted to knowing him slightly. When Mrs. Reynolds questioned whether Elizabeth found him attractive, she agreed that he was indeed very handsome. Mrs. Reynolds proudly claimed there was no one as handsome as him, and upstairs, a larger and finer portrait of him could be found. She fondly recalled the room's significance to her late master and his affinity for the miniatures. This revelation made sense of Mr. Wickham's presence among the portraits. Their attention was then directed to a drawing of Miss Darcy at the age of 8. Mr. Gardiner asked if she was as beautiful as her brother, to which Mrs. Reynolds enthusiastically confirmed, praising her for her beauty and talents, including her musical skills. She mentioned a new musical instrument that had recently arrived as a gift from her brother, in anticipation of her visit the following day. Mr. Gardiner, with his genial demeanor, engaged Mrs. Reynolds in conversation, who seemed to take great pride in speaking of her master and his sister. Inquiring about the frequency of their master's visits to Pemberley, Mrs. Reynolds wished he would spend more time there, estimating that he and Miss Darcy resided at the estate for half the year, particularly during the summer. Elizabeth thought to herself about Miss Darcy's other seasonal travels. Mr. Gardiner playfully suggested that their master's marriage might lead to him being around more often. Mrs. Reynolds was uncertain when such an event might occur, doubting anyone's worthiness of him. Both Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner smiled at this, with Elizabeth commending the housekeeper's high regard for her master. Mrs. Reynolds insisted she only spoke the truth, and everyone who knew him would agree. Elizabeth found this surprising, considering her previous impression of him as ill-tempered. Her interest piqued. She was eager to learn more, grateful when her uncle complimented the rarity of such a well-spoken-of master. Mrs. Reynolds attributed his kindness to his nature as a child, claiming he was the most generous-hearted and sweet-tempered boy, reinforcing her fortunate position in serving such a person. Elizabeth could hardly believe her eyes. Was that Mr. Darcy she was seeing? Mrs. Gardiner reminisced about his father, a man of excellence, and expressed confidence that the son would be just as kind and approachable, especially to those less fortunate. Curiosity piqued, Elizabeth found herself listening intently, her mind a whirlwind of wonder and skepticism, hungry for more information. Mrs. Reynolds tried to engage her attention with details about the artwork, the room sizes, and the cost of furnishings, but to no avail. Mr. Darcy was the topic that truly captivated her. Mr. Gardiner found humor in the apparent family bias that Mrs. Reynolds showed in her lavish praise of her employer. Unfazed, she continued to extol Mr. Darcy's virtues as they ascended the grand staircase. According to Mrs. Reynolds, Mr. Darcy was the epitome of a landlord and employer, far removed from the self-centered young men of the day. His reputation was impeccable among his tenants and servants. Some might call him proud, but Mrs. Reynolds defended him, suggesting his quiet demeanor was mistaken for arrogance. Elizabeth pondered on the kindness attributed to Mr. Darcy, which seemed at odds with his earlier behavior towards their mutual acquaintance. Despite this, her aunt hinted at inconsistencies in Mrs. Reynolds' glowing account of him. They debated the reliability of their sources, but it seemed unlikely they were wrong. Upon reaching the upper lobby, they entered a charming sitting room, recently redecorated to delight Miss Darcy, who had taken a fancy to it on her previous visit to Pemberley. Elizabeth noted Mr. Darcy's thoughtfulness as a brother, admiring the view from one of the windows. Mrs. Reynolds was confident that Miss Darcy would be overjoyed with the room, emphasizing Mr. Darcy's eagerness to please his sister. She claimed he would spare no effort to ensure her happiness. The tour continued with the picture gallery and a few principal bedrooms left to see. The gallery boasted several fine paintings, but Elizabeth, not well versed in art, found more interest in Miss Darcy's crayon drawings, which were both more engaging and easier to understand. Family portraits lined the gallery, but Elizabeth was on the lookout for one face in particular. When she found it, she was struck by the likeness of Mr. Darcy, his smile reminiscent of the one he sometimes offered her. She was captivated by the portrait, returning to it for a final look before leaving the gallery. Mrs. Reynolds mentioned that it was painted during Mr. Darcy's father's lifetime, adding a layer of history to the image. At that moment, Elizabeth's heart softened towards Mr. Darcy more than it ever had during their past interactions. Mrs. Reynolds had given him high praise, and what could be more trustworthy than the words of a smart servant? Elizabeth thought about the many lives that Mr. Darcy influenced as a brother, landlord, and master. The pleasure or pain he could cause, the good or bad that came from his actions. All the housekeeper's comments painted him in a good light. Standing in front of his portrait, Elizabeth felt a strong sense of thankfulness for his attention, more than before, recalling its intensity and overlooking any awkwardness in how he expressed it. After touring the house, they said goodbye to the housekeeper and met the gardener at the front door. Walking across the lawn, Elizabeth looked back at the house. Her uncle and aunt paused too, and just then, Mr. Darcy himself appeared from the path leading to the stables. They were so close, a mere 20 yards apart, and his sudden arrival made it impossible not to be seen. Their eyes met, and both blushed deeply. Mr. Darcy looked shocked, frozen for a moment, but then he composed himself and approached them. Elizabeth, feeling shy, turned away but faced him as he came closer, greeting him with a nervousness she couldn't hide. If his likeness to the portrait hadn't confirmed his identity for the others, the gardener's surprised reaction to seeing his boss would have. Elizabeth's relative stood back while Mr. Darcy talked to her. She barely dared to look at him and was unsure of how she responded to his polite questions about her family. She was embarrassed by how different he was acting from the last time they met, and the thought of being caught there made her even more uncomfortable. Mr. Darcy didn't seem relaxed either. His voice lacked its usual calm, and he asked about her departure from Longbourn and her time in Derbyshire in a rushed and distracted manner. Eventually, Mr. Darcy ran out of things to say. After a silent moment, he remembered himself and said goodbye. As the others caught up to her, they couldn't stop marveling at his impressive stature. But Elizabeth was too caught up in her own turmoil to pay any attention. She trailed behind them, lost in her thoughts, without uttering a word. A wave of embarrassment and frustration washed over her. She regretted coming to this place, thinking it was the worst decision she could have made. She worried about how foolish she must seem to him, and dreaded that he might see her actions as deliberate. The timing of their encounter seemed like the cruelest twist of fate. If only they had arrived 10 minutes earlier, they would have avoided his discerning gaze. It was clear he had just gotten there, having just stepped off his horse or carriage. She felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment as she thought about the awkwardness of their meeting. His changed demeanor puzzled her. The fact that he even spoke to her was surprising, but the kindness in his voice and his inquiries about her family left her bewildered. She had never seen him act with such a lack of formality, never heard him speak so softly. It was a stark contrast to their last encounter at Rosings Park. She was at a loss, unable to understand his behavior. They continued walking along a scenic path by the water, with each step revealing more of the stunning landscape. But Elizabeth hardly noticed any of it. Even as she responded absent-mindedly to her uncle and aunt, her focus remained on Pemberley House and on Mr. Darcy, who was there. She was consumed with curiosity about his thoughts and feelings towards her, wondering if she still meant anything to him despite everything. His civility might have been a sign of feeling at ease, yet there was something in his voice that suggested otherwise. She couldn't decide if his reaction to seeing her was one of pleasure or pain, but it was clear he was not indifferent. Eventually, the comments from her companions about her distracted state snapped her back to reality. She realized she needed to present herself more like the person she usually was. Venturing into the forest, they left the river behind and climbed the high ground. From there, they could see the beautiful valley, the hills across, and the woods that covered them. The river peeked through at places. Mr. Gardiner wanted to circle the entire park, but worried it was too much on foot. They were happily informed that the circuit was 10 miles. That decided it, and they followed the usual route. It led them down through the woods to the river's edge at one of its narrowest points. A simple bridge that fit the natural setting took them across. This place was more rustic than any they'd seen, with just the stream and a path through the rough shrubbery. Elizabeth was eager to explore, but after crossing, the distance to the house made Mrs. Gardiner, not much of a walker, decide to head back to the carriage. Elizabeth had to agree, and they turned toward the house across the river. Their pace was slow. Mr. Gardiner, fond of fishing, kept stopping to watch for trout and chat with a local, making little progress. As they moved slowly, Mr. Darcy appeared, approaching them. The open path let them see him before meeting. Elizabeth, though shocked, was ready to meet him calmly. She thought he might take a different path, but he appeared right before them after a turn. Elizabeth noticed his continued politeness and returned it, praising the beauty of the place. But she stopped short, worried her words might be misinterpreted. Her face flushed, and she fell silent. Mrs. Gardiner, a bit behind, paused, and Mr. Darcy asked to be introduced to her companions. Elizabeth had to smile inwardly at his request for introductions to the very people he had once dismissed. She wondered what his reaction would be once he knew who they were, mistaking them for fashionable society folks. The introduction took place without delay. As she explained how they were related, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at him, curious about his reaction and half expecting him to flee from such disreputable company. His surprise at the connection was obvious, but he handled it bravely. Far from leaving, he turned around, joined them, and started talking with Mr. Gardiner. Elizabeth was secretly delighted and quite proud. It was comforting to know there were relatives in her life she didn't have to feel embarrassed about. She paid close attention to the exchange and took pride in every word her uncle spoke that showed his intelligence, taste, or manners. The topic soon shifted to fishing, and Elizabeth overheard Mr. Darcy inviting Mr. Gardiner to fish in his stream whenever he liked, as long as he was in the area. He even offered to provide fishing gear and pointed out the best spots for a good catch. Mrs. Gardiner, walking with Elizabeth, gave her a look full of amazement. Elizabeth kept quiet, but the implied compliment made her very happy. However, she was utterly baffled by the change in Mr. Darcy and kept wondering to herself why he was acting so differently. She couldn't believe it was because of her, as her previous criticisms at Hunsford couldn't have led to such a transformation. She found it hard to believe he still had feelings for her. As they walked, with the ladies in front and gentlemen behind, a small change occurred after they stopped to examine an interesting water plant by the river. Mrs. Gardiner, tired from the morning's activities, found Elizabeth's arm insufficient for support and preferred her husband's. Mr. Darcy then stepped in to walk beside Elizabeth. After a brief silence, Elizabeth spoke up. She let him know she had been told he wouldn't be there until the next day, which he confirmed, explaining that he had to deal with some business a bit earlier than expected. He mentioned that the rest of his party, including some acquaintances of hers like Mr. Bingley and his sisters, would join him the following day. Elizabeth's response was subtle, but she couldn't help recalling the last time Mr. Bingley's name came up in their conversation. She noticed Mr. Darcy seemed to be similarly preoccupied. He then mentioned, after a short pause, that there was someone else in his party who was eager to meet her. He asked if he could introduce his sister to her during her stay in Lambton. Elizabeth was taken aback by the request, but she realized that Miss Darcy's interest in meeting her must have been encouraged by her brother. This thought alone was enough to satisfy her, and she felt reassured that his previous resentment hadn't affected his opinion of her. Silently, they continued their walk, lost in their own thoughts. Elizabeth couldn't say she was at ease, yet the attention flattered her. The idea of him wanting to introduce her to his sister felt like the highest form of praise. They moved ahead of the others, and by the time they reached the carriage, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner were a good distance behind. He suggested they go inside, but Elizabeth insisted she wasn't tired, so they stood on the lawn. It was one of those moments where the silence felt heavy, and even though she wanted to chat, no topic seemed right. Finally, she remembered her travels, and they managed to discuss Matlock and Dovedale. But as time ticked by, and her aunt and uncle were nowhere in sight, her patience and conversation topics were nearly exhausted. When Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner caught up, everyone was invited inside for some refreshments, but they declined. They said their goodbyes with the utmost courtesy. Mr. Darcy helped the ladies into the carriage, and as they left, Elizabeth saw him strolling back towards the house. Her uncle and aunt didn't hold back their opinions, praising him for being far beyond their expectations. Her uncle found him to be well-mannered, polite, and humble. Her aunt admitted he had a bit of formality, but found it suited him. She agreed with the housekeeper that despite others seeing him as proud, she saw no evidence of it. Her uncle was taken aback by his kindness, especially since his and Elizabeth's acquaintance was so slight. Her aunt chimed in, noting he wasn't as handsome as Wickham, but his features were fine. She questioned Elizabeth about her previous description of him as disagreeable. Elizabeth tried to explain, saying she found him more likable now than before, especially during their encounter that morning. Her uncle teased that such men can be unpredictable with their kindness. Elizabeth knew they misunderstood him, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Mrs. Gardiner couldn't reconcile his current behavior with the cruelty he was said to have shown Wickham. She noted that despite the negative stories, there was a pleasantness and dignity about him. She laughed at the glowing praise the housekeeper had given him, assuming it was because he was a generous employer. Elizabeth felt compelled to defend his actions toward Wickham, explaining as subtly as possible that from what she'd gathered from his family in Kent, his behavior might be seen in a different light. She suggested that his character wasn't as flawed, nor was Wickham as charming, as they had believed back in Hertfordshire. To back her point, she shared details of their financial dealings, without revealing her source, but assuring it was trustworthy. Mrs. Gardiner was taken aback and worried, yet as they neared the place of her past joys, memories took over. She was too busy showing her husband the familiar places around them to focus on anything else. Despite being tired from the morning walk, she eagerly went to reconnect with old friends after their meal, and the evening passed in the joy of rekindled connections. The day's events left Elizabeth little room to think about her new acquaintances. She was preoccupied with Mr. Darcy's politeness and, more so, his wish for her to meet his sister. You're about to listen to Chapter 44. Elizabeth had convinced herself that after she arrived at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy would visit her with his sister the next day. Because of this, she decided to stay within view of the inn all morning. However, she was mistaken. The very morning after they got to Lambton, Mr. Darcy and his sister visited. They had been exploring the area with some new acquaintances and had just returned to the inn to get ready for a meal with them. The sound of a carriage caught their attention, and looking out, they saw a man and woman in a small carriage arriving. Elizabeth quickly recognized the uniform of the driver and realized who it was, surprising her family with the news of their distinguished guests. Her aunt and uncle were shocked, and Elizabeth's awkwardness, combined with the events of the previous day, led them to a new understanding. They had never considered it before, but now they thought that the attention they were receiving could only mean Mr. Darcy had a fondness for their niece. While they pondered this, Elizabeth became increasingly unsettled. She was surprised by her own nervousness and worried that Mr. Darcy's brother might have spoken too highly of her, making her even more eager to impress, fearing she might not be able to. Worried about being spotted, she moved away from the window. As she paced the room, trying to calm herself, the puzzled looks from her aunt and uncle only made things more difficult. Soon, Miss Darcy and her brother arrived for introductions. Elizabeth was surprised to find that Miss Darcy seemed just as shy as she felt. Although Elizabeth had heard Miss Darcy was very proud, she quickly realized the girl was just very shy. Elizabeth struggled to get more than a few words out of her. Miss Darcy was a tall girl with a more mature and graceful appearance than Elizabeth, despite being only 16. She wasn't as beautiful as her brother, but her face showed intelligence and kindness, and she had a humble and gentle manner. Elizabeth was relieved to see that Miss Darcy was not the keen observer she had expected, similar to Mr. Darcy. Their visit was brief before Darcy mentioned that Bingley would also come to see her. She had just enough time to express her happiness before Bingley arrived, his footsteps quick on the stairs. Elizabeth had long forgiven any past grievances against him, and any that might have remained would have been impossible to maintain against his genuine warmth. He asked about her family warmly and chatted with the same friendly demeanor he always had. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner found Mr. Darcy almost as fascinating as Elizabeth did. They had been eager to meet him for a long time. The entire group they were observing sparked their keen interest. The recent suspicions about Mr. Darcy and their niece made them watch each one carefully, though discreetly. Their probing questions soon led them to believe that at least one of them had experienced love. They were somewhat unsure about the lady's feelings, but it was clear that the gentleman was full of admiration. Elizabeth had her hands full. She was determined to figure out what her guests felt, to manage her own emotions, and to charm everyone. She was most confident about winning people over, especially since they already liked her. Bingley was open, Georgiana was enthusiastic, and Darcy was resolute in enjoying themselves. As Elizabeth saw Bingley, she couldn't help but think of her sister and wished to know if he felt the same way. At times, she thought he spoke less than before, and she liked to think that when he looked at her, he was searching for a resemblance to her sister. Although she might have been imagining things, she was certain about his behavior towards Miss Darcy, who was thought to be Jane's rival. There were no signs of special affection from either of them. Nothing happened that could raise his sister's hopes. But Elizabeth soon felt reassured. A few subtle hints suggested he remembered Jane with a soft spot and wanted to say more that might lead to talking about her. He mentioned to Elizabeth, when the others were busy talking, that it had been a very long time since they last met, which was at a dance more than 8 months ago. Elizabeth was happy that he remembered the date so precisely. Later, he found a moment to ask her if all her sisters were still at Longbourn when no one else was paying attention. The question and comment might have been simple, but his look and manner gave them a deeper meaning. She rarely had the chance to observe Mr. Darcy directly, but on the occasions she did, his demeanor was nothing but agreeable. His words carried a tone that lacked any hint of arrogance, convincing her that the refinement in his behavior she had noticed the day before was not fleeting. Observing him engage with those he would have once deemed unworthy, and being polite not only to her but also to the relatives he had previously scorned, was astonishing. The transformation from their last encounter at Hunsford Parsonage was so profound that she struggled to hide her surprise. Never had she seen him so eager to please, devoid of any air of superiority, as he was now, when there was no apparent benefit to his efforts and when the company he sought might even invite mockery from his usual circles. The visitors stayed for over half an hour, and upon their departure, Mr. Darcy suggested to his sister that they extend an invitation to Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner and Miss Bennet for dinner at Pemberley. Miss Darcy, though not accustomed to issuing invitations, agreed without hesitation. Mrs. Gardiner glanced at Elizabeth, curious about her reaction to the invitation, but found her looking away. However, interpreting Elizabeth's avoidance as temporary shyness rather than disinterest, and noting her husband's sociable nature, Mrs. Gardiner felt confident enough to accept on her niece's behalf, setting the dinner for the day after next. Bingley seemed thrilled at the prospect of seeing Elizabeth again, eager to chat and catch up on news from their friends in Hertfordshire. Elizabeth took his enthusiasm as an interest in hearing about her sister, which pleased her. Despite the lackluster enjoyment during their visit, she reflected on the past half-hour with a sense of contentment once they had left. Anxious to be alone and avoid any probing from her aunt and uncle, she excused herself shortly after hearing their positive remarks about Bingley to prepare for the evening. Elizabeth need not have worried about her aunt and uncle's inquisitiveness. They were not the type to pry. It was clear to them that she and Mr. Darcy were well acquainted, and his affection for her was undeniable. They found the dynamic within the group intriguing, but saw no need to interrogate further. Contemplating Mr. Darcy now sparked a desire to think well of him. In the scope of their relationship, they found not a single flaw. His manners made an impression they couldn't ignore. If they based their opinion of him solely on their own interactions and his servants' praise, without considering other opinions, those who knew him in Hertfordshire wouldn't recognize this portrayal. Yet, there was a growing inclination to trust the housekeeper's words. They realized the credibility of a servant who had known Mr. Darcy since childhood and displayed respectable behavior themselves should not be dismissed without thought. Nothing from their friends in Lambton had come to light to challenge this view. The only criticism they could levy against him was his pride, which was likely true, and if not, the small-town folks would assume it anyway since his family kept their distance. Nonetheless, everyone acknowledged his generosity and his efforts to help the poor. Meanwhile, Wickham was not seen in a favorable light by the travelers. Despite the murky details surrounding his dealings with his patron's son, it was common knowledge that he left a trail of debts in Derbyshire, which Mr. Darcy later settled. Elizabeth found her thoughts wandering to Pemberley more this evening than the last. The night stretched on, but it wasn't long enough for her to sort out her feelings for the man living there. She stayed awake for hours trying to understand her emotions. She certainly didn't hate him, that feeling had long since faded, and she regretted ever disliking him so intensely. Her appreciation for his admirable qualities, initially accepted with reluctance, had grown to a point where it no longer repelled her. Now, it was even tinged with a hint of warmth due to the glowing report she heard yesterday. But more than respect or esteem, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. This gratitude wasn't just for his past affections, but also for his forgiveness of her sharp rejection and the unfair accusations that came with it. He had sought her out when she thought he would avoid her at all costs. He was eager to stay in touch, and he did so without any overt displays of affection or peculiar behavior when they were alone. He was even keen on introducing her to his sister. His change in demeanor, devoid of the pride he was known for, sparked not only surprise, but gratitude as well. It had to be love driving this transformation. This realization made her feel good, though she couldn't quite pin down the feeling. She respected him, valued him, and genuinely cared about his well-being. Now, she just needed to figure out how much she wanted his happiness to be tied to her, and whether it would bring joy to both of them if she allowed him to pursue her again. The prior evening, the aunt and her niece agreed that they should return Miss Darcy's thoughtful gesture. She had visited them on her first day at Pemberley, despite only arriving in time for a late breakfast. They decided to pay her a visit at Pemberley the next morning to show their own courtesy. They were set to leave, and Elizabeth felt content, although she struggled to pinpoint why. After breakfast, Mr. Gardiner departed. He had plans to go fishing, having arranged to meet some gentlemen at Pemberley by midday. You're about to listen to Chapter 45. Elizabeth was now sure that Miss Bingley's ill feelings toward her stemmed from envy. She felt her presence at Pemberley would be quite unwelcome to Miss Bingley, and she was curious about the politeness that would mark their renewed acquaintance. Upon arrival, they were led through the hall into a lovely saloon, perfect for summer with its north-facing aspect. The ground-level windows offered a refreshing view of the wooded hills and the oak and chestnut trees dotting the lawn. Miss Darcy was there with Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, and her London companion. Her greeting was polite, but her shyness made her seem distant, which might be mistaken for pride. Mrs. Gardiner and Elizabeth saw through this and felt sympathy for her. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley acknowledged them with a mere nod. An uncomfortable silence fell upon the group. Mrs. Annesley, a pleasant woman, initiated a conversation, proving her good manners. Mrs. Gardiner and Elizabeth joined in, with Miss Darcy occasionally adding a few words when she felt brave enough. Elizabeth noticed Miss Bingley watching her closely, especially when she spoke to Miss Darcy. They sat too far apart for easy conversation, which Elizabeth didn't mind as she was lost in thought, anticipating the gentleman's arrival. She was both eager and apprehensive about Mr. Darcy's showing up. After a while, Miss Bingley coldly asked about Elizabeth's family. Elizabeth responded with indifference. No further words were exchanged. The servants later brought in food, including cold meats, cake, and an array of fresh fruits, after Mrs. Annesley had prompted Miss Darcy to attend to her guests. Everyone found something to do. Even if not everyone spoke, they all enjoyed the food, gathering around the table to savor the fruit. While eating, Elizabeth had the chance to confront her feelings about Mr. Darcy's potential arrival. When he did enter, her previous desire to see him turned into regret. After spending some time with Mr. Gardiner and a few other gentlemen by the river, he had left them only upon hearing that the ladies planned to visit Georgiana that morning. As soon as he entered, Elizabeth smartly decided to act with ease and without discomfort. This decision was important, though not easy to maintain, especially because the suspicions of everyone present had been stirred, and their watchful eyes followed his every move upon arrival. Miss Bingley's face, although often smiling, couldn't hide her keen interest, her jealousy not yet pushing her to desperation, and her attentiveness to Mr. Darcy was still evident. Miss Darcy, upon seeing her brother, tried harder to engage in conversation, and Elizabeth noticed his eagerness for his sister and her to get to know each other better, encouraging any attempt at dialogue. Miss Bingley, noticing all this and acting on a rash impulse of annoyance, made a snide remark about the militia leaving Meryton, aiming to unsettle Elizabeth and provoke her to show some emotion that might lower her in Mr. Darcy's esteem. She also wanted to remind him of the embarrassing connections Elizabeth's family had with the militia. However, she was unaware of Miss Darcy's nearly eloped situation, a secret well kept except from Elizabeth. Mr. Darcy had indeed planned to keep this event from everyone, especially from Bingley's family, hoping that Miss Bennet might one day become part of his own family. Although this plan was not meant to interfere with his efforts to separate his friend from Miss Bennet, it might have added to his concern for his friend's well-being. Elizabeth's composure helped calm Mr. Darcy's emotions, and as Miss Bingley, frustrated and unable to mention Wickham, stayed away from the topic, Georgiana also managed to regain her composure, though she remained too shy to speak further. Her brother, preoccupied, seemed to forget her involvement in the affair, and the very thing meant to distract him from Elizabeth only seemed to make him appreciate her presence even more. Their visit was cut short after the exchange previously mentioned. As Mr. Darcy escorted them to their carriage, Miss Bingley couldn't resist expressing her negative opinions about Elizabeth's appearance, manners, and fashion sense. Georgiana, however, refused to participate. Her brother's high opinion of Elizabeth was sufficient to win her over. Darcy had spoken so highly of Elizabeth that Georgiana found it impossible to see her as anything but charming and kind-hearted. When Darcy came back to the lounge, Miss Bingley eagerly shared her harsh critique with him. She pointed out how much Elizabeth Bennet's appearance had changed for the worse since winter, commenting on her darker skin and rougher looks. She even said she and her sister Louisa almost didn't recognize Elizabeth. Mr. Darcy, not fond of such remarks, kept his cool and simply noted that Elizabeth seemed a bit tanned from traveling in the summer, nothing out of the ordinary. Miss Bingley persisted, saying she never found Elizabeth attractive. She criticized Elizabeth's thin face, dull complexion, and unremarkable features, including her nose and teeth. She even found fault with Elizabeth's eyes, which many admired, saying they had a sharp, unpleasant look. She concluded that Elizabeth's entire demeanor was off-putting, marked by an unfashionable arrogance. Despite knowing that Darcy admired Elizabeth, Miss Bingley's approach was not the wisest if she wanted to endear herself to him. Her frustration only led to Darcy looking slightly annoyed, but he remained silent. Determined to provoke a reaction, Miss Bingley brought up their initial impression of Elizabeth in Hertfordshire, recalling a time when Darcy had been less than impressed with her beauty. Unable to hold back, Darcy finally admitted that his early opinion had changed, and for many months he had regarded Elizabeth as one of the most beautiful women he knew. After this admission, he left, and Miss Bingley had to face the sting of her own words. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gardiner and Elizabeth discussed their visit on their way back, excluding the one subject that had deeply interested them both. They chatted about Darcy's sister, his friends, and his home, deliberately avoiding talking about Darcy himself. Yet, Elizabeth was eager to hear her aunt's opinion of him, and Mrs. Gardiner would have been pleased to discuss it if Elizabeth had only brought it up. You're about to listen to Chapter 46. Elizabeth felt let down when she arrived at Llanton without a letter from Jane awaiting her. This feeling resurfaced every morning until, on the third day, her worries vanished as 2 letters from Jane reached her. One had been mistakenly sent elsewhere, which didn't surprise Elizabeth given Jane's poor handwriting. As they were about to set out for a walk, her uncle and aunt left Elizabeth alone to savor the letters. The one that had gone astray, written 5 days prior, needed her attention first. It started with mundane updates about social gatherings and local happenings. However, the latter part, penned the next day amidst clear distress, carried more significant news. Jane wrote of an unexpected and grave event, not wanting to cause alarm and assuring that the family was well. The matter concerned Lydia, who had eloped to Scotland with one of Colonel Forster's officers, Wickham. The shock was palpable, yet Kitty didn't seem entirely taken aback. Jane expressed deep regret over the reckless union. She chose to see the best in Wickham's character, despite his rashness, noting his lack of financial interest in Lydia. Their mother was deeply upset, their father coped better, and Jane was relieved they had kept prior criticisms of Wickham from their parents. The couple had apparently left on Saturday night, but weren't noticed missing until Sunday morning. Colonel Forster was expected to visit soon after sending an express the previous night. Lydia had left a note from Mrs. Forster about her plans. Jane closed the letter, worried about her mother and doubting the clarity of her message. Without pausing to process her emotions, Elizabeth eagerly moved on to the second letter, which was written a day after the first one ended. By now, my dearest sister, you must have gotten my rush note. I hope this one makes more sense. Even though I'm not pressed for time, my thoughts are so jumbled I can't be sure I'll make sense. Dear Lizzie, I'm not even sure what to write, but I have troubling news, and it can't wait. A marriage between Mr. Wickham and our poor Lydia would be reckless, but now we're desperate to know it's happened because there's a real fear they didn't go to Scotland after all. Colonel Forster arrived yesterday, having left Brighton just hours after the express. Lydia's brief note to Mrs. Forster suggested they were off to Gretna Green, but Denny let slip he thought Wickham never planned to go there or marry Lydia, which he mentioned to Colonel Forster. Alarmed, the colonel left Brighton, determined to track them down. He followed their trail to Clapham, but lost it there. They switched to a hackney coach, leaving behind the chaise from Epsom. All we know now is they were last seen heading towards London. I'm at a loss for what to think. Colonel Forster made every effort to find them around London, checking turnpikes and inns in Barnet and Hatfield, to no avail. He came to Longbourn, deeply worried, and shared his fears with us, showing his true character. I feel for him and Mrs. Forster, but no one blames them. Our family is in deep distress. My parents fear the worst, but I can't think so poorly of him. It's possible they had reasons to marry in secret in the city rather than stick to their original plan. And even if Wickham could scheme against a girl with Lydia's connections, which seems unlikely, could Lydia really be so thoughtless?
I can't believe it!
Yet, Colonel Forster doesn't seem convinced they're married. He was doubtful when I shared my hopes, fearing Wickham isn't trustworthy. My poor mother is actually sick with worry, confined to her room. If only she could muster the strength to get up, but that's too much to hope for. And my father, I've never seen him so affected by anything. Kitty is upset for keeping their secret, but it was a matter of trust, so it's understandable. I'm relieved, dear Lizzie, that you've been spared these harrowing scenes. But now that the initial shock has passed, I must admit I long for your return. However, I'm not selfish enough to insist if it's not convenient. Farewell. Here I am, writing again, doing exactly what I said I wouldn't. But the situation is so dire, I can't help but beg you and everyone to come as soon as you can. I trust our dear uncle and aunt completely, and I'm not afraid to ask this of them, though I still need to ask more of our uncle. My father is off to London with Colonel Forster right away to search for her. I can't guess what he plans to do. He's too upset to think clearly, and Colonel Forster must return to Brighton by tomorrow evening. My uncle's advice and help would mean the world right now. He'll understand what I'm going through, and I'm counting on his kindness. Elizabeth sprang from her chair, her eyes racing over the final words of the letter. A sense of urgency consumed her as she sought her uncle, precious moments slipping away. Yet, as she approached the door, it swung open, revealing Mr. Darcy. Her complexion was ashen, her actions frantic, prompting a look of surprise from him. But her thoughts were dominated by Lydia's plight, and she hastily informed him of her need to depart immediately to find Mr. Gardiner for urgent business. Mr. Darcy, taken aback by her distress, quickly offered to assist, suggesting either he or a servant could fetch Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner. Elizabeth's legs wobbled, betraying her weakened state. She knew it was futile to go herself. With a voice barely audible, she instructed the servant to summon her aunt and uncle. Left alone with Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth's strength failed her, and she collapsed into a chair, the image of ill health. Darcy, unable to ignore her condition, offered his help with genuine concern, suggesting a maid or a glass of wine for relief. Elizabeth, fighting to regain composure, declined his offer, explaining that she had received terrible news from home. Tears streamed down her face as she mentioned the news, leaving her unable to speak further. Darcy looked on, his own distress rendering him speechless. After a moment, Elizabeth managed to reveal the dire situation. Her youngest sister had eloped with Mr. Wickham, leaving Brighton with him, and their whereabouts were unknown. She lamented her own failure to prevent this, knowing Mr. Wickham's true nature and regretting not sharing her knowledge with her family. Darcy shared in her shock and grief, questioning the certainty of the situation. Elizabeth confirmed the elopement, with no sign of the couple in Scotland. She detailed the efforts made to find them, her father's journey to London, and her uncle's impending involvement. Yet, she confessed her hopelessness in the face of such a man as Wickham. In silent agreement, Darcy acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Elizabeth continued to blame herself for not acting on her knowledge of Wickham's character, calling it a dreadful mistake. Darcy remained silent, pacing the room deep in thought, his expression serious and troubled. Elizabeth noticed his mood and instantly grasped its meaning. She felt her strength wane as the reality of her family's disgrace became undeniable. She couldn't help but accept it, yet the idea of his overcoming his feelings brought her no comfort. Instead, it highlighted her own desires, making her realize how truly she could have loved him, even though it was now too late for love. Despite her own concerns, Elizabeth couldn't focus solely on herself. Lydia's actions, the embarrassment and sorrow they were causing, quickly overshadowed her personal worries. Overwhelmed, Elizabeth hid her face in her handkerchief, consumed by the situation. It took several minutes before she became aware of her surroundings again, prompted by the words of her companion. He expressed his regret for staying so long, wishing he could offer comfort, and mentioned his sister's missed opportunity to see Elizabeth at Pemberley due to the unfortunate events. Elizabeth urged him to make excuses on their behalf to Miss Darcy, to hide the truth for as long as possible, knowing the truth couldn't be concealed forever. He promised to keep their secret, offered his condolences, and hoped for a better outcome than seemed likely. After expressing his final regards, he left with one last meaningful glance. Once he was gone, Elizabeth doubted they would ever meet again with the same warmth they had in Derbyshire. Reflecting on their past interactions, filled with ups and downs, she felt frustrated by the emotions that now wished for what was no longer possible, emotions that would have once celebrated the end of their acquaintance. Should appreciation and respect be the cornerstones of love, then Elizabeth's evolving feelings would be justifiable and not flawed. If not, if such affection is deemed illogical or unnatural compared to the instant connection often portrayed at first sight, one could hardly defend her except to say she had tested this immediate attraction with Wickham, only to be disappointed, which might justify her pursuit of a less thrilling type of bond. Regardless, she felt a pang of regret as he departed, and in this instance, she saw the early consequences of Lydia's scandal, causing her additional distress as she pondered over the dreadful affair. Since receiving Jane's second letter, she had abandoned any hope of Wickham's intention to wed her. Only Jane, she mused, could harbor such an expectation. To say she was merely surprised by this turn of events would be an understatement. Initially, she was utterly shocked that Wickham would marry someone he couldn't possibly be after for wealth, and Lydia's ability to captivate him was baffling. But now, the situation seemed all too believable. Lydia might indeed possess enough allure for such a connection, and while Elizabeth didn't think Lydia intentionally planned to elope without intending to marry, she easily believed that Lydia's naivety and lack of wisdom would make her an easy target. Elizabeth had not noticed any particular fondness from Lydia towards Wickham while the regiment was stationed in Hertfordshire, but she was now certain that Lydia needed only a little encouragement to become attached to someone. Her favorites among the officers changed as their attention to her fluctuated. Her feelings were always shifting, yet she was never without an admirer. Elizabeth now keenly felt the consequences of overlooking Lydia's behavior and indulging her mistakes. Desperate to return home, to be with Jane and share the burden of a family thrown into chaos, a distant father, an overwhelmed mother needing constant care, Elizabeth felt the weight of their troubles. She doubted anything could be done for Lydia, but her uncle's involvement seemed crucial. Until he arrived, the agony of waiting was intense. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner had rushed back, alarmed by the servant's message that their niece had fallen ill. Relieved of that worry, Elizabeth quickly explained the real reason for their urgent return. Despite Lydia not being their favorite, the Gardiners were deeply moved by the news. They promised to help in any way they could, and Elizabeth thanked them, her eyes brimming with grateful tears. United in purpose, they quickly arranged their departure. As they prepared to leave, Mrs. Gardiner expressed concern about their missed visit to Pemberley. Elizabeth confirmed that she had informed Mr. Darcy they couldn't keep their appointment. Mrs. Gardiner, still in a flurry, wondered aloud about the terms of Elizabeth's relationship with Mr. Darcy and wished she knew the full extent of it. Wishes proved futile, or at best, a mere distraction for her in the chaos of the next hour. If Elizabeth had the luxury of idleness, she might have convinced herself that all tasks were beyond reach for someone as miserable as she felt. Yet, she was as busy as her aunt, and among their tasks were writing notes to all their friends in Lambton, making up reasons for their abrupt leave. But within an hour, everything was done. Mr. Gardiner had settled his bill at the inn, and there was nothing left but to depart. Despite the morning's sorrows, Elizabeth found herself, sooner than expected, seated in the carriage and on her way to Longbourn. You're about to listen to Chapter 47. Elizabeth's uncle mulled over their earlier conversation as they left the town. He was now leaning towards her eldest sister's perspective on the issue. He found it hard to believe that a young man would plot against a girl who wasn't alone or without friends, especially one staying with his colonel's family. He felt hopeful, questioning if the young man really expected her friends to remain silent or if he thought the regiment would overlook such an insult to Colonel Forster, given the risks involved. Elizabeth felt a spark of hope at her uncle's words. Mrs. Gardiner chimed in, agreeing with her husband. She couldn't see it as plausible that Wickham would commit such an offense against decency, honor, and self-interest. She doubted Wickham was that bad and wondered if Elizabeth could truly think him capable of such actions. Elizabeth conceded that while Wickham might not ignore his own interests, she could believe him capable of other forms of neglect. She clung to a sliver of hope that they hadn't eloped to Scotland. Mr. Gardiner pointed out that there was no concrete evidence they hadn't gone to Scotland. Elizabeth argued that their switch from a chaise to a hackney coach strongly suggested they hadn't, and there were no signs of them on the road to Barnet. Mr. Gardiner suggested that even if they were in London, it could be for innocent reasons, perhaps to save money, as neither likely had much. A wedding in London could be cheaper than in Scotland. Elizabeth questioned the need for such secrecy and the fear of being discovered. She couldn't see why their marriage had to be hidden. She recounted Jane's letter, which mentioned that Wickham's closest friend didn't believe he intended to marry Lydia. She knew Wickham wouldn't marry without the prospect of money, and Lydia had little to offer besides her youth, health, and cheerfulness. Elizabeth couldn't judge the impact of a scandalous elopement on the regiment, but she doubted other objections would hold up. Lydia had no brothers to intervene, and their father seemed too indifferent to take action. Elizabeth also wondered if Lydia could be so blinded by love that she would agree to live with him without marriage. Elizabeth was deeply troubled, her eyes brimming with tears, as she pondered the lack of judgment and virtue in her sister's actions. She questioned whether she was being fair, but couldn't help noticing her sister's youth and lack of serious education. For a whole year, her sister had been lost in a world of fun and vanity, never encouraged to think deeply, but to simply chase fleeting pleasures. Since the military's arrival in Meryton, her sister had been obsessed with romance and officers, her lively nature getting even more susceptible to her feelings, thanks to her constant focus on such topics. Elizabeth knew all too well that a man like Wickham, with his charm and smooth talk, could easily win a woman's heart. Her aunt, however, couldn't believe that Jane would think so poorly of Wickham, doubting he'd be capable of such wrongdoing. Elizabeth reflected on Jane's tendency to think the best of people, yet she knew Jane understood Wickham's true nature as well as she did. They both were aware of his reckless ways, his lack of integrity and honor, and his deceitful nature. Mrs. Gardiner was eager to know how Elizabeth had come to learn such things about Wickham. Elizabeth admitted, her cheeks flushed with emotion, that she had indeed shared Wickham's disgraceful actions towards Mr. Darcy with her aunt. Elizabeth also recalled overhearing Wickham's disparaging words about Mr. Darcy, despite the man's generous treatment of him. There were more unsavory tales about Wickham's falsehoods concerning the Pemberley family, which had led Elizabeth to expect Miss Darcy to be unpleasant, only to discover she was nothing but kind and modest. The question arose whether Lydia was aware of Wickham's character. Elizabeth felt a pang of guilt, realizing that she had not considered the danger Lydia might be in from Wickham's deception. She had been ignorant herself until her visit to Kent. By the time she returned, the regiment was about to leave Meryton, and there seemed no point in tarnishing Wickham's reputation in the eyes of their neighbors. Even when Lydia was set to accompany Mrs. Forster, the need to enlighten her to Wickham's true nature did not occur to Elizabeth. She had never imagined that Lydia could be at risk, or that such a troubling outcome could result from her naivete. Elizabeth's uncle, after their discussion, began to see things from her eldest sister's perspective, and Mrs. Gardiner also expressed skepticism about Wickham's potential misconduct. Elizabeth held on to a thin hope that Lydia and Wickham had not eloped to Scotland, despite the lack of evidence to the contrary. She clung to the belief that their switch to a coach and absence on the road to Barnet hinted they might not have eloped. Mr. Gardiner reasoned that they could be in London for innocent reasons, perhaps to save money, as a wedding there might be less costly than one in Scotland. Elizabeth questioned the secrecy and feared the repercussions of such a scandalous elopement, knowing that Lydia had little to offer Wickham in terms of wealth and that their father was unlikely to intervene. She worried over Lydia's infatuation, which might lead her to live with Wickham without the security of marriage. Elizabeth had no inkling of any romantic feelings between them. If such feelings had been noticeable, she knew well that her family wasn't one to waste such emotions on. When he first joined the military, she, like everyone else, found him quite admirable. Every young woman around Meryton lost her head over him during those initial months. However, he never paid her any special mind, and her infatuation faded as others in the regiment showed her more attention, and they became her new favorites. Despite their repeated discussions on the matter not yielding any new insights into their fears, hopes, or guesses, they couldn't divert their attention from it for long throughout their journey. Elizabeth couldn't shake off the thoughts, tormented by self-reproach. She longed for relief and a moment's forgetfulness, but found none. They hurried as much as they could, spending one night on the road, and arrived at Longbourn by dinner the next day. Elizabeth was relieved that Jane hadn't been left waiting with high expectations. The Gardiner children were thrilled at the sight of a chaise, their excitement evident in their lively jumps and playful antics, the first warm sign of their welcome. Elizabeth rushed in, quickly kissing each child before dashing into the hall. Jane was already there, having hurried down from their mother's room. They embraced, tears in their eyes, and without wasting a moment, Elizabeth inquired about any news of the runaways. Jane hadn't heard anything yet, but with their uncle's arrival, she was hopeful for a resolution. Elizabeth learned that their father had been in town since Tuesday and had only written once to confirm his safe arrival and to provide some instructions. Jane reassured her that their mother was fairly well, though quite shaken, and stayed in her dressing room. Mary and Kitty were thankfully in good health. Elizabeth, noticing Jane's pale complexion, expressed her concern over what Jane must have endured. But Jane insisted she was fine. Their conversation was cut short as the whole party, including Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, joined them. Jane greeted her aunt and uncle with a mix of smiles and tears. Once everyone gathered in the drawing room, the same questions Elizabeth had asked were repeated by the others, only to find out that Jane had no new information to share. Yet, Jane remained hopeful, expecting that each new day might bring a letter from Lydia or their father, clarifying the situation or, perhaps, announcing a marriage. Everyone gathered in Mrs. Bennet's room, where she awaited them with an expected display of sorrow and anger. She shed tears, bemoaned her misfortune, and angrily denounced Wickham's deplorable actions. She lamented her own suffering and ill-treatment, blaming everyone except the person whose misguided leniency had led to her daughter's mistakes. Mrs. Bennet was convinced that if she had been able to take her entire family to Brighton, this disaster would not have occurred. She lamented that Lydia had been left without proper supervision, questioning the Forsters' care for her and deeming them unfit for the responsibility, though her opinions had been previously dismissed. She worried about her husband confronting Wickham, fearing for his safety and the family's future, especially with the threat of being evicted by the Collinses. Mr. Gardiner tried to calm her, assuring her of his support and his plans to help Mr. Bennet find Lydia. He urged her not to succumb to despair, reminding her that not enough time had passed to assume the worst. He planned to visit his brother in London and then work together on a solution. Mrs. Bennet expressed her wish for Mr. Gardiner to locate the couple in London and, if they weren't already married, to ensure their marriage. She insisted that Lydia should not worry about wedding attire, as she would provide funds for it after the marriage. Above all, Mrs. Bennet stressed the importance of preventing Mr. Bennet from engaging in a duel with Wickham, sharing her overwhelming fear and anxiety. Mr. Gardiner, while reassuring her of his commitment, advised her to remain moderate in both her hopes and fears. After this exchange, they left Mrs. Bennet to share her emotions with the housekeeper, who was there in her daughter's absence. Despite her brother and sister believing there was no need to keep away from the rest of the family, they didn't challenge her decision. They were aware of her tendency to speak carelessly in front of the servants during meals, and they preferred that only one person in the household, the most trustworthy one, should be aware of all her worries and concerns regarding the matter. Mary and Kitty joined the others in the dining room shortly after. They had been preoccupied in their rooms and hadn't shown up earlier. One had been absorbed in her books, and the other had been busy with her beauty routine. Their expressions were fairly composed, showing no significant change, except Kitty seemed a bit more irritable than usual, possibly upset over the loss of her favorite sister or her own role in the recent events. Mary managed to keep her composure, quietly reflecting to Elizabeth about the unfortunate nature of the situation and the need to support each other through such a difficult time. Elizabeth was taken aback by Mary's words, but felt too overwhelmed to respond. Mary, however, found some comfort in drawing moral lessons from their current troubles. Later in the afternoon, the two older Bennet sisters found some time to talk privately. Elizabeth jumped at the chance to ask Jane for more details, which Jane was just as eager to provide. They shared their concerns about the likely consequences of the recent events, which Elizabeth saw as almost certain and Jane couldn't completely rule out. Elizabeth pressed for more information, eager to know everything she hadn't heard yet, including Colonel Forster's thoughts and whether there had been any prior signs of the elopement. Jane shared that Colonel Forster had admitted to suspecting some affection, particularly from Lydia's side, but nothing that truly alarmed him. Jane expressed sympathy for him, noting his kind and attentive behavior. He had been on his way to inform them of his concerns when the rumors about them not going to Scotland began to spread, which hastened his visit. Elizabeth questioned whether Denny was convinced that Wickham wouldn't marry Lydia and if he knew about their plans to elope. Jane confirmed that Denny had denied any knowledge of their plans when questioned, and he hadn't shared his real opinion on the matter. This led Elizabeth to hope that perhaps Denny's previous doubts about the marriage had been misunderstood. Elizabeth wondered if any of them had doubted the couple's marriage before Colonel Forster's visit. Elizabeth pondered how such a thought could have crossed their minds. She harbored some concerns about her sister's future contentment in marriage with him, given his past behavior hadn't always been exemplary. Their parents were oblivious to his checkered history, they only recognized the imprudence of the match. Kitty, with a sense of superiority for knowing more than the others, revealed that Lydia had hinted at this development in her last letter. She was aware of their mutual affection for many weeks. However, they hadn't been aware before the trip to Brighton. Colonel Forster's opinion of Wickham had soured, now seeing him as reckless and wasteful. Rumors circulated that Wickham had left Meryton with debts, though Elizabeth hoped these were unfounded. Elizabeth couldn't help but think that if they had been less secretive about Wickham's true nature, this situation might have been avoided. Her sister agreed, though she pointed out that revealing someone's past without knowing their current state of mind could be unfair. They had meant well with their silence. Colonel Forster had brought Lydia's note for them to see. In it, Lydia playfully told her friend Harriet that she would be shocked to learn of her elopement to Gretna Green with the only man she loved. Lydia found the situation amusing and looked forward to the surprise it would cause once she was missed. She instructed Harriet not to inform their family at Longbourn, as it would add to the fun when she wrote to them with her new name, Lydia Wickham. She asked Harriet to pass on her love to Colonel Forster and to excuse her from her dance engagement with Pratt, promising to make it up to him at the next ball. Lydia also reminded Harriet to have her muslin gown mended before sending her clothes after her. Elizabeth was distraught over Lydia's careless letter, written at such a critical time. It confirmed Lydia's serious intent, even if she might be persuaded otherwise later. Elizabeth felt deeply for her father, who must have been so affected by the news. Her father had been too shocked to speak, while her mother fell ill, throwing the house into disarray. Elizabeth lamented that the servants likely knew the entire story by day's end, given their sister's tendency to speak without thinking. Uncertainty filled her thoughts as she hoped for a positive outcome, but staying vigilant in such times proved difficult. Her mother was overwhelmed with emotion, and despite her best efforts to help, she worried she hadn't done enough. The sheer terror of what could happen nearly paralyzed her thoughts. She felt worn out from caring for her mother, and her appearance showed it. She wished someone had been there to share the burden. Though Mary and Kitty were willing to help, she didn't think it was right to involve them. Kitty was fragile, and Mary needed her rest due to her studies. Thankfully, Aunt Phillips arrived from Longbourn on Tuesday and stayed until Thursday, offering much-needed support. Lady Lucas also showed kindness, visiting on Wednesday to offer sympathy and help. Elizabeth, however, thought it would have been better if Lady Lucas had stayed away. In such a tragic situation, it seemed better to have less interaction with neighbors. Offers of help felt impossible, and expressions of sympathy were unbearable. Better to let them keep their distance and be content with that. She then turned her thoughts to her father's plans to find his missing daughter. He intended to visit Epsom, where the last known stop was made, to question the postilions. His main goal was to identify the hackney coach that took them from Clapham. He hoped the unusual event of a gentleman and lady switching carriages might have been noted. His inquiries would extend to Clapham in hopes of finding where the coachman had previously dropped off his fare. From there, he aimed to track down the coach's stand and number. Beyond this, his plans were unclear, as his hasty departure and agitated state made it hard to learn more. You're about to listen to Chapter 48. Everyone was eagerly anticipating a letter from Mr. Bennet the following morning. However, disappointment struck as the mail arrived without a word from him. His family was well aware of his usual neglect when it came to writing letters, but they had hoped he would make an effort this time. They sadly guessed he had no good news to share, yet they wished they could be sure of even that. Mr. Gardiner had been waiting for any letters before departing. Once Mr. Gardiner left, the family was at least assured of getting regular updates. Their uncle had assured them he would convince Mr. Bennet to come back to Longbourn soon, much to his sister's relief. She saw his return as the best way to keep her husband safe from a potential duel. Mrs. Gardiner, along with the children, decided to stay in Hertfordshire a bit longer. She felt her presence might help her nieces. She was a source of comfort to them, especially when they had time away from their duties. Their other aunt visited often too, aiming to lift their spirits. But her visits often had the opposite effect, as she always brought news of Wickham's reckless spending, leaving them more downhearted. The whole town of Meryton seemed intent on tarnishing Wickham's reputation. Just 3 months earlier, he had been seen almost as a saint. Now, he was accused of owing money to every shopkeeper and of misleading many families. Everyone labeled him as the most wicked young man and claimed they had always doubted his sincerity. Elizabeth, skeptical of these rumors, still believed enough to feel more certain of her sister's misfortune. Even Jane, who doubted most of the gossip, felt a sense of hopelessness, particularly now that if her sister had indeed gone to Scotland, they would have likely heard something by now. Mr. Gardiner left Longbourn on a Sunday. By Tuesday, his wife had received a letter from him. He wrote that he had found his brother upon reaching London and convinced him to come to Gracechurch Street. Mr. Bennet had been to Epsom and Clapham looking for information but found none. He planned to check the main hotels in the city, thinking they might have stayed at one upon their arrival in London. Mr. Gardiner didn't expect this to work, but he was ready to help his brother look. He mentioned Mr. Bennet didn't want to leave London yet and would write again soon. The letter also had a postscript, suggesting they ask Colonel Forster to find out from Wickham's friends in the regiment if they knew where he might be hiding. Any lead could be crucial since they had none. Colonel Forster would probably do all he could to help, but perhaps Lizzie might know more about Wickham's current relations than anyone else. Elizabeth was well aware of why she was being treated with such respect. However, she couldn't provide the satisfying explanation that the praise warranted. She only knew of his deceased parents and wondered if his friends in Shire might know more. Despite not being overly optimistic, she looked forward to possibly hearing from them. Anxiety filled each day at Longbourn, peaking with the anticipation of the mail's arrival. The delivery of letters was the highlight of each morning, as they would reveal any significant news. Before any word came from Mr. Gardiner, Jane opened a letter from Mr. Collins, in place of their absent father. Elizabeth, familiar with the peculiar nature of Mr. Collins' correspondence, couldn't help but read along. Mr. Collins expressed his sorrow for the family's distress, which he believed was caused by a lack of discipline. He suggested that the indulgence given to the daughter might be to blame for her actions, yet also thought her nature could be inherently flawed. He shared his relief that his own circumstances were unaffected by the scandal and advised Mr. Bennet to disown the wayward child, as she would only bring shame to the family. Mrs. Collins, Lady Catherine, and her daughter all agreed that such a scandal could harm the prospects of the other daughters, making them less desirable for marriage connections. Mr. Gardiner waited until he got a response from Colonel Forster before writing again, but the news he had to share wasn't cheerful. No one knew of any family Wickham kept in touch with, and it was clear he had no close relatives alive. He had many old friends, but since joining the militia, he didn't seem close to any of them. So, nobody could offer any updates on him. Wickham's dire financial situation was a strong reason for him to keep secrets, especially now that it had come out he left a substantial sum of gaming debts behind. Colonel Forster thought it would take over £1,000 to settle his bills from Brighton. His debts in the town were large, but the ones from gambling were even bigger. Mr. Gardiner didn't hide these facts from the Longbourn family, and Jane was shocked when she learned of them. She couldn't believe Wickham was a gambler and was taken aback by the news. In his letter, Mr. Gardiner also mentioned that they should expect their father back home the next day, which was a Saturday. Their efforts had failed, and he had agreed to his brother-in-law's request to return to his family and let him handle the situation as he saw fit. When Mrs. Bennet heard her husband was coming back without finding Lydia, she was less pleased than her children had hoped. She wondered aloud who would confront Wickham and force him to marry Lydia if Mr. Bennet left London. As Mrs. Gardiner was eager to return home, they decided she and her children would head to London when Mr. Bennet was leaving. The coach took them the first part of their journey and brought Mr. Bennet back to Longbourn. Mrs. Gardiner left with many questions about Elizabeth and her friend from Derbyshire. Elizabeth had never brought him up, and Mrs. Gardiner's hope for a letter from him had come to nothing. Elizabeth hadn't received any letters from Pemberley since she came back. The family's current troubles were enough to explain Elizabeth's low spirits. She knew that if she hadn't known Darcy, she might have coped a little better with Lydia's disgrace. She thought it would have saved her from at least half of the sleepless nights she had. When Mr. Bennet arrived, he looked as calm as ever. He spoke little, didn't talk about his trip, and it took a while for his daughters to dare to bring it up. It wasn't until tea time that Elizabeth carefully mentioned her regret for what he had gone through. He simply said she shouldn't talk about it, as he was the one who should bear the consequences of his actions. Elizabeth told him not to be too hard on himself. Mr. Bennet acknowledged the wisdom in Elizabeth's previous advice about being cautious with his actions. He admitted to his own faults and didn't shy away from feeling the weight of his mistakes, confident that the feeling would be temporary. He speculated that Lydia and the company she kept were likely hiding out in London, the best place for them to avoid detection. Kitty, recalling Lydia's desire to visit London, remarked on her sister's probable contentment, to which Mr. Bennet responded with a dry comment about her prolonged stay there. In a moment of reflection, Mr. Bennet expressed no resentment towards Elizabeth for her sound counsel the previous May and admired her foresight, given how events had unfolded. Their conversation was briefly interrupted by Miss Bennet, who arrived to collect her mother's tea. Mr. Bennet then made a sarcastic remark about turning misfortune into a spectacle, suggesting he might mimic the situation by lounging in his library, causing a fuss or perhaps waiting until Kitty decided to elope. Kitty, upset by the idea, insisted she had no such plans and would behave more responsibly than Lydia if she ever visited Brighton. Mr. Bennet, however, declared he wouldn't trust her as close as Eastbourne, even for £50. He had learned his lesson and decided to impose strict rules. No military officers were to enter his house or even pass through the village. Dances were banned unless she danced with one of her sisters, and she must spend at least 10 minutes daily on rational activities before going out. Kitty took his words to heart and began to weep. Mr. Bennet tried to console her, half-jokingly promising that if she behaved for the next 10 years, he'd take her to a military review. You're about to listen to Chapter 49. 2 days following Mr. Bennet's return, Jane and Elizabeth were strolling in the shrubbery behind their home when they noticed the housekeeper approaching. They assumed she was there to summon them to their mother and went to greet her. However, instead of calling them as they had thought, the housekeeper inquired if they had received any encouraging news from the city. The sisters expressed their confusion, having no news from town. Mrs. Hill, the housekeeper, expressed her surprise and informed them that an express messenger had arrived with a letter for their father from Mr. Gardiner, and he had been with them for the past 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Jane and Elizabeth rushed towards the house, too excited to speak. They searched the breakfast room and the library, but found no sign of their father. They were about to look upstairs when the butler informed them that their father was out walking towards a small woodland near the paddock. The sisters hurried out of the hall and across the lawn in pursuit of their father. Elizabeth, more accustomed to running, quickly outpaced Jane and, short of breath, reached their father first, asking him anxiously about news from their uncle. Mr. Bennet confirmed he had received a letter by express delivery. Curious about the contents, Elizabeth asked if it was good or bad news. Mr. Bennet, with a hint of skepticism, suggested Elizabeth read the letter herself. She eagerly took the letter from him just as Jane caught up. Mr. Bennet then asked Elizabeth to read the letter aloud, admitting he was not quite sure of its contents himself. The letter from Grassetchett Street, dated Monday, August 2nd, was from their uncle. He wrote to inform Mr. Bennet that after much searching, he had located their niece in London and would share the details when they met. He assured them that both individuals in question had been found. Before he could finish reading, Jane interrupted with joy, surmising that the couple must have married. Elizabeth continued reading the letter with great interest. It revealed that both individuals in question had been seen, and although not yet wed, there was hope for their union if certain conditions were met. The letter, penned by Mr. Gardiner, outlined a proposal that required a financial assurance for Elizabeth's sister, promising her an equal portion of the £5,000 after the passing of her parents. Additionally, an annual sum of £100 was to be provided during their lifetime. Mr. Gardiner expressed his willingness to fulfill these obligations on behalf of their father and urged a prompt response to expedite the matter. The letter also hinted that Mr. Wickham's financial woes were not as dire as rumored, with the possibility of a small sum remaining after his debts were cleared. Upon finishing the letter, Elizabeth was astounded by the prospect of marriage and questioned its likelihood. Her sister, sharing in the surprise, congratulated their father. Elizabeth, eager for action, implored her father to waste no time in replying. She understood the urgency of the situation and offered her assistance in drafting a response. Her father admitted his reluctance but acknowledged the necessity of the task. As they walked back to the house, Elizabeth queried about the terms of the agreement, to which her father responded with a hint of embarrassment at the modesty of the request. The discussion turned to the financial aspects of the arrangement, with Elizabeth's father expressing skepticism that any man would marry for such a minimal incentive. Elizabeth agreed, suddenly realizing the significance of the financial provision and suspecting her uncle's involvement in the arrangement. She feared her uncle might have overextended himself financially to make this possible. Her father, however, held the opinion that Mr. Wickham would be unwise to accept anything less than a substantial sum. 2 days later, as Jane and Elizabeth strolled outside, they were met by the housekeeper who shared news of an express messenger's arrival. This prompted the sisters to quickly search for their father, who was eventually found walking near a small woodland. Elizabeth, breathless from the chase, eagerly awaited news from their uncle, which her father confirmed he had received. Elizabeth then read the letter aloud to Jane, revealing their uncle's success in finding their niece and the individuals in question in London. Before she could finish, Jane burst into joyful speculation that the couple must indeed be married. £10,000 was an unimaginable sum for repayment, and Mr. Bennet had no response to the concern. Lost in their thoughts, the family remained quiet until they arrived home. Mr. Bennet retreated to his library to write, while the daughters entered the breakfast room. Elizabeth couldn't hold back her astonishment at the news of the upcoming marriage. She mused over how peculiar it was to feel grateful for such an event, given the slim chances of happiness and the groom's poor reputation. Jane, however, found some comfort in believing that the groom must genuinely care for Lydia to marry her, despite the financial relief their uncle provided. She doubted that their uncle, with his own children and potential future ones, could spare such a large amount. Elizabeth pondered the debts of Mr. Wickham and what might be settled for Lydia. She knew that understanding the extent of their uncle Mr. Gardiner's assistance would be revealing, as Mr. Wickham had no wealth of his own. The generosity of their aunt and uncle, in offering Lydia a home and their approval, was a debt of gratitude that could never be fully repaid. Despite the questionable actions of the past, Jane hoped for their sister's happiness and believed that the marriage could signify a positive change in the groom's attitude. Elizabeth, however, felt that the past actions were unforgettable and beyond discussion. Realizing their mother was likely unaware of the developments, the sisters decided to inform her. Mr. Bennet, absorbed in his writing, was indifferent to how they proceeded. Elizabeth grabbed the letter from his desk, and they went to share the news. The letter was read to Mrs. Bennet, who was overcome with an intense joy that matched her usual agitation. The thought of her daughter being married was all that mattered to her, with no concern for her daughter's future happiness or past mistakes. Mrs. Bennet was overjoyed at the news of Lydia's upcoming marriage, exclaiming how wonderful it was that she would see her daughter married at such a young age. She praised her brother for his role in arranging everything and was eager to see Lydia and Wickham. She thought about the wedding attire and decided to write to her sister Gardiner about it. Mrs. Bennet wanted to ask her husband about the dowry, but then chose to go herself, instructing Kitty to summon Hill so she could get ready to go. Her eldest daughter tried to calm her by reminding her of Mr. Gardiner's help in the matter, pointing out that his generosity played a big part in the happy outcome. Mrs. Bennet agreed, saying it was only right for Lydia's uncle to help, and expressed her excitement about having a daughter married soon, calling her Mrs. Wickham. She felt too flustered to write, so she asked Jane to write for her and planned to discuss the financial details with her husband later. She was about to order a large number of fabrics, but Jane convinced her to wait until Mr. Bennet could be consulted, mentioning that a day's delay wouldn't hurt. Mrs. Bennet then came up with a new plan to go to Meryton and share the good news with her sister Phillips and friends. She asked Kitty to get the carriage ready and asked her daughters if they needed anything from Meryton. When Hill arrived, Mrs. Bennet shared the news of Lydia's marriage and promised a celebration with punch. Hill expressed her joy, and Elizabeth, tired of the silliness, retreated to her room to think. She acknowledged that while Lydia's situation could have been worse, it still wasn't ideal. She was grateful for the outcome, but knew that Lydia's future wasn't likely to be filled with happiness or wealth. Elizabeth appreciated what they had avoided and the gains they had made. You're about to listen to Chapter 50. Throughout his life, Mr. Bennet often regretted not saving a part of his income for his children and wife's future. Now, he felt this regret more deeply. If he had been more responsible, Lydia wouldn't have had to rely on her uncle to restore her reputation. The dubious honor of marrying one of the least respectable men in Great Britain should have been Lydia's without such help. Mr. Bennet was upset that his brother-in-law was paying for something that benefited no one. He aimed to figure out how much was spent and repay it quickly. When Mr. Bennet first married, saving money seemed pointless because they expected a son. This son would secure the family's future. However, 5 daughters were born instead, and the long-awaited son never arrived. By then, it was too late to start saving, especially since Mrs. Bennet had no skill for it. Only Mr. Bennet's desire for independence kept them from spending beyond their means. A sum of £5,000 was promised to Mrs. Bennet and her children in her marriage settlement. How it would be split among the children was up to the parents. Now, they had to decide on Lydia's share. Mr. Bennet agreed to the proposal about Lydia without hesitation. He expressed his gratitude to his brother-in-law in writing, approving the arrangements and agreeing to meet the obligations made on his behalf. He hadn't thought that Wickham's marriage to his daughter would cause him so little trouble. It would cost him barely £10 a year, considering Lydia's other expenses were already almost covered by her board, pocket money, and gifts from her mother. Mr. Bennet was also pleasantly surprised that the matter required so little effort on his part. After his initial anger and active search for Lydia, he preferred to avoid further hassle. He quickly sent a letter inquiring about his debt to his brother-in-law, but he was too upset with Lydia to send her any message. The news spread fast within the house and the neighborhood. The locals took the news well, though they would have had more to talk about if Lydia had been disgraced or hidden away. Still, her marriage gave them plenty to discuss. The spiteful old ladies of Meryton, who had previously wished Lydia well out of Schadenfreude, now found their spite undiminished, as they were sure she would be miserable with such a husband. 2 weeks had passed without Mrs. Bennet setting foot downstairs, but on this day of joy, she reclaimed her spot at the table's head, her mood soaring uncontrollably. Not even a hint of embarrassment could dampen her sense of victory. The long-awaited marriage of her daughter, her dearest wish since Jane turned 16, was nearly a reality. Her mind and conversation were consumed by the trappings of a grand wedding, the finest muslins, new carriages, and household staff. She eagerly scoured the neighborhood for the perfect home for her daughter, dismissing many for their lack of grandeur and size without giving a thought to what their future income would be. Mrs. Bennet mused that Hay Park could be suitable if only the Gouldings would leave, or the large Stoke house if it had a bigger drawing room. But Ashworth was simply too distant. 10 miles was an unbearable separation. And Purvis Lodge? The attics were simply unacceptable. Mr. Bennet listened to his wife's ramblings without a word while the servants were present. Once alone, he made it clear that there was one local house they would never enter. He refused to support any imprudence by welcoming them to Longbourn. This led to a heated argument. Mr. Bennet stood his ground, resulting in another clash. To Mrs. Bennet's shock and dismay, her husband was adamant about not providing a single penny for his daughter's wedding attire. He insisted that she would not receive any token of affection from him on this occasion. Mrs. Bennet struggled to grasp this. The thought that her husband's anger could reach such an extreme as to deny their daughter what she saw as essential for a valid marriage was beyond her comprehension. She was more troubled by the dishonor she felt the lack of new clothes would bring to her daughter's wedding than by the shame of her daughter's elopement and cohabitation with Wickham for 2 weeks before the ceremony. Elizabeth deeply regretted informing Mr. Darcy of their concerns for her sister, as the marriage would soon put a proper end to the elopement. They had hoped to keep its unfortunate start from everyone not directly involved. She didn't worry about him spreading the news. She trusted his discretion, yet knowing he was aware of her sister's lapse pained her greatly. She didn't fear any personal repercussions, as there seemed to be an insurmountable rift between them. Even if Lydia's marriage had been under the most honorable circumstances, Elizabeth couldn't imagine Mr. Darcy associating with their family, now linked to a man he despised. She understood why he would withdraw from such a connection. The hope that he might care for her, which she had convinced herself of in Derbyshire, couldn't possibly survive such a scandal. She felt humbled and saddened, regretting something she couldn't quite identify. She envied his good opinion now that it could no longer benefit her. She longed for news of him when there was the slightest chance of getting information. She believed she could have been happy with him, now that it seemed unlikely they would ever meet again. She often pondered how he would feel if he knew that the marriage proposals she had once arrogantly rejected just 4 months earlier, she would now accept with open arms and a thankful heart. She had no doubt he was as generous as any man could be. Yet, as long as he lived, there would be a sense of victory for him. She was beginning to understand that he was the perfect match for her in every way. His personality and abilities were exactly what she needed, even though they were different from hers. Their union would have benefited them both. His demeanor might have been softened by her cheerfulness, and her life enriched by his wisdom and worldly knowledge. But now, the chance for them to show the world what true marital bliss looked like was gone. A different kind of relationship was forming in their family, one that made her previous hopes impossible. She couldn't fathom how Wickham and Lydia would manage to live with some level of independence. She could easily guess, though, that their marriage, formed from passion rather than virtue, wouldn't bring them lasting happiness. Mr. Gardiner wrote to his brother again, saying he was eager to help the family and asked that they never bring up the subject again. He mainly wrote to tell them that Mr. Wickham planned to leave the militia. He thought it best for Wickham to do so once his marriage was settled, and believed it wise for him and his niece to leave the militia, as some friends were willing to help him join the regulars. He would be stationed far away in the north, which was a good thing. He hoped that in a new environment, they would both act more wisely. He had already promised to pay off Wickham's debts and asked Mr. Bennet to reassure local creditors of the same, providing a list of names. Mr. Bennet and his daughters clearly saw the benefits of Wickham moving away, but Mrs. Bennet was disappointed. She had hoped Lydia would stay close, and it was a shame to move her from a place where she was so well known. She had a great affection for Mrs. Forster, and the thought of sending her away was quite distressing. She also had a fondness for several young men, particularly the officers, who might not be as agreeable in another regiment. Her daughter had hoped to rejoin the family before heading north, but this request was initially met with a firm refusal. However, Jane and Elizabeth, concerned for their sister's feelings and reputation, persuaded their father with gentle yet firm arguments to welcome her and her husband to Longbourn after their wedding. Their mother was pleased with the prospect of presenting her married daughter to the community before she moved away to the north. With this in mind, Mr. Bennet gave his permission for them to visit after the wedding ceremony. Elizabeth was taken aback that Wickham agreed to this arrangement, as she would have preferred to avoid any encounter with him if it were up to her. You're about to listen to Chapter 51. The day of their sister's wedding arrived. Jane and Elizabeth were probably more emotional about it than she was. A carriage was arranged to pick them up and bring them back by dinner. The elder Miss Bennets, particularly Jane, were apprehensive about their arrival. Jane empathized deeply with Lydia, imagining her own distress if she were in Lydia's situation. When they arrived, the family gathered in the breakfast room to greet them. Mrs. Bennet's face was beaming with smiles as the carriage pulled up. Mr. Bennet, on the other hand, looked very serious. The daughters were a mix of emotions, worried, eager, and restless. Lydia burst into the room, her voice preceding her. Mrs. Bennet moved quickly to hug her and welcomed her with great excitement. She then warmly greeted Wickham, who was right behind Lydia, wishing the couple happiness without any hint of doubt. Mr. Bennet's welcome was less warm. His expression grew sterner, and he hardly spoke. The confidence of Lydia and Wickham seemed to irritate him. Elizabeth felt repulsed by their demeanor, and even Jane was taken aback. Lydia was still her usual self, untamed and bold. She demanded congratulations from her sisters and commented on changes in the room with a laugh, noting it had been a long time since she was there. Wickham, equally unfazed, charmed everyone with his manners. Elizabeth was surprised by his boldness and resolved to never underestimate the audacity of a brazen man. Both she and Jane felt embarrassed, but Lydia and Wickham showed no sign of discomfort. The conversation flowed nonstop. Lydia and her mother talked a mile a minute. Wickham, sitting near Elizabeth, chatted with her about people they knew, with a cheerful ease she found hard to match. They both seemed to have only fond memories, with no trace of past troubles. Lydia brought up topics her sisters would never dare mention. Lydia excitedly noted it had been 3 months since she left, feeling like only 2 weeks had passed. She exclaimed how unexpected her marriage was, considering it a fun idea before she left. Her father just looked up, Jane was upset, and Elizabeth gave Lydia a meaningful look. But Lydia, oblivious to anything she didn't want to acknowledge, cheerfully recounted how she made sure a man named William Golding knew she was married by showing off her ring as they passed him on the road. Elizabeth reached her limit of tolerance. She stood up, swiftly left the room, and didn't return until she heard the sound of the group moving towards the dining room. Catching up with them, she witnessed Lydia proudly taking her place beside their mother, boasting about her new status as a married woman. Lydia's confidence only grew over time, contrary to what one might expect. Her desire to be acknowledged as Mrs. Wickham by their neighbors was strong, and she eagerly showed off her wedding ring to anyone who would look. Back in the breakfast room, Lydia eagerly sought her mother's opinion on her new husband, convinced her sisters were envious. She expressed her wish for them to be as lucky in love, suggesting Brighton as the ideal place to find a husband. Despite her mother's concerns about Lydia being so far away, Lydia brushed them off, excited about the prospect of hosting her family in Newcastle during the winter and finding dance partners for her sisters at upcoming balls. Mrs. Bennet couldn't hide her excitement at the idea, even suggesting that Lydia could play matchmaker for her sisters during their visit. However, Elizabeth didn't share the enthusiasm for Lydia's approach to marriage. Their visitors would only be with them for 10 days. Mr. Wickham was to join his regiment in 2 weeks, having secured his commission before leaving London. Mrs. Bennet was the only one who seemed to regret the short visit. She maximized their time together with frequent social gatherings, which were a welcome distraction for the family. Elizabeth observed that Wickham's affection for Lydia wasn't as strong as Lydia's for him. She deduced that their elopement was driven more by Lydia's feelings than his. Elizabeth suspected that financial distress might have influenced his decision to run away with Lydia, knowing he wasn't one to pass up the opportunity for a companion. Lydia adored Wickham, always speaking highly of him and expecting him to outshine everyone in every endeavor, including shooting the most birds come September. One morning, while sitting with her older sisters, Lydia began to share her thoughts with Elizabeth. Elizabeth had not heard the details of Lydia's wedding since she wasn't present when Lydia shared the story with their mother and siblings. Lydia, surprised by Elizabeth's lack of curiosity, was eager to recount the events. The wedding took place at St. Clement's, as it was in the same parish as Wickham's lodgings. The plan was for everyone to be at the church by 11 o'clock, with Lydia's uncle, aunt, and herself arriving together. On the morning of the wedding, Lydia was a bundle of nerves, worried that any mishap could delay the ceremony and drive her to distraction. Her aunt was giving advice while she dressed, but Lydia barely listened, her thoughts consumed by Wickham and her eagerness to see him in his blue coat. They had breakfast at 10, but Lydia found it agonizingly long, especially because her uncle and aunt were quite unpleasant during her fortnight stay, not allowing her to step out even once. Despite London being quiet, she recalled the little theater being open. Just as they were about to leave for the church, her uncle got called away on urgent business with Mr. Stone. With her uncle being the one to give her away, Lydia panicked at the thought of missing the hour for the wedding. Fortunately, he returned in 10 minutes, and they set off. Lydia later realized that even if her uncle hadn't made it back, Mr. Darcy could have stepped in to give her away. Elizabeth was shocked to hear Mr. Darcy's name mentioned, but Lydia quickly regretted speaking of it, as it was meant to be a secret. Jane advised Lydia to say no more to keep the secret safe. Elizabeth, although dying to know more, agreed not to pry further. Lydia was relieved, as disclosing anything more would have angered Wickham. Elizabeth, however, couldn't contain her curiosity and decided to write to her aunt for an explanation, unable to bear the suspense of not knowing why Mr. Darcy was at her sister's wedding. The situation was puzzling, as he seemed an unlikely guest at such an event. Elizabeth's mind raced with various theories, none of which fully satisfied her. Desperate for answers, she sent off her letter, hoping for some clarity on the matter. She was quite eager to understand. Her curiosity was piqued. She wanted to know why a person with no ties to their family, a comparative stranger, was with them at such a time. She felt compelled to write immediately for an explanation, unless there were strong reasons for keeping it a secret, as Lydia seemed to suggest. If that was the case, she would try to be content with not knowing. However, she admitted to herself that she wouldn't be satisfied with that. She was determined to uncover the truth, even if it meant resorting to cunning plans. Jane's strong sense of honor prevented her from discussing with Elizabeth what Lydia had inadvertently revealed. Elizabeth was relieved, preferring to wait to see if her own inquiries would be answered rather than having a confidant. You're about to listen to Chapter 52. Elizabeth quickly received a reply to her letter, much to her delight. She grabbed the letter and dashed to a quiet grove, choosing a bench where she could read undisturbed. The letter's length filled her with joy, as she was certain it didn't contain a refusal. Her uncle had written to her with affection. "I got your letter and I'm spending the morning replying to it. I've got a lot to say and a quick note won't cover it. Your request caught me off guard. I didn't see it coming from you. Not that I'm mad, I just didn't think you'd need to ask. Your uncle was just as surprised as me, and he wouldn't have done what he did if he didn't think you were involved. But if you're truly out of the loop, I'll spell it out for you. The day I got back from Longbourn, your uncle had an unexpected guest. Mr. Darcy dropped by and they were holed up for hours. By the time I got there, they were done, so I didn't get as antsy as you must have been. Mr. Darcy came to tell your uncle he'd found your sister and Mr. Wickham. He'd seen them both, Wickham a few times, Lydia just once. He left Derbyshire a day after us, determined to find them. He felt it was his fault that Wickham's true nature wasn't widely known, which let Wickham deceive a good young woman. He said it was his duty to fix a mess he helped make. If he had another reason, it'd be a good one, for sure. It took him a few days in town to track them down, with a bit of help. There's a Mrs. Young, who used to teach Miss Darcy but got fired. She now rents out rooms. She knew Wickham well, so Mr. Darcy went to her first. She didn't spill the beans easily, but eventually he got what he needed. Wickham had gone to her when they first arrived in London. If she could have taken them in, they would have stayed with her. But our friend finally got the address. They were in a house on street. Mr. Darcy saw Wickham, then insisted on seeing Lydia. He tried to convince her to leave her shameful spot and come back to her family, offering his help. But Lydia was set on staying. She didn't care about her friends or his help. She wouldn't leave Wickham. She was convinced they'd get married eventually, so the timing didn't matter to her. Since that was her stance, he figured he should just help speed up the wedding. He learned that Wickham never planned to marry her. Wickham was quitting the regiment due to debts and blamed Lydia's rash actions for his troubles. He was vague about his future, knowing only that he'd be broke. Mr. Darcy wondered why Wickham didn't just marry your sister right away. Even if Mr. Bennet wasn't rich, it would have helped Wickham's situation. But Wickham hoped to marry into wealth elsewhere. Still, he couldn't resist the immediate fix Mr. Darcy offered. They met a few times to hash things out. Wickham wanted more than he got, but he eventually gave in. With everything agreed, Mr. Darcy told your uncle. He tried visiting the night before I came back, but only got to talk to your uncle the next day. They had a long chat. Your uncle would have sorted it all, but Mr. Darcy is stubborn. He had to do everything himself, though he didn't deserve the lady's troubles. In the end, your uncle gave in and didn't get to help as much as he wanted. Your letter this morning probably made him happy since it needed an explanation, giving credit where it's due. But keep this between us or Jane at most. You probably know they did a lot for the young couple. They're paying off Wickham's debts, over £1,000, plus another 1,000 for her and buying his commission. Mr. Darcy did it all because he felt responsible for the mess. But no matter what, your uncle wouldn't have backed down if he didn't think Mr. Darcy had a personal stake in it. Once everything was settled, Mr. Darcy went back to his friends at Pemberley. He'll be back in London for the wedding to wrap up the money stuff. I've told you everything now, and I hope it's not a shock or a bother. Lydia came to us and Wickham was always around. He was the same as in Hertfordshire, but I won't go on about Lydia's behavior since Jane's letter already clued you in. I tried to talk sense into Lydia, telling her how wrong she was and the trouble she caused. If she listened, it was luck, because she sure didn't pay attention. I got mad sometimes, but then I thought of you and Jane and calmed down. Mr. Darcy came back in time for the wedding and even had dinner with us the next day. He's leaving town midweek. And Lizzie, can I tell you something I've never said before? I really like him. He's been great to us, just like in Derbyshire. He's smart and has good opinions. He just needs to be a bit more lively, and maybe a smart wife will teach him that. He barely mentioned your name, but keeping quiet seems to be in style. I hope you don't mind me saying all this, and don't hold it against me. I won't be happy until I've seen all of Pemberley. A little carriage with a pair of ponies would be perfect. But I've got to stop now. The kids have been after me for the last half hour. Signed with sincerity. M. Gardiner. Elizabeth's emotions were a whirlwind upon reading her aunt's letter. It was hard to tell if she felt more joy or sorrow. She had harbored doubts about Mr. Darcy's actions regarding her sister's situation. She worried her hopes in his goodness were too optimistic and was equally afraid they might be true, given the discomfort they would bring. But now it was clear Mr. Darcy had indeed gone to great lengths. He had willingly faced the ordeal of dealing with people he disliked, all for her sister's sake. Elizabeth's heart dared to think he did it for her, but she quickly dismissed the thought, knowing her own pride wouldn't let her rely on his feelings, especially after she had rejected him. The idea of being connected to Wickham was repulsive to Mr. Darcy, yet he had done so much. Elizabeth was both humbled by his actions and proud of his victory over his own pride. Lost in thought, Elizabeth was interrupted by Wickham's arrival. He playfully accused her of interrupting her walk, to which she responded with a light-hearted remark that not all interruptions were unwelcome. They exchanged pleasantries about their family's plans and her recent visit to Pemberley. Wickham, feigning envy, inquired if she had met the housekeeper there, and upon learning that she had, he curiously asked what had been said about him. Elizabeth had heard rumors that he had joined the military and things might not have gone well for him. She was concerned that at a distance, stories can often get twisted. He acknowledged this with frustration, and Elizabeth hoped that would be the end of it. However, he soon brought up seeing Mr. Darcy in town the previous month, expressing curiosity about his presence there. Elizabeth suggested that perhaps Mr. Darcy was arranging his marriage with Miss de Bourgh, implying that it was a significant reason for his visit during that season. He agreed and inquired if Elizabeth had seen Mr. Darcy while at Lambton, as he had heard from the gardeners. She confirmed that Mr. Darcy had introduced them to his sister, whom Elizabeth found quite agreeable. He remarked that he had heard she had improved a great deal recently and was pleased Elizabeth liked her, expressing hope for her continued improvement. Elizabeth felt confident the young woman would do well, having passed the most challenging part of her youth. The conversation then turned to the village of Kimpton, which Elizabeth didn't remember visiting. He lamented that it was the parish he should have received, praising its delightful location and perfect parsonage house. He fantasized about how well he would have fit there, making sermons and enjoying the peaceful life that would have suited his idea of happiness. Yet, he acknowledged it wasn't meant to be and wondered if Mr. Darcy had ever mentioned the situation when Elizabeth was in Kent. She mentioned that she had heard from a reliable source that the living was only conditionally his, dependent on the current patron's will. He admitted there was truth to that, reminding her that he had told her as much from the beginning. Elizabeth then recalled that there was a time when he wasn't so keen on sermon-making and had resolved never to take orders, which led to a compromise on the matter. He couldn't deny it, as it was partly true, and he had discussed it with her before. As they neared the house, Elizabeth, eager to end the conversation, extended a peace offering with a smile. She reminded him that they were like siblings and should not dwell on past disagreements, expressing hope for future harmony. With a mix of affection and awkwardness, he kissed her hand, and they went inside. You're about to listen to Chapter 53. Mr. Wickham felt completely content after a particular conversation, to the point where he didn't trouble himself or bother his dear sister Elizabeth by bringing it up again. Elizabeth was relieved to see he was content to remain quiet. When the day for him and Lydia to leave arrived, Mrs. Bennet had to deal with their parting. Since her husband didn't agree with her plan for them all to move to Newcastle, this separation was going to last for at least a year. Mrs. Bennet lamented the long wait until she might see Lydia again, while Lydia, unsure of when they'd meet, suggested it might not be for a few years. She asked her mother to write often, but hinted that being married might keep her too busy to write back frequently, though she expected her sisters to have the time to write to her. Wickham's farewells were warmer than his wife's. He charmed everyone with his good looks and kind words. Mr. Bennet praised him highly once they had left, saying he was a fine man who managed to charm everyone and that he was extremely proud of him. He even joked that Sir William Lucas couldn't hope for a better son-in-law. The departure of her daughter left Mrs. Bennet feeling quite down for a few days. She often mused that there was nothing worse than being apart from friends, feeling lonely without them. Elizabeth pointed out that this was the reality of marrying off a daughter, suggesting it should make Mrs. Bennet happier that her other daughters were still single. Mrs. Bennet disagreed, saying Lydia left only because her husband's regiment was stationed far away, not simply because she was married. However, Mrs. Bennet's low spirits were soon lifted by some exciting news. The housekeeper at Netherfield had been instructed to get the house ready for the master's arrival, as he was planning to come in a day or two for a few weeks of shooting. Mrs. Bennet couldn't contain her excitement, her reactions varying as she looked at Jane. The news of Mr. Bingley's return was brought by Mrs. Phillips, and Mrs. Bennet had mixed feelings. She claimed not to care about his return, saying he meant nothing to them and she didn't want to see him again. Despite this, she acknowledged he was welcome to visit Netherfield and speculated on what might happen, though she and her sister had agreed not to talk about it. Mrs. Phillips confirmed his arrival, having learned from Mrs. Nichols, who was preparing for his visit by ordering meat and planning to have ducks ready for his arrival. Jane Bennet couldn't help but react when she heard Mr. Bingley was coming back. She hadn't spoken of him to Elizabeth in months, but once they were alone, she brought up his name. Elizabeth caught Mr. Darcy's eye on her when his aunt spread the current gossip, and she knew her distress was noticeable. But she wasn't upset for any trivial reason. She was simply taken aback because she knew all eyes were on her. She wanted to make it clear that the news didn't bring her joy or sorrow. She was somewhat relieved he was arriving alone, as it meant they'd see less of him. She wasn't worried about herself, but she dreaded what others might say. Elizabeth was puzzled by Mr. Darcy's behavior. If she hadn't encountered him in Derbyshire, she might have thought he had no other intention for visiting than what he'd admitted. Yet, she couldn't shake off the feeling that he still favored Jane. She was torn between thinking he came with his friend's blessing or daringly on his own. Elizabeth found it unfair that Mr. Bingley's visit to his own property sparked so much gossip. She decided to leave him be. Despite Jane's insistence that she was indifferent to Mr. Bingley's upcoming visit, Elizabeth noticed her sister's mood was off. Jane was usually even-tempered, but now she seemed restless. A topic that had caused much debate among their parents a year earlier resurfaced with Mr. Bingley's return. Mrs. Bennet expected Jane to pay Mr. Bingley a visit when he arrived. Mr. Bennet, however, refused to go along with it this time. He had been persuaded the previous year under the promise of a marriage between Mr. Bingley and one of his daughters, which had led to nothing. He had no desire to be sent on another fool's errand. Mrs. Bennet tried to convince her husband that it was essential for all the nearby gentlemen to welcome Mr. Bingley back. Mr. Bennet scoffed at the notion, saying he loathed such formalities. If Mr. Bingley wanted their company, he knew where to find them. Mr. Bennet refused to chase after neighbors every time they left and returned. Mrs. Bennet, undeterred by her husband's lack of manners, planned to invite Mr. Bingley for dinner regardless. She was determined to host a gathering, including Mrs. Long and the Gouldings, which would perfectly accommodate Mr. Bingley at their table of 13. Mrs. Bennet found some comfort in this plan, even though it was embarrassing to think their neighbors might see Mr. Bingley before they did. As Mr. Bingley's arrival approached, Jane expressed regret that he was coming at all. She claimed she could see him without any concern, but the constant talk about his visit was becoming unbearable. She knew her mother meant well, but no one understood how much she suffered from her words. She looked forward to the end of Mr. Bingley's stay at Netherfield. Elizabeth wished she could offer Jane some comfort, but admitted she was powerless to do so. She knew Jane was patient and didn't need the usual advice to wait it out. Mr. Bingley's arrival was no secret to Mrs. Bennet, who, with the help of her servants, managed to gather the news before anyone else. She endured a time of worry and impatience, counting the days until they could extend an invitation, though she had little hope of seeing him beforehand. On the third day after he came to Hertfordshire, Mrs. Bennet spotted him from the window of her dressing room, riding towards their home. She quickly summoned her daughters to share in her excitement. Jane remained firmly seated at the table, but Elizabeth, in an effort to please her mother, approached the window. She glanced outside and noticed Mr. Darcy accompanying Mr. Bingley, which prompted her to return to her sister's side. Kitty, curious about the visitor, speculated aloud about his identity, guessing it was the same proud man they had seen with Mr. Bingley in the past. Mrs. Bennet recognized him as Mr. Darcy and, despite her aversion to him, acknowledged that any friend of Mr. Bingley's was welcome in their home. Jane gave Elizabeth a look filled with surprise and concern. She was unaware of the full extent of Elizabeth's previous encounter with Mr. Darcy in Derbyshire, which made the situation rather awkward. Both sisters felt uneasy, empathizing with each other's discomfort. Meanwhile, Mrs. Bennet continued to express her disdain for Mr. Darcy, vowing only to be polite to him for Mr. Bingley's sake, though her daughters paid her no mind. Elizabeth had her own worries that Jane knew nothing about, as she had yet to share the contents of Mrs. Gardiner's letter or disclose her shifting feelings towards Mr. Darcy. To Jane, he was simply a man whose proposal she had rejected and whose worth she had underestimated. Elizabeth, however, knew him as the benefactor of their family and felt a sense of interest towards him that was as rational and fair as Jane's feelings for Bingley. Elizabeth's surprise at Mr. Darcy's arrival was almost as strong as when she first noticed his change of demeanor in Derbyshire. For a brief moment, as her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled with a delighted smile, she allowed herself to believe that his feelings for her remained unchanged. But she restrained her expectations, deciding to wait and see how he conducted himself. She focused on her needlework, trying to stay calm and avoiding looking up until her curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced at Jane. Her sister appeared a bit paler, but more composed than Elizabeth had anticipated. When the gentlemen entered, Jane's color deepened, but she greeted them with a balance of composure and politeness, showing neither resentment nor undue friendliness. Elizabeth exchanged the bare minimum pleasantries required by politeness and quickly returned to her work with a forced zeal. She risked only a brief look at Mr. Darcy, noting that he seemed as serious as ever and more like the man she remembered from Hertfordshire than the one she had seen at Pemberley. She wondered if his demeanor was affected by the presence of her mother, recalling how different he had been with her aunt and uncle. The thought was uncomfortable but not beyond belief. In a fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of Bingley, who seemed both delighted and uncomfortable. Mrs. Bennet welcomed him with a warmth that left her daughters feeling embarrassed, a stark contrast to the stiff formality she offered to his friend. Elizabeth felt a deep sting of discomfort, knowing her mother was indebted to his friend for saving her sister from disgrace. The misplaced distinction troubled her greatly. Darcy's inquiry about her relatives left Elizabeth flustered, and he said little else. His silence could have been due to not sitting near her, though in Derbyshire he had been more talkative. Time passed without hearing his voice, and when curiosity won over, Elizabeth saw him looking as often at Jane as at her, or simply down at the ground. His demeanor showed more contemplation and less eagerness to please than before, leaving her feeling let down and frustrated with herself. She questioned her expectations, yet wondered why he had come if things were to be so different. She longed to converse with him, but found it hard to muster the courage. She managed to ask after his sister, but couldn't say much more. Mrs. Bennet remarked on Bingley's prolonged absence, to which he agreed. She expressed her fears of him leaving for good and noted the changes in the neighborhood, including marriages and her daughter's wedding, which she lamented was poorly reported in the papers. Bingley confirmed he had seen the announcement and offered his congratulations. Elizabeth couldn't bear to look up, unsure of Darcy's reaction. Mrs. Bennet bemoaned the hardship of having a daughter married off and away, mentioning Lydia's move with her husband's regiment. Elizabeth cringed at the veiled jab at Darcy, which prompted her to ask Bingley about his plans to stay in the area. He mentioned a few weeks. Mrs. Bennet then invited Bingley to hunt on their land once he had exhausted his own, assuring him that Mr. Bennet would be delighted to host him. Elizabeth's unhappiness grew as she witnessed the unwelcome and intrusive attention. She thought back to a year ago when the future seemed bright, only to end in frustration. She believed that even years of joy couldn't make up for the current embarrassment for her or Jane. She told herself that she wished to never again be in the presence of those who caused such distress. No enjoyment from their company could make up for her current misery. She hoped to never encounter them again. Despite her belief that no amount of happiness could offset her current misery, Elizabeth saw a silver lining when she noticed her sister's beauty reigniting the interest of a past admirer. His attention to Jane grew with each passing moment. He found her as lovely and kind-hearted as before, though she was less talkative. Jane hoped no one would notice any change in her, convinced she was as conversational as always, even if she sometimes lost track of when she fell silent. As the men prepared to leave, Mrs. Bennet remembered to show her politeness. They were soon invited to dine at Longbourn in the coming days. Mrs. Bennet reminded Mr. Bingley of his promise to dine with them after his last winter trip to town. She hadn't forgotten and expressed her disappointment at his failure to keep the promise. Mr. Bingley seemed a bit embarrassed and mentioned that business had kept him away. They then departed. Mrs. Bennet had considered asking them to stay for dinner that day. However, she felt that nothing less than a 2-course meal would suffice for a man of his importance or satisfy someone with an income of $10,000 a year. You're about to listen to Chapter 54. Once they had left, Elizabeth went for a walk to lift her mood, or rather, to mull over the things that weighed heavy on her heart. Mr. Darcy's actions had left her both amazed and upset. She puzzled over why he would bother to come if he was going to be silent and distant, but she couldn't come to a satisfying conclusion. She questioned why he could be charming with her relatives in town, but not with her. She decided she wouldn't waste any more thoughts on him. However, this decision was momentarily upheld when her sister approached with a content disposition, making Elizabeth feel better about their recent visitors. Her sister expressed relief that their awkward first encounter was over and confidently stated she would not be flustered by his presence again. She looked forward to a dinner on Tuesday where they would interact as just acquaintances. Elizabeth responded with a light-hearted agreement but warned her sister to be cautious. Her sister dismissed the idea of any risk, but Elizabeth playfully suggested she could reignite his affection. The gentleman didn't visit again until Tuesday. Mrs. Bennet spent the time dreaming up pleasant scenarios inspired by Mr. Bingley's recent friendly visit. On Tuesday, a large group gathered at Longbourn, and the 2 most eagerly awaited guests arrived on time, showcasing their reliability. At dinner, Elizabeth observed to see if Mr. Bingley would sit next to her sister as he had done before. Her mother, thinking along similar lines, didn't invite him to sit next to her. When Mr. Bingley entered, he hesitated, but upon seeing Jane smile, he chose to sit by her. Elizabeth felt a rush of triumph and looked towards Mr. Darcy, who seemed indifferent. She might have thought Mr. Bingley had Mr. Darcy's blessing to pursue happiness if she hadn't noticed Mr. Darcy's alarmed yet amused glance at his friend. During the meal, Mr. Bingley's behavior towards her sister was admiring yet reserved. Elizabeth felt that, if left to his own devices, Mr. Bingley would ensure his and Jane's happiness. She didn't fully trust this outcome, but his behavior still pleased her. It was the only thing that brightened her spirits as she was not in the best of moods. Mr. Darcy was seated far from her, next to her mother. Elizabeth knew that neither of them enjoyed this arrangement, and it didn't allow either to show their best side. She couldn't hear their conversation, but she noticed their scarce and formal interactions. Her mother's lack of graciousness made Elizabeth feel the weight of their obligation to Mr. Darcy even more. At times, she wished she could express the family's gratitude for his kindness. She hoped the evening would give her a chance to have a real conversation with him, beyond the polite greetings exchanged when he arrived. Waiting in the drawing room for the men to join them felt endless and almost made her rude. She counted on their arrival to bring her any joy that night. She told herself that if he didn't approach her, she'd write him off for good. But when the men entered, the ladies had crowded around the table for tea and coffee, making it impossible for him to get close. One girl even whispered to another, determined to keep the men at bay. Darcy moved to a different part of the room, and she watched him jealously, barely keeping her patience as she served coffee, angry at herself for acting foolishly. She scolded herself for expecting him to show love after being rejected once. Surely no man would want to propose a second time to the same woman. She perked up a bit when he returned his coffee cup to her, and she asked about his sister's whereabouts. He told her she was still at Pemberley until Christmas, accompanied only by Mrs. Annesley since the others had left for Scarborough weeks ago. She ran out of things to say, but hoped he might be more inclined to chat. However, he stayed silent and eventually walked away when the girl whispered to Elizabeth again. When it was time for card games, Elizabeth hoped he'd join her, but her plans were dashed when he got roped into a game of whist by her mother. She had no more expectations for the evening, only occasionally catching his gaze from across the room. Mrs. Bennet had wanted to keep the gentlemen from Netherfield for supper, but their carriage was ordered too soon, and they had to leave before she could persuade them to stay. Mrs. Bennet was in high spirits, having been left alone with her daughters. She was full of praise for how well the day had gone, assuring them that everything was nearly perfect. She boasted about the quality of the dinner, noting the exceptional preparation of the venison and the superiority of their soup compared to what they had at the Lucases the previous week. Even Mr. Darcy, who presumably employed several French cooks, had complimented the partridges. Mrs. Bennet also didn't hesitate to mention Jane's beauty, which she confirmed through Mrs. Long's compliments, hinting at Jane's potential future at Netherfield. She found Mrs. Long to be a wonderful person, and while she thought her nieces were well-mannered, she didn't find them particularly attractive, a fact that seemed to please her greatly. Mrs. Bennet's mood was buoyed by her observation of Mr. Bingley's behavior towards Jane, which left her convinced that a proposal was imminent. Her hopes for the benefits this would bring to her family were sky-high, to the point that she was disappointed not to see him again the next day. Miss Bennet shared with Elizabeth her enjoyment of the day, noting the well-matched nature of the party and her wish for them to meet again under similar circumstances. Elizabeth could only respond with a smile to her sister's optimism. Elizabeth's smile, however, seemed to bother her sister, who felt that Elizabeth was being unjustly suspicious of her feelings. She insisted that she had come to appreciate Mr. Darcy's company without harboring any romantic desires, convinced that he had no intention of winning her affection. The sisters engaged in a light-hearted debate about the difficulty of being believed and the tendency to want to instruct others, even when the lessons might be trivial. Elizabeth playfully chided her sister for wanting to confide in her while maintaining a pretense of indifference. You're about to listen to Chapter 55. Several days after his initial visit, Mr. Bingley returned to the Bennet household, this time on his own as his companion had departed for London that morning, with plans to come back in 10 days. He spent over an hour with the family, his mood noticeably upbeat. Mrs. Bennet extended a dinner invitation, but Mr. Bingley, expressing regret, mentioned he already had plans. However, he promised to seize the first chance to visit them again. Mrs. Bennet expressed her hope for better luck on his next visit. Mr. Bingley, eager and without any engagements for the following day, readily accepted her invitation to come over. True to his word, Mr. Bingley arrived the next day, catching the ladies unprepared and still in their dressing gowns. Mrs. Bennet rushed to her daughters, urging them to dress quickly as Mr. Bingley had arrived. She called for the maid to assist Jane with her dress, unconcerned about Elizabeth's unfinished hairdo. Jane insisted on waiting for her sisters before going downstairs. Despite Mrs. Bennet's impatience and her dismissal of Kitty's readiness, Jane stood firm. Later that evening, Mrs. Bennet's attempts to leave Mr. Bingley alone with her daughters continued. With Mr. Bennet in the library and Mary occupied with her music, Mrs. Bennet tried to signal Elizabeth and Catherine to leave, but to no avail. Eventually, she took Kitty out of the room under the pretense of needing to speak with her, leaving Elizabeth no choice but to follow when her mother summoned her. Once in the hallway, Mrs. Bennet suggested they go upstairs, leaving the young couple alone. Elizabeth didn't argue and waited until her mother and Kitty were out of sight before returning to the drawing room. Despite Mrs. Bennet's efforts, Mr. Bingley did not act the part of a suitor that day. Nonetheless, his pleasant demeanor added to the evening's enjoyment, and he tolerated Mrs. Bennet's meddling and comments with patience, much to her daughter's relief. By the end of the evening, an arrangement had been made, largely through the efforts of Mr. Bingley and Mrs. Bennet, for him to join Mr. Bennet for shooting the next morning. Following that day, Jane ceased to show any signs of her previous disinterest. The sisters didn't exchange a single word about Bingley, yet Elizabeth retired for the night with the optimistic belief that matters would soon reach a resolution unless Mr. Darcy made an unexpected return within the given timeframe. Despite her outward calm, Deep down, she was fairly convinced that these developments must have had the approval of the gentleman in question. True to his word, Bingley arrived on time for his meeting, spending the morning with Mr. Bennet as they had planned. Mr. Bennet turned out to be far more pleasant company than Bingley had anticipated. Bingley showed no arrogance or foolishness that might invite Mr. Bennet's mockery or drive him to silence. In fact, he was more open and less peculiar than ever before. Bingley naturally joined Mr. Bennet for dinner, and later that evening, Mrs. Bennet was once again scheming to clear the room for him and her daughter. Elizabeth, needing to pen a letter, retreated to the breakfast room shortly after tea, as the rest were about to engage in card games, leaving her free from playing a part in her mother's plans. However, upon her return to the drawing room after finishing her letter, Elizabeth was taken aback to discover that her mother might have outwitted her. As she entered, she caught sight of her sister and Bingley near the fireplace, deep in conversation. Their sudden movement apart and the expressions on their faces as they turned around would have revealed everything, even if their stance hadn't. They were certainly in an awkward position, but Elizabeth felt her own situation was even more uncomfortable. Neither spoke a word, and just as Elizabeth was about to leave once more, Bingley stood up, whispered something to her sister, and dashed out of the room. Jane had no secrets from Elizabeth, especially when sharing them brought joy. Embracing her sister, Jane admitted with great emotion that she felt like the most fortunate person in the world. She exclaimed that it was all too overwhelming, that she didn't deserve such joy, and wished that everyone could share in her happiness. Elizabeth's response was heartfelt and enthusiastic, her words barely able to convey the depth of her happiness for Jane. Each expression of kindness from Elizabeth brought Jane more joy. However, Jane refrained from lingering or saying everything that was on her mind, deciding she needed to speak with their mother immediately. "I must go to Mother right away," she insisted, not wanting to play with her mother's feelings or let her hear the news from anyone else. "He's already gone to see Father." "Oh, Lizzie, to think of the joy this will bring to our whole family is almost too much to bear." With that, she hurried to find her mother, who had intentionally ended the card game and was now upstairs with Kitty. Left alone, Elizabeth couldn't help but smile at how quickly and smoothly an issue that had caused months of anxiety and frustration had been resolved. She mused to herself that this was the end of all the careful planning and deceit by his friends and sister, and it had resulted in the best possible outcome. Shortly after, Bingley joined her, his discussion with her father having been brief and to the point. He looked around, asking for her sister in a rushed manner. Elizabeth informed him that Jane was with their mother upstairs, but would likely be down shortly. He closed the door behind him and approached her, expressing a brother's affection and best wishes. Elizabeth responded with genuine enthusiasm at the thought of becoming siblings. They greeted each other warmly. While waiting for her sister, Elizabeth listened to his joyful chatter about his own happiness, Jane's virtues, and despite his romantic bias, she believed his happiness was well-founded, based on Jane's exceptional disposition and their shared values. The evening was filled with uncommon joy for everyone. Miss Bennet's contentment added a radiant glow to her face that made her look more beautiful than ever. Kitty couldn't hide her excitement, hopeful for her own romantic prospects. Mrs. Bennet's words couldn't match the warmth of her feelings, even as she talked nonstop to Bingley about it for half an hour. When Mr. Bennet joined them, his tone and demeanor clearly showed his genuine happiness. After their guests left for the night, Mr. Bennet finally expressed his congratulations to Jane, telling her she would be very happy. Jane quickly showed her gratitude with a kiss and thanks. Mr. Bennet praised her, confident in her future happiness, noting their compatible temperaments. He playfully warned that their accommodating natures might lead to being cheated by servants and spending beyond their means. Jane hoped to avoid such imprudence. Mrs. Bennet interjected, dismissing any concern about finances, given Bingley's substantial income. She couldn't contain her joy, predicting a sleepless night from excitement, convinced Jane's beauty was destined to attract such a match. Wickham and Lydia were forgotten as Jane became her mother's favorite. At that moment, No one else mattered to her. Her younger sisters soon sought to gain favor for future pleasures Jane might grant. Mary requested access to Netherfield's library, while Kitty wished for balls to be hosted there. Bingley became a regular at Longbourn, arriving before breakfast and staying past supper, unless he was obliged to accept a dinner invitation from a much-disliked neighbor. Elizabeth found less time to talk with Jane, as she was entirely focused on Bingley when he was around. Yet Elizabeth proved helpful to both during their times apart, with Bingley seeking her company to talk about Jane, and Jane looking for comfort from her when he was away. She was overjoyed, sharing that he had recently brought her happiness by confessing his unawareness of her presence in the city the previous spring. She had thought it impossible for him not to know. Elizabeth had guessed as much and wondered how he could have been so oblivious. It seemed likely that his sisters had a hand in it, not favoring his relationship with her, which wasn't surprising given he could have made a more advantageous match. She hoped that once his sisters saw their brother's happiness with her, they would come to terms with it, even if their relationship could never return to its former closeness. Elizabeth found her friend's words unusually unforgiving. It would upset her to see her friend fooled by Miss Bingley's fake friendship again. Her friend couldn't believe that when he had gone to the city the previous November, his love was genuine, and only the belief that she was indifferent had stopped him from returning. Elizabeth saw this as a humble error on his part, which led to praise from Jane for his modesty and undervaluing of his own qualities. Elizabeth was relieved to discover that he hadn't revealed his friend's meddling. Jane, with her forgiving nature, would have held it against him. Jane exclaimed that she felt like the luckiest person alive, wishing Elizabeth could find similar happiness. Elizabeth joked that even with 40 men like that, she couldn't match Jane's happiness unless she shared her disposition and kindness. She quipped that with some luck, she might find another Mr. Collins eventually. The news about the Longbourn family situation spread quickly, with Mrs. Bennet unable to keep it to herself, sharing it with Mrs. Phillips and then the rest of the neighborhood in Meryton. The Bennets were soon considered the most fortunate family, a stark contrast to the general opinion just weeks before when Lydia had eloped, marking them for misfortune. You're about to listen to Chapter 56. About a week after Bingley had promised to marry Jane, he and the female members of the family were in the dining room one morning. They were drawn to the window by the sound of a carriage. A chaise with 4 horses was coming up the lawn, which was odd for that early hour, and they didn't recognize the carriage or the servant's uniform. Bingley quickly suggested Miss Bennet escape the unexpected visit by joining him for a walk in the shrubbery. They left, and the others kept guessing who it might be until the visitor walked in. It was Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Everyone was ready to act surprised, but they were genuinely shocked. Mrs. Bennet and Kitty had never met her, and even Elizabeth was taken aback. Lady Catherine entered with a cold demeanor, barely acknowledged Elizabeth's greeting, and sat without a word. Elizabeth had quietly informed her mother of the guest's identity upon her entrance. Mrs. Bennet, flattered by the presence of such a distinguished guest, was very polite. After a brief silence, Lady Catherine commented on how small the park seemed compared to Rosings and criticized the sitting room for facing west. Mrs. Bennet explained they used it differently and inquired about the Collinses, whom Lady Catherine had just visited. Elizabeth thought Lady Catherine might have a letter from Charlotte, but none was presented, leaving her puzzled. Mrs. Bennet offered refreshments, but Lady Catherine declined. She then expressed interest in the wilderness on the lawn and asked Elizabeth to join her for a walk. Mrs. Bennet encouraged Elizabeth to show Lady Catherine around, mentioning the Hermitage as a highlight. Elizabeth grabbed her parasol and escorted Lady Catherine downstairs. They walked through the hall, with Lady Catherine briefly inspecting the dining and drawing rooms and deemed them decent before continuing on. Elizabeth's coach remained at the entrance, and she noticed her attendant sitting inside. They walked quietly down the gravel path towards the thicket. Elizabeth had no desire to strike up a chat with the woman, who seemed even more pompous and unpleasant than usual. As they made their way into the woods, Lady Catherine started to speak. She was certain that Elizabeth knew why she had come. She believed Elizabeth's heart and conscience would reveal the purpose of her visit. Elizabeth was genuinely surprised. Lady Catherine insisted that she was not one to be taken lightly. She prided herself on being direct and honest, especially in important matters. She had heard a disturbing rumor that Elizabeth's sister was about to marry well, and that Elizabeth might soon be engaged to her nephew, Mr. Darcy. Although she doubted the truth of this, she had come to clarify things. Elizabeth, with a mix of surprise and scorn, questioned why Lady Catherine would bother coming if she thought the rumor was false. Lady Catherine wanted to ensure the rumor was denied by everyone. Elizabeth pointed out that Lady Catherine's visit might actually give the rumor more weight, assuming it existed. Lady Catherine was adamant that the rumor had been spread, possibly by Elizabeth's own family. She demanded to know if there was any truth to it. Elizabeth refused to answer, saying she didn't share Lady Catherine's level of openness. Lady Catherine was insistent. She wanted answers about whether Mr. Darcy had proposed to Elizabeth. Elizabeth reminded her that she had already deemed it impossible. Lady Catherine argued that Elizabeth might have seduced Mr. Darcy into acting against his better judgment. Elizabeth replied she would never admit to such a thing. Lady Catherine reminded Elizabeth of her close relationship with Mr. Darcy and her right to know about his affairs. Elizabeth, however, was not swayed to share her personal matters. Lady Catherine made it clear that the match between Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy was out of the question, as he was supposed to marry her own daughter. She demanded to hear Elizabeth's response. Elizabeth simply stated that if Mr. Darcy was engaged to her daughter, there was no reason for him to propose to Elizabeth. Lady Catherine was at a loss for words. The peculiar nature of their engagement stems from a long-standing intention since their childhood. Both his and her mothers harbored a deep desire for this union. From the time they were in their cradles, the families had been crafting plans for their marriage. Now, just as the sisters' dreams were about to be realized, a young woman of lesser status, unnoticed by society, and with no ties to the family, threatened to disrupt their plans. Ignoring the young man's implied commitment to Miss de Bourgh and the wishes of his friends seemed unthinkable. Elizabeth understood the expectations set upon her cousin, but she saw no reason why she should be barred from marrying him if there were no other objections. Both families had done everything in their power to arrange the marriage, but ultimately, it was up to others to complete it. If Mr. Darcy was not bound by honor or desire to his cousin, he was free to choose someone else. If Elizabeth was his choice, she saw no reason to refuse him. However, the principles of honor, decency, prudence, and even self-interest demanded otherwise. Elizabeth was warned that by acting against the wishes of everyone associated with him, she risked being judged, overlooked, and scorned. An alliance with her would bring disgrace, and her name would be unspoken by his kin. Elizabeth pondered these grave consequences, yet she believed that being Mr. Darcy's wife would bring her immense joy, enough to outweigh any regrets. She was called obstinate and headstrong, and her lack of appreciation for past kindnesses was chastised. The expectation was clear. Elizabeth was to realize that the purpose of this encounter was resolute and not open to debate. Submission to another's whims was not something the lady was accustomed to, nor was she one to tolerate disappointment. Elizabeth's response was equally firm, indicating that the lady's current predicament was pitiable but would not influence her decision. Despite being commanded to listen without interruption, Elizabeth stood her ground. The argument was made that her daughter and nephew were a perfect match, both coming from noble maternal lines and respectable, honorable, and ancient paternal families. Their combined wealth was considerable, and every member of their families saw them destined for each other. The only thing standing in the way was Elizabeth, seen as an upstart with no family, connections, or fortune to speak of. This was something that could not and would not be tolerated. If Elizabeth knew what was best for her, she would not aspire to leave the social circle she was born into. Elizabeth countered that by marrying her nephew, she would not be leaving her social sphere, as they were both of gentle birth. Acknowledging her status as a gentleman's daughter, the lady questioned Elizabeth's maternal heritage and extended family, implying a lesser status. Elizabeth maintained that her connections were of no concern if her cousin had no objections to them. When asked directly if she was engaged to him, Elizabeth, not wishing to appease the lady, hesitated but ultimately admitted she was not. This seemed to please the lady, who then sought a promise from Elizabeth never to enter into such an engagement. Elizabeth refused to make any such commitment. Lady Catherine expressed her dismay and shock at Elizabeth Bennet's lack of reasonableness, insisting that she wouldn't back down until she received the assurance she sought. Elizabeth stood firm, refusing to be bullied into an unreasonable agreement. She challenged the notion that her acceptance or refusal of Mr. Darcy's hand in marriage would influence his decision to marry his cousin. Elizabeth pointed out the flaws in Lady Catherine's arguments, asserting that her character had been misunderstood and that Lady Catherine had no right to meddle in her affairs. Lady Catherine, not ready to give up, argued that she hadn't finished making her case, adding the disgrace of Elizabeth's youngest sister's elopement to her list of objections. She questioned how someone with such family scandals could be associated with her nephew. Elizabeth, feeling insulted by the barrage of accusations, expressed her desire to end the conversation and return to the house. Despite Elizabeth's wish to leave, Lady Catherine continued, accusing Elizabeth of having no concern for her nephew's honor and implying that a connection with her would disgrace him. Elizabeth calmly reiterated her sentiments, clarifying that she hadn't resolved to have him but was determined to pursue her own happiness without considering Lady Catherine's opinions. Lady Catherine declared that by refusing to oblige her, Elizabeth was dishonoring her duties and would ruin Mr. Darcy's reputation. Elizabeth refuted this, stating that her marriage to Mr. Darcy would not violate any principles of duty, honor, or gratitude, and she wouldn't be concerned about the resentment of his family or the world's indignation. As they approached the carriage door, Lady Catherine hastily said she would take no leave of Elizabeth, sending no compliments to her mother, and voiced her serious displeasure. Elizabeth's engagement had its roots in a long-standing intention since childhood, with both mothers eager for the union. Despite the expectations and the arranged marriage plans, Elizabeth believed Mr. Darcy was free to choose her if he wished, and she saw no reason to refuse him if he did. She was warned about the consequences of going against everyone's wishes, but she believed the joy of being his wife outweighed any potential regrets. She was criticized for her obstinate nature and lack of gratitude, with expectations of her to submit to the will of others. Elizabeth, however, was not one to be easily swayed or to tolerate disappointment. Despite commands to listen without interruption, she maintained her stance. She was seen as an obstacle to the perfect match between Lady Catherine's daughter and nephew, but she believed that marrying Mr. Darcy would not mean leaving her social sphere, as they were both of gentle birth. Elizabeth acknowledged her status as a gentleman's daughter when questioned about her maternal heritage, stating that her connections were of no concern if Mr. Darcy had no objections. When directly asked about her engagement to him, she admitted she was not engaged but refused to promise never to enter into such an engagement. Elizabeth offered no reply and, rather than trying to convince her ladyship to come back inside, she quietly entered the house herself. As she made her way upstairs, the sound of the carriage leaving reached her ears. Her mother was waiting, barely containing her impatience, at the entrance to her dressing room, eager to find out why Lady Catherine had chosen not to return and take a moment to rest. Her daughter explained that Lady Catherine had simply preferred to leave, stating her decision to continue on her journey. Her mother remarked on Lady Catherine's impressive appearance and noted how exceedingly polite it was of her to visit, assuming the purpose was merely to inform them of the Collinses' well-being. She speculated that Lady Catherine must be traveling to another destination and decided to stop by while passing through Meryton. She wondered aloud if Lady Catherine had anything specific to say to Elizabeth. Caught in a delicate situation, Elizabeth felt compelled to bend the truth slightly. Admitting to the real content of their conversation was out of the question. You're about to listen to Chapter 57. Elizabeth was greatly unsettled by the unexpected visit from Lady Catherine. It took her a long time to stop thinking about it constantly. Lady Catherine had traveled all the way from Rosings just to end the rumored engagement between Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth couldn't figure out where the rumor started until she remembered that Mr. Darcy was close to Mr. Bingley, and she was Jane's sister. With Jane's wedding on everyone's mind, it wasn't a stretch for people to think another wedding was imminent. Elizabeth hadn't forgotten that her sister's marriage would mean she and Mr. Darcy would see each other more often. She figured out that her neighbors at Lucas Lodge must have spread the rumor to Lady Catherine through their connection with the Collinses. Elizabeth felt uneasy when she thought about Lady Catherine's words and the impact of her continued interference. Elizabeth guessed that Lady Catherine would try to convince her nephew to end the relationship, and she worried about how Mr. Darcy would react. She wasn't sure how much Mr. Darcy valued his aunt's opinion, but she thought he probably respected her more than Elizabeth did. Lady Catherine would likely appeal to Mr. Darcy's sense of dignity, which was his weak spot. If Mr. Darcy was unsure before, Lady Catherine's influence might be enough to make up his mind. If he decided to listen to her, he would probably not return. He might even cancel his plans to visit Bingley at Netherfield. Elizabeth thought that if Mr. Darcy broke his promise to visit within a few days, she would understand the reason. She would then stop hoping for his faithfulness. If he was content with just missing her when he could have had her love and hand in marriage, she would quickly get over him. The rest of the family was shocked to find out about Lady Catherine's visit. They came up with the same explanation as Mrs. Bennet had to satisfy their curiosity, and they didn't tease Elizabeth about it. The following morning, Elizabeth's father met her as she was going downstairs. He had a letter in his hand and wanted her to come to his room. Curious, Elizabeth thought the letter might be from Lady Catherine, which filled her with dread. She worried about what explanations might follow. Elizabeth went with her father to the fireplace in his room, and they both sat down, ready to discuss the contents of the letter. This morning, Elizabeth's father received an unexpected letter that left him quite astonished. It was filled with news that directly concerned Elizabeth, and he felt she needed to know what it said. He teased her with the revelation that he hadn't realized he had 2 daughters on the verge of marriage and offered his congratulations on her significant achievement. Elizabeth felt a sudden warmth in her cheeks, realizing the letter was from the nephew, not the aunt. She couldn't decide whether to be happy that he had explained himself or upset that he hadn't written directly to her. Her father playfully suggested that she might be able to guess the identity of her admirer, despite the challenge. The letter was from Mr. Collins. Elizabeth was puzzled about what Mr. Collins could possibly have to say. Her father skipped over the parts of the letter that congratulated his eldest daughter on her engagement, which Mr. Collins had learned from the chatty Lucases. He then read a part of the letter that hinted at another upcoming marriage, presumably Elizabeth's. Mr. Collins hinted that Elizabeth would soon change her last name from Bennet and that her future husband was considered a very distinguished individual. Her father asked Elizabeth if she could guess who Mr. Collins was referring to. The letter described a young man blessed with wealth, noble relations, and great influence. Yet, Mr. Collins warned them to be cautious about accepting any proposal too hastily. The reason for his caution became clear. Lady Catherine de Bourgh, the young man's aunt, did not approve of the match. The young man in question was none other than Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth's father found it amusing that Mr. Darcy, known for his critical eye towards women, was the man in question. He joked that Mr. Darcy, who likely had never looked at Elizabeth with any interest, was now the subject of such rumors. Elizabeth tried to share in her father's humor, but she could barely manage a forced smile. His teasing had never felt so unpleasant to her. He asked if she was amused, and despite her feelings, she urged him to continue reading. Last night, after discussing the potential marriage with her ladyship, she showed her typical air of superiority and promptly shared her thoughts on the matter. It became clear that due to some family objections from my cousin's side, she would never approve of what she considered a disgraceful union. I felt it was my duty to quickly inform my cousin so that she and her distinguished suitor could be fully aware of the situation and not rush into a marriage lacking proper approval. Mr. Collins also mentioned his relief that the unfortunate incident involving my cousin Lydia was kept quiet, although he was concerned that their cohabitation before marriage became widely known. He expressed his surprise at the young couple being welcomed into your home right after their wedding. He viewed this as an encouragement of immoral behavior, and had he been the rector of Longbourn, he would have strongly objected. While he believed in forgiving them as a Christian, he felt they should never be allowed in your presence, or even have their names mentioned around you. This, he believes, is what Christian forgiveness looks like. The rest of his letter talks about his dear Charlotte's situation and his hope for a new addition to their family. But Lizzie, you don't seem to be enjoying this. Don't be too sensitive and act offended by mere gossip. After all, what's the point of life if not to entertain our neighbors and have a good laugh at their expense? Elizabeth couldn't help but find the situation exceedingly amusing, despite its oddity. The humor came from the fact that the man in question was someone who showed no interest, paired with her own lack of affection for him. Despite her dislike for writing, she wouldn't trade Mr. Collins's letters for anything, even favoring them over Wickham's, whom she noted for his boldness and deceit. And she wondered what Lady Catherine's response to these rumors was, whether she came to withhold her consent. Her daughter responded to his question with laughter, not bothered in the least by his repetition of the question. Elizabeth found herself in a difficult spot, struggling to disguise her true emotions with laughter when she felt more like crying. Her father's comments on Mr. Darcy's lack of interest deeply embarrassed her, and she was left to wonder whether she had perhaps read too much into their interactions, or if her father was simply not perceptive enough. You're about to listen to Chapter 58. Elizabeth half expected a letter of apology from Mr. Bingley, but instead, he surprised her by arriving at Longbourn with Mr. Darcy not long after Lady Catherine's visit. The two gentlemen came early in the day. Before Mrs. Bennet could share the news of their encounter with his aunt, Bingley, eager for private time with Jane, suggested a walk outside. Everyone agreed, although Mrs. Bennet usually didn't walk and Mary was too busy. The group of five set out, but Bingley and Jane soon fell behind, leaving Elizabeth, Kitty, and Darcy to keep each other company. Not much was said among them. Kitty was too intimidated by Darcy to speak. Elizabeth was busy making a bold plan, and Darcy might have been doing the same. They headed towards the Lucases' home because Kitty wanted to visit Maria. Elizabeth didn't see the need to involve everyone, so when Kitty left them, she confidently continued on with Darcy. With her resolve at its peak, she seized the moment to speak her mind. Elizabeth expressed to Mr. Darcy her deep appreciation for his kindness toward her sister, which she had been eager to acknowledge. She shared that the knowledge of his actions had been weighing on her, and she wanted to thank him on behalf of her family. Darcy was taken aback and regretted that Elizabeth had been troubled by the information. He thought Mrs. Gardiner would have kept it a secret. Elizabeth explained that it was Lydia's carelessness that revealed his involvement, and she felt compelled to learn more. She thanked him repeatedly for his compassion and the efforts he made for her family. Darcy responded by saying that his actions were motivated by his desire to make her happy and that her family didn't owe him anything. He confessed that he had only thought of her. Elizabeth was too embarrassed to respond. After a pause, Darcy continued, saying she was too kind to play games with him. He asked if her feelings were the same as they were in the previous April, stating that his own feelings hadn't changed. He assured her that a single word from her would make him stop speaking on the matter forever. Elizabeth, overwhelmed by an unusual mix of discomfort and nervousness, pushed herself to talk. She conveyed to him, albeit not smoothly, that her feelings had notably shifted since their last encounter, allowing her to accept his assurances with gratitude and joy. His reaction to this was a happiness he had likely never experienced before, and he showed his love with all the intensity one would expect from a man deeply smitten. Unable to meet his gaze, Elizabeth missed the genuine joy spreading across his face, which suited him well. However, she listened intently as he shared his emotions, revealing just how important she was to him, which made his affection grow even more precious. They wandered aimlessly, too consumed with their thoughts, feelings, and conversations to notice their surroundings. Elizabeth soon discovered their improved rapport was thanks to his aunt's intervention. His aunt had visited him in London, recounting her journey to Longbourn, the purpose behind it, and her conversation with Elizabeth. She emphasized Elizabeth's words, which she believed showed stubbornness and confidence, thinking it would help her convince her nephew to make a commitment he had previously declined. However, the outcome was the opposite of what she had intended. He explained that her words had given him hope, a hope he had rarely allowed himself to feel. He knew Elizabeth well enough to understand that if she had been decisively against him, she would have been honest with his aunt. Elizabeth, with a laugh and a blush, admitted that her candor indeed made her capable of such frankness. She playfully suggested that after criticizing him to his face, she wouldn't hesitate to do the same to his relatives. He reflected on his past actions, acknowledging they deserved criticism and expressing regret for his behavior, which he now found abhorrent. Elizabeth suggested they not dwell on who was more to blame for past misunderstandings. She hoped they had both become more polite since then. He found it hard to forgive himself, tormented by the memory of his words and behavior. Elizabeth's previous criticisms, though harsh, were now seen as justified in his eyes. Elizabeth was surprised that her words had such an impact, never imagining they would be felt so deeply. He believed she saw him as devoid of any proper feelings and could never forget how her expression conveyed that belief. She urged him not to revisit those past words, confessing she had long been ashamed of them. Darcy then shifted the topic to his letter, questioning whether it had changed her opinion of him or if she had given any credence to it. She shared the impact it had on her, detailing how her previous biases had slowly dissolved. He admitted to knowing that his written words would cause her distress, but saw it as a necessary step. He expressed hope that she had destroyed the letter, particularly concerned about the opening lines that he feared would make her despise him. She reassured him that the letter would be burned if he thought it crucial for maintaining her esteem. She acknowledged that her views could change, though not as readily as he might think. Darcy confessed that when he wrote the letter, he believed he was composed, but later realized it was penned in a terrible state of bitterness. She pointed out that the letter might have started with bitterness, but ended on a note of kindness. She advised him to forget the unpleasant aspects of the letter, as their feelings had significantly changed since then. She encouraged him to adopt her philosophy of only recalling memories that brought joy. He couldn't attribute such philosophy to himself, claiming his reflections were free from self-reproach, resulting in contentment born from ignorance rather than philosophy. He confessed to a lifetime of selfishness in actions, if not in principles. He was taught what was right, but not how to control his temper. Spoiled as a child and as an only son, he was raised to be self-centered and arrogant, caring only for his family and looking down on others. This continued until he met Elizabeth, who taught him a valuable lesson in humility. He had been convinced of her reciprocation of his feelings, assuming she awaited his advances. Elizabeth must have misunderstood his intentions, as he never meant to deceive her. Her spirit might have led her astray, causing her to think he despised her after a particular evening. He quickly clarified that his initial anger towards her shifted to a more appropriate direction. When they met at Pemberley, he denied blaming her for coming and was merely surprised. She confessed to being equally surprised by his attention, feeling undeserving of any special politeness and not expecting more than what was due. Elizabeth, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, clumsily expressed to him that her feelings had changed since their last encounter, now welcoming his assurances with gratitude and happiness. His response was one of profound joy, his love evident in the intensity of his emotions. Although she couldn't meet his eyes, she felt the depth of his affection as he spoke, and their bond deepened. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they were oblivious to their surroundings. Elizabeth learned that their improved understanding was a result of his aunt's unexpected intervention. His aunt had visited him with tales of her trip and her conversation with Elizabeth, aiming to persuade him to commit to a decision he had previously rejected. Instead, her report gave him hope, knowing Elizabeth would have been forthright if she truly opposed him. Elizabeth admitted with a laugh that she was indeed that candid, even with his relatives. Reflecting on his past, he acknowledged his faults and expressed remorse for his previous conduct. Elizabeth suggested they not focus on past faults, hoping they had both grown more considerate. He struggled to forgive himself, haunted by his past words and actions, which Elizabeth had rightfully criticized. She was taken aback by the profound effect her words had on him. He felt she had seen him as heartless and could not forget the expression that conveyed her belief. She implored him to let go of the past, confessing her own shame over her words. Darcy changed the subject to his letter, wondering if it had altered her opinion of him or if she had given it any weight. Darcy had a goal in mind when he approached Elizabeth with such politeness. He wanted to prove that he was above holding grudges about the past and was eager to earn her forgiveness. He hoped that by showing he had taken her criticisms to heart, he could improve her opinion of him. He wasn't sure when his other desires began to emerge, but he suspected it was roughly 30 minutes after their encounter. He shared with her how happy his sister Georgiana was to know Elizabeth and how disappointed she was when their budding friendship was abruptly halted. This naturally led to the revelation that Darcy had already planned to follow Elizabeth to Derbyshire in search of her sister before he even left the inn. His serious demeanor at the time was due to the weight of such a decision. Elizabeth was thankful for his efforts, but the topic was too painful for them to linger on. After a long, leisurely walk, during which they were too engrossed in conversation to notice the passing time, they checked their watches and realized it was time to head home. They wondered what had happened to Mr. Bingley and Jane, which sparked a conversation about their engagement. Darcy was overjoyed by the news and had been one of the first to know about it. Elizabeth questioned if Darcy was surprised by the engagement, to which he replied that he expected it to happen soon after he left. She inferred that he had given his blessing, and although Darcy was taken aback by her choice of words, he admitted that it was essentially true. Darcy then confessed that he had revealed to Bingley his previous mistakes in meddling with his affairs. Bingley was shocked as he had no inkling of Darcy's interference. Darcy also admitted to Bingley that he had been wrong to think Jane was indifferent to him. Seeing that Bingley's feelings for Jane were still strong, Darcy had no doubts about their future happiness together. Elizabeth found Darcy's confident guidance of his friend rather amusing. She asked if Darcy's assurance to Bingley about Jane's feelings was based on his own observations or on information she had provided earlier. Darcy confirmed it was from his own observations during his recent visits, and he was certain of Jane's affection. His confidence had indeed convinced Bingley, who was too modest and unsure to trust his own judgment in such an important matter. However, Darcy had to admit to Bingley that he had known about Jane's presence in town the previous winter and had intentionally kept it from him. This revelation angered Bingley, but his anger dissipated once he was assured of Jane's feelings. Bingley had since fully forgiven Darcy. Elizabeth wanted to say that Bingley was such a good friend and easily influenced that his value was beyond measure. But she held back, knowing it was too soon for him to be teased. As Darcy anticipated Bingley's happiness, which would only be second to his own, they continued their conversation until they arrived at the house. There, they went their separate ways. You're about to listen to Chapter 59. As soon as Elizabeth walked into the room, Jane immediately wanted to know where she had been. The same question came up at the dinner table from everyone else. Elizabeth admitted that she had roamed until she was lost. She blushed while explaining, but her reaction didn't give away the real reason for her absence. The evening was calm without any notable events. Couples who were openly in love chatted and laughed, while those who weren't stayed quiet. Darcy wasn't the type to show his joy with laughter, and Elizabeth, though she was in turmoil, was aware of her happiness more than she felt it. She was concerned about how her family would react once they learned about her engagement, especially since Jane was the only one who liked Darcy. That night, Elizabeth confided in Jane, who was shocked and couldn't believe Elizabeth was engaged to Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth insisted that she was serious and that they were in love. Jane was skeptical, knowing Elizabeth's previous dislike for him. Elizabeth explained that her feelings had changed and that she now loved him more than ever. She asked Jane to forget the past and accept the truth. Jane was astonished, but finally accepted the news. She was happy for Elizabeth, but wanted to ensure her sister's happiness with Darcy. Elizabeth reassured her that they were meant to be the happiest couple. She asked if Jane was pleased to have Darcy as a brother-in-law, to which Jane responded with great delight. Jane was concerned about Elizabeth marrying without true affection. Elizabeth confessed that she loved Darcy even more than Jane loved Bingley, which she feared might upset her sister. Jane, seeking seriousness, asked Elizabeth how long she had loved him. Elizabeth thought back and realized her love began when she first saw the beautiful grounds at Pemberley. After a serious discussion, Jane was convinced of Elizabeth's genuine attachment, and she had no more concerns. She was quite joyous, expressing her contentment as she felt they would both share in happiness. Her regard for him had always been present, especially due to his affection for her. Now, as Bingley's friend and her husband, he had become even more esteemed, second only to Bingley and herself in her heart. However, she playfully chided Elizabeth for keeping secrets, noting that Elizabeth had shared very little about the events at Pemberley and Lambton, leaving her to learn from others instead. Elizabeth explained why she had kept things to herself. She hadn't wanted to bring up Bingley, and her own mixed emotions had led her to avoid mentioning his friend too. But she decided it was time to stop hiding his involvement in Lydia's marriage. They spent half the night talking everything over. The next morning, Mrs. Bennet couldn't hide her surprise at seeing Mr. Darcy arriving with Bingley once more. She found it bothersome that he kept visiting and wished he'd find other amusements rather than imposing on them. She suggested Elizabeth should accompany him on a walk, hoping to keep him from being in Bingley's way. Elizabeth found the idea amusing, but was a bit upset that her mother kept referring to Mr. Darcy in such negative terms. When Bingley and Darcy arrived, the warmth in Bingley's greeting left no doubt about his feelings. He playfully hinted at the possibility of Elizabeth losing her way during a walk as she had before, which Mrs. Bennet quickly picked up on, suggesting a walk to Oakham Mount, especially since Mr. Darcy hadn't seen the view. Mr. Bingley thought it might be too strenuous for Kitty, who agreed to stay home. Darcy, however, was eager to see the view, and Elizabeth silently agreed to the walk. As she prepared to leave, Mrs. Bennet expressed her sympathy for Elizabeth having to endure Mr. Darcy's company alone, but reminded her it was for Jane's sake. She advised Elizabeth not to trouble herself too much with conversation. On their walk, they decided to seek Mr. Bennet's approval that evening. Elizabeth would handle the conversation with her mother, unsure how she would react to the news. She worried her mother's response, whether for or against the match, might not reflect well on her judgment. She dreaded the idea of Mr. Darcy hearing either her mother's initial excitement or disapproval. That evening, not long after Mr. Bennet retreated to his library, Elizabeth noticed Mr. Darcy stand and follow him. Her heart raced with worry, knowing her father was about to hear of her engagement to a man he didn't favor. She dreaded causing him any pain, especially since she was his beloved daughter. The thought of being the source of his unhappiness weighed heavily on her, and she sat in distress until Mr. Darcy returned, his smile offering her a slight comfort. Soon, he came over to where Elizabeth and Kitty were and subtly suggested Elizabeth should see her father in the library. She hurried there at once. Mr. Bennet was pacing, his face etched with concern. He questioned Elizabeth's decision to accept Mr. Darcy, reminding her of her previous dislike for the man. Elizabeth wished she had been less harsh in the past, as it made explaining her newfound love for Mr. Darcy all the more difficult. She confessed her feelings for him, albeit with a touch of embarrassment. Mr. Bennet then questioned whether the wealth and luxuries Mr. Darcy could provide were enough to ensure her happiness. Elizabeth, with tears in her eyes, insisted on her genuine affection for Mr. Darcy, defending his character and pleading with her father not to judge him so harshly. Mr. Bennet conceded, having already given his consent, but not without warning her to consider the match carefully. He stressed the importance of respecting one's partner and the risks of an unequal marriage. Elizabeth, deeply moved, reassured her father of her respect and love for Mr. Darcy, detailing the gradual change in her feelings and the depth of his affection for her. After a heartfelt conversation, Mr. Bennet accepted her decision, acknowledging Mr. Darcy's worthiness. To further ease her father's mind, Elizabeth shared the good deed Mr. Darcy had done for her sister Lydia, which left Mr. Bennet in awe. Indeed, it was a night filled with marvels. Darcy had done it all, orchestrated the match, provided the funds, settled the man's debts, and secured his military post. This was a welcome turn of events, sparing a great deal of hassle and financial juggling. If it had been the work of her uncle, she would have felt obliged to reimburse him. Yet, these impassioned young lovers seemed to have a knack for taking matters into their own hands. She planned to offer repayment the following day, but she anticipated a passionate refusal based on his love for her, and that would settle the matter. He remembered how she had blushed and stumbled just days ago when Mr. Collins's letter was read. After a light-hearted tease, he allowed her to leave, casually mentioning that should any suitors come calling for Mary or Kitty, they should be sent in since he had free time. Elizabeth felt a significant burden lift from her shoulders. After spending half an hour in quiet contemplation in her room, she managed to rejoin the family, maintaining a semblance of calm. Although the events were too fresh for merriment, the evening unfolded peacefully. There was nothing left to fear, and she knew that comfort and ease would return in time. When her mother ascended to her dressing room that night, Elizabeth followed to share the important news. The revelation stunned Mrs. Bennet into silence, and it took several minutes for her to process the information. Despite usually being quick to embrace anything that might benefit her family or bring a suitor into their midst, this took her by surprise. Eventually, she began to stir, fidgeting in her seat, standing up, sitting back down, and expressing her astonishment and blessings. Mrs. Bennet's reaction left no doubt about her approval. Elizabeth was relieved that only she had witnessed her mother's outburst and soon excused herself. But within minutes, her mother appeared in her room, consumed with thoughts of the 10,000 a year and the prospects it promised, as grand as any lord's. She insisted on a special license for the wedding and inquired about Mr. Darcy's favorite dish, eager to please him. Elizabeth worried this might foreshadow her mother's behavior when meeting Mr. Darcy, but despite her concerns, the next day went surprisingly well. Mrs. Bennet was so in awe of her future son-in-law that she dared not speak unless it was to offer him some attention or show respect for his opinion. Seeing her father make an effort to get to know Mr. Darcy brought Elizabeth comfort. Mr. Bennet assured her that his opinion of the man was improving with each passing hour. He held his 3 sons-in-law in high regard, with Wickham possibly being the favored one. However, he was beginning to think he would come to appreciate Elizabeth's husband just as much as he did Jane's. You're about to listen to Chapter 60. Elizabeth quickly regained her playful mood and teased Mr. Darcy about how he could have possibly started to fall in love with her. She challenged him to explain his initial attraction, given that she was often uncivil towards him and seemed to enjoy giving him a hard time. Darcy responded that he couldn't pinpoint the exact moment or reason. It happened before he even realized it had begun. She playfully accused him of being tired of the constant politeness and attention from other women, suggesting that her different approach intrigued him. Elizabeth claimed that despite his efforts to hide it, Darcy's feelings were noble, and he actually despised those who fawned over him. She concluded that, considering everything, his attraction to her made sense, despite not knowing her good qualities. Darcy mentioned her caring nature towards her sister Jane during her illness, which Elizabeth modestly dismissed as nothing special. She then playfully suggested that they should continue this pattern of teasing and arguing, and immediately questioned why he had been so reluctant and shy around her at first. Darcy admitted that he was reserved because she didn't encourage him, to which she confessed that she was embarrassed. Elizabeth pointed out that he could have been more talkative during dinner, but he replied that a less interested man might have done so. She lamented that he always had reasonable responses, making it hard for her to argue. She wondered how long it would have taken for him to declare his feelings if she hadn't prompted him, acknowledging that her gratitude for his help with her sister Lydia might have influenced their relationship. Darcy assured her there was no need for concern, as the interference of Lady Catherine had actually helped to resolve his doubts. He clarified that he didn't owe his current happiness to Elizabeth's gratitude, but rather to the information from his aunt that gave him hope and determination to know the truth. Lady Catherine had been incredibly helpful, which should have pleased her since she enjoyed being useful. However, the real reason for the visit to Netherfield was revealed. It was to see Elizabeth and assess the possibility of her reciprocating his love. The pretext was to check on her sister's feelings for Bingley, and if they were still strong, to confess to Bingley, which he later did. The daunting task of informing Lady Catherine of the upcoming events was acknowledged, but the issue was more about timing than bravery. Elizabeth offered to provide paper so it could be done at once. She also joked about sitting with him and admiring his neat handwriting, but she had her own letter to write to an aunt who deserved attention. Elizabeth had delayed responding to Mrs. Gardiner's letter, not wanting to admit she had overestimated her closeness with Mr. Darcy. Now, with exciting news to share, she felt guilty for keeping her aunt and uncle in the dark for 3 days. She hastily penned a response, thanking them for their detailed letter and admitting she had been too upset to write earlier. She encouraged them to let their imaginations run wild with speculation about her happiness, but to stop short of imagining her married. She expressed immense happiness, even more than her sister Jane, and extended Mr. Darcy's love. She invited them to Pemberley for Christmas. Mr. Darcy's letter to Lady Catherine was different in tone, and Mr. Bennet's letter to Mr. Collins was yet another style, congratulating him on Elizabeth's upcoming marriage to Mr. Darcy and advising him to support the nephew, who had more to offer. Miss Bingley's congratulations to her brother were affectionate but not entirely genuine. She even wrote to Jane, feigning delight and reiterating her fondness. Jane saw through the insincerity but responded with unexpected kindness. Miss Darcy's joy at the news of the engagement was as genuine as her brother's message. She wrote 4 pages expressing her happiness and eagerness to be loved by her new sister. Before Mr. Collins could reply or his wife could send her best wishes to Elizabeth, the family at Longbourn learned that the Collinses had arrived at Lucas Lodge themselves. It quickly became clear why they had come so suddenly. Lady Catherine was so furious about what her nephew had written that Charlotte, who was actually happy about the match, wanted to leave until the anger subsided. For Elizabeth, having her friend show up at such a time was a real treat, even though she sometimes felt it cost her, seeing Mr. Darcy endure her husband's excessive flattery and eager-to-please behavior. Yet, he managed to stay cool. He even kept his composure when Sir William Lucas praised him for winning the area's most sought-after prize and talked about seeing them often at St. James's. If Mr. Darcy was bothered, he only showed it when Sir William was gone. Dealing with Mrs. Phillips's lack of refinement was another challenge to his patience. Both she and her sister were too intimidated by him to be overly familiar, as they were with the more approachable Mr. Bingley. But whenever Mrs. Phillips did talk, she couldn't help but be crude. Her respect for Mr. Darcy made her quieter, but didn't improve her manners. Elizabeth tried her best to protect him from their attention and kept him close to her and the family members he could talk to without feeling embarrassed. Even though these awkward moments took away some of the joy of their courtship, they made Elizabeth even more hopeful for the future. She eagerly anticipated the day they could leave behind such unpleasant company and enjoy the comfort and sophistication of their own gatherings at Pemberley. You're about to listen to Chapter 61. Mrs. Bennet was overjoyed on the day she saw her 2 deserving daughters well married. She visited Mrs. Bingley with immense pride and often spoke of Mrs. Darcy with delight. It's a shame that even with her daughters' successful marriages, Mrs. Bennet didn't become wiser or more sensible. Luckily for Mr. Bennet, who might not have enjoyed such an unusual form of domestic bliss, she remained a bit silly and often nervous. Mr. Bennet really missed his second daughter and often visited her at Pemberley, especially when unexpected. Mr. Bingley and Jane didn't stay long at Netherfield, just a year, because being close to her family wasn't ideal for them. Fulfilling his sister's wish, Mr. Bingley bought an estate nearby, and Jane and Elizabeth were happy to be within 30 miles of each other. Kitty spent most of her time with her elder sisters, which greatly improved her manners and temperament. She became calmer and smarter, away from Lydia's bad influence. Despite Lydia inviting her over with the promise of dances and young men, her father never let her go. Mary, the only daughter left at home, had to socialize more as Mrs. Bennet couldn't be alone. Without being compared to her sisters, Mary seemed to accept this change quite easily. Wickham and Lydia didn't change much after their sisters' marriages. Wickham hoped Darcy might help him financially, despite his past wrongdoings. Elizabeth learned of this hope through a letter from Lydia, where she expressed joy for Elizabeth's marriage and hinted at a desire for financial help, suggesting a court position for Wickham, but asking not to trouble Mr. Darcy about it. Elizabeth, preferring not to entertain further requests for help, aimed to conclude such expectations in her reply. Nonetheless, she managed to send some financial relief by cutting back on her own expenses. She was well aware that their modest income couldn't support the extravagant lifestyle led by two such spendthrifts. Whenever they moved, Elizabeth or Jane were invariably asked for a bit of monetary aid to settle their accounts. Their way of life remained erratic, even in peacetime, as they hopped from one cheap place to another, always spending beyond their means. His fondness for her faded quickly into apathy, while her affection lingered a bit longer. Despite her youth and vibrant manners, she maintained her social standing through her marriage. Although Darcy could never welcome him at Pemberley, he continued to support him in his career for Elizabeth's sake. Lydia visited occasionally when her husband was away in London or Bath, and they often overstayed their welcome at the Bingleys, testing even Bingley's patience to the point where he considered suggesting they leave. Miss Bingley was deeply upset by Darcy's marriage, but she chose to stay on good terms with Pemberley, warming up to Georgiana and maintaining her attentiveness to Darcy, while also being civil to Elizabeth. Pemberley became Georgiana's home, and the sisters' bond was just as Darcy had hoped. They loved each other deeply. Georgiana admired Elizabeth immensely, though initially surprised by her playful banter with Darcy. She learned from Elizabeth that a wife could be more informal with her husband than a sister could with a brother 10 years her senior. Lady Catherine was furious about her nephew's marriage and didn't hold back her anger or her scathing words about Elizabeth. For a while, this put a stop to their communication. But eventually, Elizabeth persuaded Darcy to forgive and seek reconciliation. Lady Catherine's anger subsided, driven by affection or curiosity about Elizabeth's behavior, and she decided to visit them at Pemberley, despite her disdain for the new mistress and the city relatives who visited. The Gardiners remained close to Darcy and Elizabeth, who genuinely loved them and were grateful for their role in bringing Elizabeth to Derbyshire and thus uniting them. Thanks for tuning into BookyRookie. Together, we're turning pages into possibilities. Let's make learning limitless. Catch you on the next stream.